Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Thousands pray for the 249 victims of the failed coup a year ago as a memorial is unveiled in Istanbul. Earlier, Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan addressed the crowd.
I would like to say that the martyrs of July the 15th shall remain in peace, shall rest in peace, and I would like to extend my condolences to the family members and to the entire nation.
President Erdogan is expected to arrive in Ankara this hour. He'll meet another crowd at Parliament, which was bombed on the night of the attempted coup. These are live pictures coming into you right now from Ankara there, as people have gathered and marched from Kızılay Square to the Parliament, where President Erdogan will be addressing the Parliament, and people will be able to watch from via video link there.
Vatanıma göz diken yaz oldu.
I'm Ayça Aydoğdu and welcome to TRT World's special anniversary coverage of last year's coup attempt. The day is being marked with marches and events across Turkey, and we'll be bringing you all the latest news and analysis from Turkey and around the world as the country remembers a momentous day in its history. In a moment, we'll cross to our reporter Hasan Abdullah, who's waiting for President Erdogan to arrive at Parliament. But not long ago, he addressed thousands who gathered at Istanbul's July 15th Martyrs Bridge. In his speech, the president paid tribute to those who died while fighting against the coup.
As the poet says, faith is the strongest of weapons, and hearts without faith in them are only a burden on the body. On the one hand, there was my nation who had faith, who had belief. But on the other hand, there were the coup plotters which had no faith. On that night, with their faith, our nation stood and won against the strongest weapons of the world. A nation which walked against the tanks only with takbirs in their mouths. They take out their T-shirts and put it inside the tank in order to make the tank inoperable. And they could only do this thanks to their faith. Even though dozens of people were being shot around them, they did not think about going back, but rather, at the first opportunity that they can find, they walked towards the coup plotters once again. So who can stop such a nation? Even though bullets were falling only a few meters ahead of them, they were marching forward. Even though others were asking them to return, they said, if I'm not to die today, when am I supposed to die? So who can shackle such a nation? If only this bridge could speak and speak of the heroism displayed on that night. If only the soil, the stones, and every centimeter of the land could speak and talk about the heroism displayed on that night, because our language is insufficient in putting the heroism into words. That's why I would like to make another quotation from a poet, from poet Mehmet Akif, in his poem for the martyrs of the Gallipoli. The whole land, the mountains, the hills are full of bodies of martyrs. They have been shot in their heads, on their forehead, and laying on the soil, and many suns set for a crescent. So yes, many suns set that night. On the night of July 15th, a lot of suns set
Allah'tan rahmet.
for this crescent, and I wish blessings to their souls. They were our sons.
Allah rahmet etsin.
May God bless their
O
souls.
gece yaralansa da eğilmeyen tüm başlara
They
şükranlarımı
got
sunuyorum.
injured, they got wounded, but they did not bend, and I'm grateful to those on behalf of my nation. They defended their freedom, they defended their calls to prayer, their flags, their nations,
Devletine,
their homeland, their
geleceğine
state,
sahip çıkan
and their
milletimin
future.
tüm fertlerine teşekkür
I'm
ediyorum.
grateful to all members of my nation who defended their future.
15 Temmuz gecesi
The night of July
hainlerin
15th,
saldırılarında
when the coup
250
plotters
kahramanımızı
attacked,
toprağa
we
verdik.
have lost 250 heroes as martyrs. And do you know what we gained in return?
50 milyonluk Türkiye'nin geleceğini,
In return,
istikbalimizi kurtardık.
we saved the future of
O
Turkey.
gece 2193 kardeşimiz yaralanarak gazi
On that night, 2,193 brothers and sisters were injured and became veterans, but millions of brothers and sisters who were watching them got hope.
anaların,
That was the price that we paid.
eşlerin,
Mothers, fathers,
evlatların
wives,
gözyaşlarına,
brothers,
yürek yangınlarına
children.
değer biçmek asla mümkün
Of course,
değil.
their tears cannot be
Ama
measured,
bu fedakarlıkların karşılığında
but as a return for what we sacrificed, we won our freedom and our future, which again is priceless. Do you know what God says?
Cihad edenlere, vatanı, milleti için cihad edenlere,
When people fight for their country, when people fight
karşılığında
in Allah's way,
satın alıyor.
Allah pays them in heaven.
Bunun müjdesini veriyor.
This is the consolation given to us
Cennete yürüdüler.
in Quran, and our martyrs have gone to heaven.
Sevgili peygamberimize en yakın makam.
That position is the closest position to our Prophet,
Biz de
and
burada
may they enjoy their seats. And now here we have also prepared a symbolic seat for
ne
them.
buyuruyor Rabbimiz?
And as our God says again,
تَقُولُوا لِمَنْ يُقْتَلُ ف۪ي سَب۪يلِ اللّٰهِ اَمْوَاتٍ بَلْ اَحْيَاءٌ وَلَاكِنْ لَا تَشْعُرُونَ. Allah yolunda
as our God says, do not speak of those who are slain in Allah's way as dead. They are alive, but you perceive it not.
İşte biz bunu yaparken
As we built this, we thought as
onların
people,
gönüldaşları olarak
as servants, and as their brothers,
bunu unutmayacağız,
we will not
unutturmayacağız.
forget about them, and we will not let them be forgotten. In Ankara, we built a similar structure right across the presidential complex, which hopefully we will inaugurate tomorrow in Ankara.
Rastgele bir araya gelmiş insan topluluklarıyla milletler arasındaki fark
There's a difference between random crowds and nations.
sağlık çıkarları için bir arada bulunurlar.
Random crowds only come together for random interests, but nations have a shared history, shared values, and shared aspirations. For these, when necessary, they are ready to sacrifice their lives. The Turkish nation on July 15th,
Defalarca yaptığı gibi
just like it did many times over in its history, in order to protect what was holy to them,
şeyini gösterdi.
did gladly sacrifice their lives.
Tarih boyunca
Throughout history,
imtihan olmuş.
we have always been tested with fire,
İhanetlerin kıskacından
with
düşerek
treason and attacks of enemies.
biz sıradan
We are
ve kavim
no
değiliz. Biz
regular, no ordinary group. We are a nation, but they are the evil ones. This is our difference.
demir filizinin ateşle yoğrulup çelikleşmesi gibi yaşadığımız
Just like iron turns into steel, the treachery that we face makes us stronger. It unifies us, just like we see here today.
bütünleştiriyor.
It unifies us. It makes us one. It makes us stronger.
Temmuz darbe girişimi
The coup attempt on July 15th was not the first attack against our nation, and it will not be the last.
terör örgütlerini piyon olarak kullananlar
Terror groups are used as pawns,
yıllık kuyruk acılarının çok iyi farkındayım.
which have pains coming from history. FETÖ is not about the FETÖ terror group itself, or PKK is not only about the PKK terror group, or DH is not only about that terror group, or other terror groups are not about the tip of the iceberg. We know this quite well.
Arkalarında kimlerin olduğunu
We know that who are backing them.
ama şu da bir gerçek ki
But it's a fact that
geçmeden
without crushing the pawns, we cannot get to the other players in the chessboard, and we cannot get to the king. For this reason,
kafasını kopardı.
we will decapitate these betrayers first.
Kandil'de, Küpe'de,
On Kandil, on Küpe,
Besler Deresi'nde,
at Besler,
Güneydoğu, Doğu, bu dağlarda
in all mountains of southeast and eastern Anatolia, our soldiers, our security personnel, our police, our commandos,
bütün güvenlik güçlerimiz,
all of our security personnel
evet,
are,
bunları tek
yes,
temizliyorlar.
cleaning them one by one,
Diğer mesele ise
clearing them one by one, and the rest is up to the parliament. We are a rule of law.
bu konuda kararını
When it comes to the parliament makes the decision, and when their decision is brought to me, I would approve of it.
Turkey marks first anniversary of coup attempt. These are live pictures coming into you from Ankara. People gathered at the Kızılay Square and are marching towards the parliament. It's a kilometer away. You can see the Turkish flags there and people marching where President Erdogan will be arriving in Ankara this hour and giving a speech there. People will be watching via video link there right exactly at the time of 2:32. The day is being marked by many events across Turkey. Turkey addressed the crowd, President Erdogan addressed the crowd in Istanbul first, and now he'll be arriving to Ankara. And as we said, these are live pictures from the capital there. People gathered already midday at Kızılay Square and are walking and marching towards the parliament there, where President Erdogan will be arriving and giving a speech addressing the crowd there, which was bombed on the night of the attempted coup. TRT World's Turkey political correspondent Hasan Abdullah joins us now from Ankara. So Hasan, Erdogan will be arriving in the next hour and heading to the parliament, and the speech will take place exactly at 2:32 local time. Why is that significant?
Aisha, this was the time last year when the Turkish parliament was bombed. And earlier I spoke to Turkish Justice Minister Bekir Bozdağ, and he said that that was a defining moment for the country because the parliamentarians who were able to make it to the Turkish parliament, when the parliament was bombed, there were some who were saying that they should not be emotional and they should head for the bunkers to protect themselves so that they could devise the strategy forward. However, they ultimately decided that they would remain in the parliament and continue with their address so that they send out a message to the public that their representatives are not shying away from death, are not shying away from making any sacrifice, and that would encourage the public. So, of course, that is the point when the Turkish parliament was bombed, and there is a lot of symbolism in this. So the president has been sending this message out throughout the day, and he's expected to once again send a message out that it was the public that took to the streets, and also the parliamentarians. He's been commending them, and he's saying that the stance that was taken by the people of Turkey ensured that they managed to protect their democracy.
And Hassan, I believe thousands are walking to the parliament as they've been walking from midday onwards from Kızılay Square there. How is the atmosphere? Is it similar to the pictures we have seen on the Martyrs Bridge earlier on?
Aisha, generally it's very festive. People are also enjoying it, but at the same time, when we talk to some people here, many people are quite emotional. They're saying that it feels a bit like a déjà vu, and for many, this could have been the time last year when, according to them, they could have lost their country, they could have lost their democracy, they could have lost their freedoms. But they're saying that it was that one moment of decision of standing firm in front of the tanks, in front of the F-16s, and in front of those rebel soldiers who had been resorting to live fire at the unarmed crowds, the people, and it was that moment of bravery which they say saved their country. So for many people here, it is a moment that they are proud of, they are celebrating, they are praying, and from mosques around this area we can hear salutations and prayers and praise upon the Prophet, and this is expected to continue early into the morning. The people are saying that they are more determined than ever before to ensure that they protect their democracy and their elected representatives.
Hassan, this momentous day actually started in Ankara with speeches at the parliament. So how has the day unfolded there?
Well, events have been taking place across the city. For example, there have been various gatherings at local levels in the areas. People have been driving around, they've been taking out democracy rallies, and they've been sort of expressing themselves in different ways, some rather innovative ways as well. So, for example, the youngsters, they've been driving around the city honking to express their solidarity. And particularly, we've been hearing a lot of praise for President Erdogan, and people saying that it was his call that ultimately served as the catalyst for people taking to the streets, and it was basically an encouragement. Because remember that when this coup attempt started last year, there were rumors, particularly from some sections of the Western media, that the president had allegedly sought asylum in Germany. But when the president appeared on that FaceTime call and he urged the public to take to the streets, people heeded that call, they took to the streets, and of course they saw their elected representatives also standing firm when the parliament was being bombed. So these events have been witnessed here throughout the day, and people seem quite determined, and some people have been out all day, and it seems that they're still fresh.
Well, thank you for that, Hassan Abdullah. As we're waiting for President Erdogan to arrive to Ankara, we'll definitely be coming back to you. In Istanbul, thousands gathered at the July 15 Martyrs Bridge. It was one of the locations civilians confronted tanks and troops during last year's coup attempt. It was the first site secured by those who tried to overthrow the government. But on Saturday, it was where thousands remembered the dead and celebrated democracy. Some of those who have taken to the streets this July 15th explained to TRT World why it was so important for them to show their support.
I am here for my country, for my president, and for our future. I don't have the words to say more.
I cannot explain my feelings. I haven't been able to forget this for 1 year, and we never forget it. During the coup attempt, I heard gunshots and saw the shooting in Çengelköy. I cannot explain this feeling, and now, as the families of martyrs and the injured say, everything is for my country.
I was at Fatih Sultan Mehmet Bridge that night. We were the first group that intervened in the coup. We opened the bridge to traffic. That night I said that if I die, it should be like a man. And today I am here to say the same thing.
It's so sad. I don't want to remember that night. Of course, we also don't want to forget it. Several people were martyred. In the memory of those martyrs, we are here at this place.
TRT World, Sarah Firth joins us now from Istanbul. Hi, Sarah. So we saw huge crowds gathered earlier on the bridge behind you. What's been taking place throughout the day in Istanbul?
Well, as you said, those huge crowds had gathered behind me on Martyrs Bridge. They were listening to President Erdogan addressing those crowds, and many of those people had earlier in the day taken part in a national unity march from various parts across the city. Now, it's just one of the events that have taken place as part of this day, remembering those who lost their lives in that failed coup attempt 1 year ago on the 15th of July. There have been a number of other things that have taken place as part of the ceremony that took place here on the bridge. You saw the president also unveil a martyrs memorial to mark those 249 people who did lose their lives repelling that coup, standing up to those soldiers who took part in the coup. We've also seen, as we said, people taking to the streets. You heard there some of those people explaining why they felt they had to take part. And this has been really a day of commemorating, as we said, those who lost their lives, but of also putting that show of unity forward.
And today was about national unity. Has it been successful, Sarah?
Well, you've certainly seen huge participation, people again coming out onto the streets in their tens of thousands. And as I said, there's a number of events that are going to be taking place through the night. They've taken place all through the day. Just a little while ago here in Istanbul, you heard the city suddenly come alive with sound from the mosques reciting prayers. They were echoing what took place around this time 1 year ago when that coup was underway, when you heard the mosques reciting prayers and calling people to go out onto the streets. So that took place just a short time ago. Really haunting to hear. You've, of course, got the president who's now travelled to Ankara. So these events will continue throughout the night, marking some of those key moments that happened throughout that failed coup attempt that took place a year ago. Of course, in the early hours of the morning on the 16th of July, the coup had been halted. So the events are going to continue throughout the night, but certainly already throughout the day, you've seen huge participation as tens of thousands of people have taken to the streets to take part in that unity march and other events marking the 1 year anniversary of that failed coup.
Thank you for that. That was Sarah Firth there from Istanbul. It's not the first time thousands march across that bridge over the Bosphorus to show their solidarity and support. In the days after the coup attempt, thousands of Turks also gathered, and TRT World's Lance Santos joined them. Let's take a look back at that moment.
Well, we are on the Bosphorus Bridge, about 20 minutes away from the end of the march. Remember, this is the exact place where a few days ago only, tanks, pro-coup tanks occupied, not letting civilians through. These were the guys that came through. They stood up against the tanks. And now it is a scene of utter jubilation. You can see the flares, you can see the people singing, and you can see how happy and how important this is to the people of Istanbul, and it really does feel like the whole of Istanbul has turned out to watch us and march on this tonight.
The Turkish government has accused the Fethullah terrorist organization known as FETÖ for orchestrating the failed coup last year. Let's take a look now at the history of that group.
FETÖ is led by this man, Fethullah Gulen. He began his career as an imam in the Turkish cities of Edirne and Izmir in the 1960s. His talks and lectures led to a small base of supporters. In the 1970s, the gatherings took the form of an organization, loosely known as Hizmet. The group soon became active in the fields of education, relief work, and media. It's currently present in more than 160 countries. In 1999, Gulen left for the United States, reportedly to receive medical treatment for diabetes. Some say it was because he feared arrest in Turkey. Since then, he's been living in self-imposed exile. The Gulen organization had close ties with the AK Party, particularly after it came to power in the early 2000s. But their relationship turned sour after corruption allegations in 2013 that implicated some cabinet ministers. Government officials blamed suspected Gulenist prosecutors for the probe. The government accuses the group of being a parallel state and says its supporters have infiltrated public institutions, including the police and the judiciary.
Until you have things in your hands with which you can represent power, until you bring to your side all the power and strength of all constitutional institutions depending on the size of Turkey's state structure. This is what is happening here. What is happening here is settling accounts with the world in micro before expanding.
Ankara says it has gathered enough evidence that links Gulen to the failed coup. But Gulen denies involvement. Gulen is now on Turkey's most wanted terrorist list, and Turkey has demanded his extradition from the United States.
In August last year, Turkey formally requested the extradition of Fethullah Gulen to face charges over the failed coup. Ankara is frustrated that little progress has been made with Washington on its request because it considers the United States a close ally. But as Yolab David reports, it can be a long and complicated process.
Private political meetings between the Prime Minister and Turkey's two main opposition party leaders underline a political unity since Friday's coup attempt. So far, there aren't many specific details. How many thousands of police and army officers, civil servants, judges and prosecutors are to be dealt with. But the most significant development is the Turkish government's request to extradite the cleric Fethullah Gulen from his US base. The government believes he and his followers orchestrated Friday's failed coup attempt.
The president and I came together and we made a call to the United States. We've sent our files for the extradition of the traitor. The files were provided by the Minister of Justice. The Americans asked us to submit proof and reason to extradite him, and we have provided them with the reasons. We have provided more information than they need.
As more pictures from last Friday becomes available, it's clearer how some people were willing to face the full military might of those behind the coup. A major investigation is underway. Many thousands of suspects have been detained, with thousands more suspended from their work. But the main focus is trying to bring Gulen back to Turkey.
We have 4 different criminal cases against him. The coup attempt on July 15th was under orders and command of Fethullah Gulen. We are still investigating this case, and there are detained people linked to this issue. We are looking for clues. This is a major investigation and won't be finished in a few days. The extradition of Gulen won't be quick as some people think. We should work under the international laws and in accordance of these files.
The US administration will now decide if the evidence presented to them is strong enough. If he's handed over, Gulen could stand trial in Turkey.
Edis Tianshan is in Washington, D.C. and spoke to Paolo von Schirach, who is the president of the Global Policy Institute. He believes the issue of Fethullah Gulen's extradition could pose a significant obstacle to Turkish-US relations.
The failed coup attempt in Turkey and its aftermath certainly had an impact on the Turkish-American bilateral relations. Turkish government considered the American response not enough, and still it seems they don't see eye to eye on so many issues regarding Fethullah Gulen and his cult, currently considered a terror group in Turkey. Now, for more on this, I'm joined by Paolo von Schirach, who is the president of an independent think tank called the Global Policy Institute here in Washington, D.C. Thank you very much for your time. First of all, I'd like to ask you, why was the response so late and in a way so weak? Did the United States not care about what was going on at the time?
Well, I think mostly America didn't understand what was going on. People didn't really understand the intricacies of Turkish politics. They knew very little about the Gulen movement and its grip on certain key strategic elements of the Turkish institutions and society. And I think that there was genuine confusion in Washington, in the Obama administration at that time, as to what was going on and how should America react. And the fact that also it ended so quickly put people off, in a sense. I think there's a combination of ignorance, which is, quite frankly, it's not justifiable when you're talking about the top echelons of the world power, the United States of America, and some genuine degree of confusion.
But 1 year on, there's still so much skepticism. I mean, it's not just a public opinion, but even among officials at the State Department, at the Capitol Hill. Is this acceptable, do you think? Why is there so much skepticism?
Well, I think one thing which I think at this point is not justifiable anymore, that American policymakers and opinion leaders have not fully appreciated the degree, the intensity, I would say, of the popular resistance on the night of the coup against this military insurrection, terrorist attack, whatever you want to call it. I've seen a lot of footage of what happened during that night, and I am personally satisfied and absolutely convinced that the people in Turkey, regardless of political conviction and political affiliation, whether they were with the government or with the opposition, were definitely against the idea of another coup that would put the military in charge, and they wanted to preserve the institutions. I am not sure how this reality, which is a very important reality of citizens who want to protect democracy, has sunk in among the elites and the policymakers here in Washington even a year later.
And I think just like anybody else, you would also agree that this issue will probably not be enough to derail an old, strong alliance. It's a NATO alliance between the two countries. But moving on, what do you think can be a common ground, how Turkey and U.S. should or could act?
Well, look, I, as somebody who's been working on NATO affairs for many, many, many years, I, for one, and I think many others with a similar background, do recognize that Turkey plays an extremely important role as a key NATO ally. It's been the case for decades now, and of course with what's going on in the region right now, and with the still unsettled Syrian conflict and the Kurdish issue, and Daesh both in Syria and Iraq, and the upheavals that are sort of convulsing the region, cooperation, strong cooperation between the United States and Turkey is absolutely vital. It is impossible to think how America can be a significant player in the region and in settling the conflicts that we're talking about without active cooperation on the part of Turkey.
And just very briefly, do you think extradition will be possible? And if not, do you think this will pose another big obstacle?
I understand that this is a significant problem that is affecting the bilateral relationship. Of course, as I'm sure you know, and many other people in Turkey by now know, that it's a complicated process. It is not, the President of the United States cannot demand or say to the courts, okay, you have to do this for me. We have independent powers. The judiciary is independent. The matter will be reviewed. I hope it will be reviewed sensibly, and that the evidence, and I know it's quite substantial, that has been produced by the Ministry of Justice and other authorities in Turkey has reached the competent authorities here in the United States, and that the process will be swift, and a decision will be made, and I hope justice will be done.
Thank you very much for your time and perspective. Paulo von Schirach there. That's the president of the Global Policy Institute, an independent think tank based here in Washington, D.C. I think he made it quite clear that the extradition process will be a long uphill battle, but the relations between the two countries is obviously indispensable. So the two sides, I think everybody agrees on, will be working harder to get the bilateral relations on track. But there's still so much they still don't see eye to eye regarding the FETÖ organization and its establishment in the United States.
And joining me now is journalist Sarah Karajam. Thank you very much for joining us here in the studio. Let's start off with the process of wiping out FETÖ in Turkey. I mean, what has happened since the coup?
Yeah, actually, when we look, we see Gülenists are on the judiciary, police, and also as academics. So 7,000 police, civil servants and academics, they are fired. And many prosecutors, Gülenist prosecutors also, and more than 150,000 officials arrested from the military also. Yes, some of them was involved to coup attempt. Some of them, they are just related with Fethullah Gülen's organization. As a teacher, to teach in his schools. So it's actually very hard in Turkey. There are 80 million people living in Turkey. And who involved the coup? Who knew that Gülen's organization is an organization of terror? We don't know it.
So as you're talking about now, about the dismissals and about the people who were sacked, the officials, about 150,000, and 50,000 people were arrested from the military, from the police, from the judiciary, from the academia and other sectors who are involved with the Fethullah terrorist organization. So if we
They're
look
involved with the organization.
Yeah, and the process is still
in
continuing.
Some way.
But my question is, how long do you think this process will take?
Actually, the prosecutors, after some of them are taking because of the FETÖ relationship, now we have young prosecutors in judiciary in Turkey now. They don't have much experience though. So it's hard to know also, is the judiciary is clean now? Because what I believe is, taking this much people, arresting them, works for the government of Turkey. What I believe is there are still prosecutors who works for Gülen organization. So it's very hard to know when the work can be done.
Okay, so we will still keep on seeing this process continuing. Thank you very much for joining us here in the studio, Sarah Karajamda. Turkey's relations with a number of countries have been strained over the last 12 months. Turkey considers many Western countries to have not recognized the gravity of the threat facing the country's democracy. Relations with Germany have been particularly difficult, but it's home to more than 3 million Turks. And within the Turkish communities in Germany, there's still a real bond with the politics of the mother country. Europe correspondent Francis Collings reports.
There may be smiles in public outside the Reichstag in Berlin, but inside the political corridors, the diplomatic relationship between Germany and Turkey is far from harmonious. And it's been getting worse over the last year. Two countries led by strong and yet very different characters, bound by mutual interest and a sizable Turkish community in Germany. But there are serious issues of disagreement.
With Turkey and Germany, it has always been some kind of like an odd marriage. So like partners who sort of like love each other, but eventually we get into a fight, but there is no possibility for divorce because you have children, in this case the Turkish-German minority of around 3 million people.
Events of the last year have increased the tension, notably the referendum in Turkey in April to redefine the presidential powers.
Hundreds of thousands of Turkish people here in Germany took part in that referendum and they had strong opinions. But the fact remains is that many of them feel more bound politically to Ankara than they do to German politics.
Which is why Turkey's politicians wanted a campaign in Germany, something denied to them by the German authorities. At the same time, Germany's allowed rallies in support of the PKK, not only regarded in Turkey as a terrorist organization, but also by the European Union and the United States.
We have been disappointed by the attitude adopted by Germany in the process ahead of the referendum. So if they have any feelings of disillusionment, ours is even greater than theirs.
Difficulties have been heightened by the German decision to grant asylum to more than 400 Turkish people accused of taking part in a coup attempt a year ago. But political divisions can be reflected at street level, within the Turkish communities here. Kazim Erdogan came to Berlin from Turkey more than 40 years ago. He works as a psychologist and specializes in improving relations between the two communities.
It doesn't help to say the fault is the Turks or the Germans. Both sides need to admit their guilt, and this is how you begin to solve problems. We need to develop a new we feeling, we who live in Germany, instead of you Turks and we Germans.
Like many a troubled friendship, this one will take work to heal the diplomatic wounds. But the bonds between Turkey and Germany are too strong for the events of the last year to threaten what is always likely to be a difficult relationship.
Francis is in Berlin and explains why relations soured between Turkey and Germany after the failed coup.
It's certainly a weak point for Chancellor Merkel. Certainly the right wing and the strength last year and a few months ago in local elections of more right-wing parties here centred around concerns regarding refugees. I mean, don't forget that there are over 1 million refugees who've arrived in Germany over the last 2 years. Many of them have come from Turkish shores, but they've come from all over the world, including primarily, of course, from the conflict in Syria. Now, that caused a lot of problems for Angela Merkel. You can see her decision two ways. Those that know more about it say that, look, she's done the right thing in terms of establishing a workforce, and in 20 years' time, Germany will reap the rewards of having a talented, hard-working labour force that has arrived over the last 2 years. But the other side of the coin is the right-wing aspect of politics, and you're right to say it was an issue in Britain as well, whereby it can be levelled at her that she is diluting what is going on here, that she isn't taking enough care and attention of Germany and its character, and is paying more attention to what is going on regarding the refugee issue. The actual relationship with Turkey remains to be seen whether that's going to be an election issue. I mean, certainly Chancellor Merkel and President Erdogan know each other well. They've got together many times over the last 12 months, at least 5 times I've counted. They may not always agree. There may be some harsh words going backwards and forwards. And in fact, there is a law that was passed by the Bundestag, the Reichstag behind me, at the end of the recess of summer here in Germany, that prevented any country from outside the European Union from campaigning in Germany. That's a result of the rows they had over the referendum we were dealing with. Despite all this, they do have a level of understanding. They know where they're coming from, and that isn't really going to change.
There were many moments on the night of the attempted coup in Turkey that stand out to those who lived through it. Here's a look back on some of those pivotal events, including the moment when the night began to turn against the coup plotters.
In Istanbul, the road going from the Asian to the European side has been shut. The bridge is now closed to traffic.
As we just saw, there were moments last year when some believed the military takeover could be successful. Then President Erdogan called on the Turkish people to resist. Among those who answered that call were the people of Kazan, a district near Ankara. It's near the Akıncı Air Base, the command center of the coup attempt. 9 people in Kazan lost their lives that night. Hassan Abdullah met with their families 1 year on.
Hitting anyone getting in their way. Those trying to execute a coup targeted protesting civilians, the parliament, presidency and the special forces.
On the outskirts of Kahraman Kazan is the Akıncı Air Base. During the coup attempt, this served as the command and control center, and fighter jets were taking off from here. The people of Kahraman Kazan thought they had to do something about it.
What exactly, they weren't quite sure.
Maybe it didn't help, but people thought that at night, by burning their crops and tires, they could prevent the planes from taking off.
They also tried to block the movement of coup soldiers.
and many of them were shot dead. One was 20-year-old Ömer Takdemir.
My son went out that night, but didn't come back. He saved this country and nation, but he didn't return himself. He has been to a place that doesn't have a return. I call him every day saying, "My son, I can't stand it anymore, come back." But he is not coming back.
O modern ve çağdaş Batı dünyasına
The Turkish nation has showed the modern Western world, including the European Union countries, how to protect democracy, human rights and the rule of law by standing up against tanks, F-16s and bullets. The real defenders of democracy are the Turkish nation.
The government has said it will compensate the people of Kazan for their losses, including the crops they burned. But the people have refused the offer, saying they did it for the country. Kazan has now been renamed Kahraman Kazan, meaning Kazan the hero. People here say no one should dare to overthrow Turkey's elected leaders, and they'll always resist any attempt to do so. Hassan Abdullah, TRT World, Kahraman Kazan.
We've also been taking a look back on the effect the failed coup had on the daily lives of people in Turkey. One of them is Metin Doğan. On the night of the coup, he faced down soldiers at Istanbul's Atatürk airport, going as far as to stand in front of tanks to prevent them from moving. This is his story.
My name is Metin Doğan. I'm a mathematics teacher. I learned about the coup attempt on the bus. After seeing the tanks on TV, I thought if I die under those tanks, everybody would take to the streets without hesitating. And when I arrived at the airport, I shouted at the soldiers, "I am a Turkish soldier. Whose soldiers are you?" That day, I embarked on the path. It has now been more than 300 days. I haven't had even one day off. I've since been to 37 universities, 58 cities. My favorite audiences are youngsters and children. I tell them how to be a hero, and that to become one, you first need to be conscientious. The reactions from the street make me cry. A few days ago, a 63-year-old man asked me if I'm Metin Doğan. As I said yes, he reached out his hand and tried to kiss mine. I wanted to stop him, but he insisted and said, "No, for God's sake, I'll kiss your hand." If any attempt would again take place, I would be willing to sacrifice my life, and even more if there is such a thing.
Hakkı Öcal joins us now in our studio. He's the political editor at the Milliyet newspaper, as well as a lecturer at Istanbul's Bahçeşehir University. Thank you very much for joining us here in the studio. So what does the 15th of July mean for you? I mean, it's the Night of Defiance, a momentous night for Turkey.
It is a Night of Defiance, that's for sure. But we are commemorating a very heroic night here. But today, Turkish people are much wiser, more educated than they were a year ago. A year ago, we didn't know that we could prevent a coup happening. I've been through almost all coups, except the very first one in 1909. And Turkish people accepted those coups, as we call them, as a strike against the government, literally translated. They were strikes against our democratic rights. We accepted them as they come. But this time, since the very last one, a new generation of Turkish journalists, so educated Turkish people that they didn't accept, as we did, other previous coups. This time they said, "No, sir, you are not going to do this to us. We elected government, we toppled them, we replaced them at the ballot boxes."
So you're talking about the media here. Is it the success through private channels as well, if we compared it to the previous coups?
Definitely, definitely. More educated people are in the press and in media now, and they are much more democratic than their elders.
And social media was also very effective, wasn't it, on the 15th?
It was, and the first organization, I got the first information, I was vacationing then in near Antalya, from social media. I mean, the televisions didn't even have a coup yet.
And if we looked at the previous coups, as you just mentioned, I mean, it's not really the same, is it? Because it's different kind of violence here. I mean, in the previous coups, have we seen bombings of the parliament or killing innocent people on the street?
No, such a wonderful question. I mean, in the first coup, a little personal anecdote here. My mother was acting director of postal and telegraph office in a small town near Ankara, and she was taken by the army jeep. And when she was there, she learned about the coup and everything, and she had to wait until morning there, and she started crying, saying that my 2 little kids are at home. And this soldier, this commander who took over the post office, sent her back to grab us and bring to the post office. So I spent the first coup in post office playing with those telegraph machines. And when you are willing, your intention is actually to run the government next day, this is how you treat people. Why are you killing the president if your intention is to run the government next day? Why are you bombing the parliament? I think the very answer to this question is that the intention of the coup plotters were not to run the country or to replace the government, to topple the government or anything. They were intending directly to a civil war. And at one point, they would say, oh, sorry, there was these runaway soldiers who killed the president, who killed the prime minister, and we are now the acting government in exile, for instance.
So it's not the actual coups that Turkey is actually used to, which happens throughout the morning, really, not even at that time where 15th of July took place.
Right. And this time, it was actually not a coup per se, but it was a coup in the shape, it was declaration of war on Turkish people. Their direct intent was actually to start a civil war.
So now national unity marches are being staged, and first one was staged in Istanbul, and we're expecting President Erdogan to arrive in Ankara. Can you say the national unity is there today?
I certainly personally believe yes. This, as I said in the beginning, we are commemorating a very sad event, but you look at the faces of people in those gatherings, in the Martyrs Bridge or in Ankara. They are happy. Now they are aware of their strength. They say, oh my God, we could prevent a coup happening. We could stop soldiers, we could stop airplanes. When interviewed this first guy who was trying to stop the tank, what was his impression that day, what was his sentiments, he says, I didn't feel anything at that point, but later I noticed that tank is such a big machine. I mean, it was some motivation coming from the people, historical, very remarkable thing to happen. And now we are more educated, as I say, wiser people. We know that we somehow earn democracy, our democratic rights. They are not given to us. Now we grab them, we defended them, we earned them.
And as we're waiting for President Erdogan to speak in Ankara, there's another question. It's been a year, the state of emergency hasn't been lifted, and it's seen as necessary, as Erdogan mentioned. There can be no question of lifting the emergency rule with all this happening. What does it mean by that, with all this happening?
Oh, first of all, as he explained, this emergency rule is not making life any more difficult for ordinary people. I mean, we all go to our business as we used to, but now it gives some leverage to the police, to the public prosecutors to collect better evidence, or to collect easily, and also he knows, President knows better than we do, the amount or the vastness of this infiltration of that cult. when I say cult, there's only one word comes to my mind. It is the Branch Davidians in the United States. And everybody thought that until the first fire was opened at the FBI agents or FTP agents at that time, everybody thought that they were religious people doing good work. That was the case in our country too. I mean, this Fethullah Gülen organization was doing good job, good work, as Opus Dei did, as Jesuits did, hospitals, schools, and everything. And even I, for one, defended the right of seminary school graduates to join police forces. But who would imagine that they were actually getting their orders from what they call their area imams or something? So he knows the vastness, the breadth, the depth of these people, this group. Maybe he is trying to keep this leverage of the officials to overcome this issue.
Well, thank you very much, Akberjal, for joining us here in the studio.
Thank you.
And so President Erdogan is expected to arrive in Ankara within this hour. As you can see, these are live pictures there from Ankara in front of the parliament. Many have gathered there. Turkey marks first anniversary of the coup attempt, and President Erdogan will be addressing the crowd as he arrives to the parliament within this hour. And
Çabuk yetiş, tez oğlum. Çakal gel.
That's the news for now. We'll be back at the top of the hour with more special coverage for you. We'll leave you with the pictures now from Istanbul's July 15 Marches Bridge.
It's the iconic American highway, from Chicago in the east to Santa Monica in the west, and everything in between. Route 66. TRT World is going on a road trip with shows each presented by a real person, a real American, to give a unique viewpoint on the people and places that make up the heart of America.
You only come here for capitalism.
Just what does it mean to be an American now?
It's freedom.
I don't have any hassles.
And in the future, in a deeply divided society.
I would prefer to say I'm from California than America.
Route 66, the ultimate highway into the soul of the USA, on TRT World.
Well, we are on the Bosphorus Bridge, about 20 minutes away from the end of the march. Remember, this is the exact place where a few days ago only, tanks, pro-coup tanks occupied, not letting civilians through. These were the guys that came through. They stood up against the tanks. And now it is a scene of utter jubilation.
Debate that's never lightweight, never dull, always face-to-face, intimate and intense at this table under these spotlights.
How are we going to manage those costs if we can't get the data to the people who need it?
We will listen, ask the unexpected, challenge the status quo on all the key issues that matter to you, that make you think, get under your skin and leave a memory. Round Table on TRT World.
Coming up next week on Showcase, we'll tell you about Montreal's Just for Laughs Comedy Festival, which features top stand-up acts, theme shows, and comedy galas. The 40th Galway International Arts Festival is set to present world premiere theatre productions, major art exhibitions, and a stellar music lineup. And one of the biggest comic book conventions, Comic-Con International, is due to take place in San Diego. That's Showcase every day on TRT World.
Tanks on the bridge, low-flying jets in Ankara. Everyone's eyes were suddenly on Turkey. It just became like living in a war zone for a night. The Ataturk airport had been attacked not very long before, and that was up and running again in a matter of hours. That kind of gave me some hope that this wasn't going to take. The one thing that I really learned was there's no substitute for witnessing something firsthand.
Turkey's President Recep Tayyip Erdogan is due to address a crowd at Parliament. It was bombed during the failed coup attempt 1 year ago tonight. These are live pictures from Ankara in front of the Parliament right now. National unity marches are taking place across Turkey. The first one took place in Istanbul, and now we're expecting President Recep Tayyip Erdogan to arrive there to meet the crowd at the Parliament and to speak at exactly 2:32 local time. And people will be hearing his speech via video link there as they're waiting for him and waving their Turkish flags. Tens of thousands of people have gathered. Hello and welcome to TRT World, live from Istanbul. I'm Ayça Aydoğdu. We'll be bringing you special coverage 1 year on from Turkey's failed coup. Thousands pray for the 249 victims of the failed coup as a memorial is unveiled in Istanbul. And crowds gather on the city's July 15 Martyrs Bridge in a powerful show of defiance against the events of that night. I'm Ayça Aydoğdu and welcome to TRT World special anniversary coverage of last year's coup attempt. The day is being marked with marches and events across Turkey, and we'll be bringing you all the latest news and analysis from Turkey and around the world as the country remembers a momentous day in its history. In a moment, we'll cross to our reporter Hasan Abdullah, who's waiting for President Erdogan to arrive at Parliament. But not long ago, he addressed thousands who gathered at Istanbul's July 15th Martyrs Bridge. In his speech, the president paid tribute to those who died while fighting against the coup.
The verdicts are being released by the courts in the FETÖ cases. You can be sure that those who betrayed the country will not remain unpunished. The nation will never hesitate to eliminate the traitors. The memories of our martyrs will live in our hearts forever, and those traitors will always be remembered with hatred. If you pay attention, you cannot see any sign of regret on the faces of those who joined the July 15th coup attempt. The position of other members of the Fethullah Gülen terrorist organization are mostly the same. So they didn't unconsciously stab us in our backs. They deliberately stabbed us in our backs. The Turkish people are very merciful towards the people who ask for forgiveness. But those who don't ask for forgiveness will not remain unpunished at the hands of this nation. They will have enough time to think about all this as they languish in prisons.
Kardeşlerimin aşağı inmesini rica ediyorum.
These are live pictures coming into you right now from Ankara, the capital of Turkey, as tens of thousands gather in front of the parliament there, waiting for President Erdogan to arrive to Ankara after Istanbul. As it marks the first anniversary of the coup attempt, national unity marches are taking place. After Istanbul is now the turn of to Ankara to commemorate the bloody coup attempt that took place in the country last year, exactly 12 months ago today. TRT World's Turkey political correspondent Hassan Abdullah joins us now from Ankara. So Hassan, what's the latest on the ground there in the atmosphere?
Well, Aisha, people have gathered at the parliament and they're eagerly waiting for President Erdogan to arrive. Now, the president, as you mentioned there earlier, is expected to address the crowds at 2:32. Now, this was the time last year when the Turkish parliament was bombed, and it carries much significance. Earlier, I spoke to Turkey's Justice Minister Bekir Bozdağ, and he said that this was the time last year when the will of the people was sustained and when the parliament sent a very strong message to the public that it is going to stand for democracy. Of course, when the parliament was bombed, there were some members of parliament in the building, and some were suggesting that the parliamentarians, the elected representatives, should not be emotional and that they should head for the bunkers to protect themselves so that they could strategize and deal with the situation. But others proposed that they should remain there and continue to address the parliament so that they could send a message out that the people of Turkey will remain firm and will not crumble under pressure. Now, this is what was accepted, and they continue to address the parliament despite the F-16s bombing the parliament, and of course there was substantial damage. So there is that symbolism, and the president wants to revive that, and he wants to send across a message that this nation stands united and that they stand to protect their democracy and to protect their values.
And it wasn't only the parliament, actually, where the fighter jets bombed. I mean, they bombed 7 times the parliament, but also the Kızılay Square was also very important, wasn't it, Hassan, as the coup ended there, because people rolled onto the tanks, didn't they?
You're right, Aisha. This was, of course, the place where there were tanks, and then there were people confronting those tanks, unarmed civilians facing those tanks, trying to prevent them from reaching the parliament. And around this area, we actually witnessed last year tanks crushing cars. There was one man who was actually in his car trying to block the path of the tanks, and one of the tanks just rolled over and it crushed his car, and he was killed in there. And last year, around this area, in fact about 2 kilometers away from where I'm standing at the moment, last year there was a trail of about 4 or 5 cars that were crushed by tanks. And so, of course, there was this destruction. But this was the place, Kızılay Square, last year, where we saw people who overcame their fear, and they decided to protect their democracy and to protect their elected leaders. So, of course, there is a lot of symbolism. And other than Kızılay, of course, there was the Special Forces headquarters, and there were other places, for example, outside the presidency, that were also targeted by the fighter jets.
And Hassan, I mean, the parliament, as you said, as you mentioned, it's very significant there that Erdogan is arriving there to speak and to address the crowd. But what kind of speech are we expecting? I mean, it was more of an emotional one at the Martyrs' Bridge today.
Absolutely. One of the things the president has been consistently doing since last year is that, first of all, he's been expressing his gratitude for the people, for the Turkish people, in taking a firm stand, in, of course, making this sacrifice. And we've heard from mothers from across Turkey saying that they have no regrets in sending out their sons, in losing their sons and other relatives. But they're saying that they're proud and happy with the fact that they protected their country and that they did not allow a small group to sort of crush their will, the will of the public. So there is that feeling we find across the country, not just in Ankara, but across the country. So the president has been expressing his gratitude. The president has been sending out a message of unity. And the president has been saying that the people are more than ever determined now to protect their system. Furthermore, other officials here in Ankara have been saying that the stand that was taken by the people of Turkey has sent very clear messages to other countries as well that are perhaps keen to destabilize Turkey, that the people of Turkey remain united on the point of protecting their democracy and on the point of protecting their elected representatives.
And Hassan, I mean, today the anniversary actually started with the speeches at the parliament where four main political parties approached the podium and spoke. And what can you say about those speeches? Did they show national unity there?
Well, yes, certainly. There was, of course, national unity. There was also some criticism about the role of some of the opposition parties. For example, one of the points that has been mentioned by the president and also other members of the ruling ARC party is that there is this display of opportunism from the main opposition party, the CHP. And the president has said earlier that initially he was very keen to, of course, present a united front with all the opposition parties, but later on it emerged that some of the opposition parties, particularly, for example, the leader of the CHP, it turned out, as pictures emerged, that he was actually sitting inside with one of the mayors of the opposition party, CHP, and he was not actually participating on the evening when this coup was taking place. So, and of course, then there were statements from some opposition figures about this alleged staged coup and so forth. That certainly has upset many people, and the president has said that this is actually an insult to those people who laid down their lives to protect their democracy, and such comments, the president has said, are unacceptable.
Well, Hassan, let's wrap up there as we are expecting President Recep Tayyip Erdogan to speak within the next half an hour there at the parliament, and we'll definitely be coming back to you. In Istanbul, thousands gathered at the July 15 Martyrs Bridge. It was one of the locations civilians confronted tanks and troops during last year's coup attempt. It was the first site secured by those who tried to overthrow the government. But on Saturday, it was where thousands remembered the dead and celebrated democracy. Some of those who have taken to the streets this July 15th explained to TRT World why it was important for them to show their support.
I am here for my country, for my president, and for our future. I don't have the words to say more.
I cannot explain my feelings. I haven't been able to forget this for 1 year, and we never forget it. During the coup attempt, I heard gunshots and saw the shooting in Çengelköy. I cannot explain this feeling, and now, as the families of martyrs and the injured say, everything is for my country.
I was at Fatih Sultan Mehmet Bridge that night. We were the first group that intervened in the coup. We opened the bridge to traffic. That night I said that if I die, it should be like a man. And today I am here to say the same thing.
It's so sad. I don't want to remember that night. Of course, we also don't want to forget it. Several people were martyred. In the memory of those martyrs, we are here at this place.
TRT World Sarah Firth joins us now from Istanbul. Sarah, I mean, we saw huge crowds gathered earlier on the bridge, which is behind you, we can see. What's been taking place throughout the day in Istanbul?
Well, you've seen the crowds that had gathered there earlier on. They were there on what is now known as Martyrs Bridge. They were listening to President Erdogan addressing the crowds. It was just a sea of flags and people that had gathered there. And a little earlier on in the day, a lot of those people had taken part in the National Unity March that had taken place from various points across the city. And there have been a number of events, of course, that have been taking place throughout the day as they commemorated the anniversary of that failed coup that took place 1 year ago on the 15th of July. And indeed, those events are going on throughout the night, that marking some of those critical moments in those hours that unfolded. You saw the early hours of the morning was when that coup was finally stopped. It failed. And so you've got events marking key moments that are going to be taking place throughout the night. A little earlier on as well, we saw the president unveiling a martyrs memorial, and you heard the names spoken of the 249 people who lost their lives in that failed coup, some 2,000 people injured. So that was what today was all about. It was about trying to bring the country together to remember those who lost their lives and also commemorate the one-year anniversary of that failed coup.
Thank you, Sarafaf. Throughout Turkey, people have been taking to the streets to commemorate the momentous day. From Gaziantep in the south of the country, Nick Davies sent this report.
Here we are in the 15th of July, Democracy Square in Gaziantep, and thousands of people are already here. Thousands more are going to be coming to the square, and when they get here, they are reminded with pictures of what took place in Istanbul and Ankara. Security is tight, a number of checkpoints you have to come through, and they've also put big lorries in the middle of roads to stop any potential terror attacker driving into crowds. And I suppose really that is the epitome of what is happening here tonight in Gaziantep, because if the coup had been successful this time last year, the whole security of the southern region would have been really thrown into question. And this time last year, Daesh were really at the height of their terror powers in southern Turkey. There had been a number of attacks, rocket attacks, suicide bombers in towns across the southern area. And had the coup been successful, they would have probably really capitalized on the instability, because a number of people that I've spoken to in the past 12 months have all said a very similar thing. They would have taken up arms against the government, or the military government as it would have been then, and it really would have been a very troubling time for the security of Turkey, and it could have even altered the outcome of what is taking place in Syria. So people are here today, and they are celebrating the continuation of the Turkish Republic and the government which they came out of in support of last year.
There were many moments on the night of the attempted coup in Turkey that stands out to those who lived through it. Here's a look back on some of those pivotal events, including the moment when the night turned against the coup plotters and people took back their country.
In Istanbul, the road going from the Asian to the European side has been shut. The bridge is now closed to traffic.
The Turkish government has accused the Fethullah terrorist organization known as FETÖ of orchestrating the failed coup. Let's take a look now at the history of the group.
FETÖ is led by this man, Fethullah Gülen. He began his career as an imam in the Turkish cities of Edirne and Izmir in the 1960s. His talks and lectures led to a small base of supporters. In the 1970s, the gatherings took the form of an organization, loosely known as Hizmet. The group soon became active in the fields of education, relief work, and media. It's currently present in more than 160 countries. In 1999, Gülen left for the United States, reportedly to receive medical treatment for diabetes. Some say it was because he feared arrest in Turkey. Since then, he's been living in self-imposed exile. The Gülen organization had close ties with the AK Party, particularly after it came to power in the early 2000s. But their relationship turned sour after corruption allegations in 2013 that implicated some cabinet ministers. Government officials blamed suspected Gülenist prosecutors for the probe. The government accuses the group of being a parallel state and says its supporters have infiltrated public institutions, including the police and the judiciary.
Until you have things in your hands with which you can represent power, until you bring to your side all the power and strength of all constitutional institutions depending on the size of Turkey's state structure. This is what is happening here. What is happening here is settling accounts with the world in micro before expanding.
Ankara says it has gathered enough evidence that links Gulen to the failed coup. But Gulen denies involvement. Gulen is now on Turkey's most wanted terrorist list, and Turkey has demanded his extradition from the United States.
In August last year, Turkey formally requested the extradition of Fethullah Gulen to face charges over the failed coup. Ankara is frustrated that little progress has been made with Washington on its request because it considers the United States a close ally. But as Yolap David reports, it can be a long and complicated process.
Private political meetings between the Prime Minister and Turkey's two main opposition party leaders underline a political unity since Friday's coup attempt. So far, there aren't many specific details. How many thousands of police and army officers, civil servants, judges and prosecutors are to be dealt with. But the most significant development is the Turkish government's request to extradite the cleric Fethullah Gulen from his US base. The government believes he and his followers orchestrated Friday's failed coup attempt.
The president and I came together and we made a call to the United States. We've sent our files for the extradition of the traitor. The files were provided by the Minister of Justice. The Americans asked us to submit proof and reason to extradite him, and we have provided them with the reasons. We have provided more information than they need.
As more pictures from last Friday becomes available, it's clearer how some people were willing to face the full military might of those behind the coup. A major investigation is underway. Many thousands of suspects have been detained, with thousands more suspended from their work. But the main focus is trying to bring Gulen back to Turkey.
We have 4 different criminal cases against him. The coup attempt on July 15th was under orders and command of Fethullah Gulen. We are still investigating this case, and there are detained people linked to this issue. We are looking for clues. This is a major investigation and won't be finished in a few days. The extradition of Gulen won't be quick as some people think. We should work under the international laws and in accordance of these files.
The US administration will now decide if the evidence presented to them is strong enough. If he's handed over, Gulen could stand trial in Turkey.
Ladies, Tian Shan is in Washington, D.C. and spoke to Paolo von Schirach, who's the president of the Global Policy Institute. He believes the issue of Fethullah Gulen's extradition could pose a significant obstacle to Turkish-US relations.
Well, I think mostly America didn't understand what was going on. People didn't really understand the intricacies of Turkish politics. They knew very little about the Gulen movement and its grip on certain key strategic elements of the Turkish institutions and society. And I think that there was genuine confusion in Washington, in the Obama administration at that time, as to what was going on and how should America react. And the fact that also it ended so quickly put people off, in a sense. I think there's a combination of ignorance, which is, quite frankly, it's not justifiable when you're talking about the top echelons of the world power, the United States of America, and some genuine degree of confusion.
But 1 year on, there's still so much skepticism. I mean, it's not just a public opinion, but even among officials at the State Department, at the Capitol Hill. Is this acceptable, do you think? Why is there so much skepticism?
Well, I think one thing which I think at this point is not justifiable anymore, that American policymakers and opinion leaders have not fully appreciated the degree, the intensity, I would say, of the popular resistance on the night of the coup against this military insurrection, terrorist attack, whatever you want to call it. I've seen a lot of footage of what happened during that night, and I am personally satisfied satisfied and absolutely convinced that the people in Turkey, regardless of political conviction and political affiliation, whether they were with the government or with the opposition, were definitely against the idea of another coup that would put the military in charge, and they wanted to preserve the institutions. I am not sure how this reality, which is a very important reality of citizens who want to protect democracy, has sunk in among the elites and the policymakers here in Washington even a year later.
And I think just like anybody else, you would also agree that this issue will probably not be enough to derail an old, strong alliance. It's a NATO alliance between the two countries. But moving on, what do you think can be a common ground, how Turkey and U.S. should or could act?
Well, look, I, as somebody who's been working on NATO affairs for many, many, many years, I, for one, and I think many others with a similar background, do recognize that Turkey plays an extremely important role as a key NATO ally. It's been the case for decades now, and of course with what's going on in the region right now, and with the still unsettled Syrian conflict and the Kurdish issue and Daesh in both in Syria and Iraq, and the upheavals that are sort of convulsing the region, cooperation, strong cooperation between the United States and Turkey is absolutely vital. It is impossible to think how America can be a significant player in the region and in settling the conflicts that we're talking about without active cooperation on the part of Turkey.
And just very briefly, do you think extradition will be possible? And if not, do you think this will pose another big obstacle?
I understand that this is a significant problem that is affecting the bilateral relationship. Of course, as I'm sure you know, and many other people in Turkey by now know, that it's a complicated process. It is not, the President of the United States cannot demand or say to the courts, okay, you have to do this for me. We have independent powers. The judiciary is independent. The matter will be reviewed. I hope it will be reviewed sensibly, and that the evidence, and I know it's quite substantial, that has been produced by the Ministry of Justice and other authorities in Turkey has reached the competent authorities here in the United States, and that the process will be swift and a decision will be made, and I hope justice will be done.
Thank you very much for your time and perspective. Paulo von Schirach there, that's the president of the Global Policy Institute, an independent think tank based here in Washington, D.C. I think he made it quite clear that the extradition process will be a long uphill battle, but the relations between the two countries is obviously indispensable. So the two sides, I think everybody agrees on, will be working harder to get the bilateral relations on track. But there's still so much they still don't see eye to eye regarding the FETÖ organization and its establishment in the United States.
These are live pictures coming into you from Ankara, the capital, in front of the parliament as President Recep Tayyip Erdogan has arrived there. He will address the crowd at the parliament at 2:32, exactly the time the parliament was bombed that night and the attempted coup. And we can hear the national anthem now. Turkey marks first anniversary of the coup attempt. National unity marches were being staged in Istanbul and in Ankara. President Recep Tayyip Erdogan has arrived now. We can see his wife there. The parliament speaker, the prime minister, has gathered in Ankara in front of the parliament, where he'll be addressing the crowd exactly at the time where the parliament was bombed that night. And the national anthem is being sung right now. As we see in the picture, President Recep Tayyip Erdogan with his wife by his side and the parliament speaker there in front. And he'll be addressing the crowd in minutes right now, as the chief of staff of the military is taking place there as well. And tens of thousands have gathered in front of the parliament after, and Quran is being read. As we said, these are live pictures there from Ankara, and we'll be turning back because President Recep Tayyip Erdogan will be addressing the crowd there, speaking from the parliament where people have gathered from the Kızılay Square, marched to the parliament from midday onwards, which is a kilometre away. And Ankara is very important for this night of the coup attempt, as at 2:32, the parliament was bombed. And we have two guests here with us in the studio, Sarah Karcam and Hakkı Öcal, the political editor at the Milliyet newspaper, and journalist Sarah Karcam with us. Well, thank you for coming back and joining us again, as we're expecting for Recep Tayyip Erdogan to speak at any minute soon. So, first of all, what kind of speech are we expecting?
Again, he will repeat the unity message, and also he will underline the importance of martyrs in this event. We owe them a lot. We owe them our democracy or democratic rights, and he will underline this. However, another important message he has throughout the week, and even a moment ago in Istanbul, I think he will repeat that too, is that Turkey is now a very stable country. And we don't have any possibility, even I don't want to use this word, it is not probable, it is not possible ever again to have a coup or an attempt to coup again. So he will project this stability of the country after the coup. It is very important.
The speech at the Martyrs' Bridge, which took place, was actually quite emotional, wasn't it?
It was, it was.
So are we expecting more of a political speech at the parliament?
Probably, yes, and he will call for the unity in the parliament, and he will again open some arms to the opposition party at this time. In Istanbul, he was very next to the place people died when the so-called soldiers sprayed people with bullets. And now I think is the place that is the Kaaba of democracy for Turkish people.
He was commemorating those who died there at the Martyrs' Bridge today, and said 250 people had lost their lives, but the country had won its future. What do you think, Sarah?
Actually, after what he said, I would like to remember that what international media has released right after the coup attempt. One of the comments was about to describe the coup. This is the last chance of army. It was not whole army actually, just a group. And so what he said, he expects a speech from Mr. President, and he stressed that there is no probability of another coup again in Turkey. So even this told by international media, who expected coup to be succeed.
Sarah, you are so right. I mean, if I may jump in, even today, Wall Street Journal had this unbalanced, uncalled for, and very rude article about Turkey, Turkish people, and our democratic rights. And according to the Western journalistic standards, you have to balance an interview with counter opinions or people who are being accused or something in your original interview.
So the question comes in whether the media was, the international media was biased or not that night and today. But coming back to that night, I mean, the story of President Erdogan's night, how he escaped death or capture and his return to Istanbul, how did it play out for him and for his popularity?
Oh, he was already a very popular president. I mean, that is one call from him literally filled the streets in 81 provinces just in two minutes. However, people were on the street, on the bridge, before he called people to come out and resist this coup attempt. After that, he personally, himself, became a little sentimental about this issue, about democracy and everything. And he is much more a father figure to, if you ask me, to me. And before that, he was just a politician. But during that night, he was such a presidential, such a father personality he projected, that many people who were not ever thought voting for his party voted for him during the referendum.
And Sarah, how did today unfold, do you think? How did it play out? Did it come under national unity? And how do you see the four main political parties? I mean, they all condemned the coup, and it all started in Ankara with the speeches. But how do you see it now, at this time?
Yeah, even for the people who don't like Recep Tayyip Erdogan, for the people from different ideology or who support different political parties, didn't want the coup to be succeed that night, especially after high generals explained that this is a group of soldiers related and connected with some terrorist organizations. They hear that, and they, of course, they saw these soldiers killed people of Turkey. So because of this reason, I think this helped to unify Turkish people against coup.
As we're now seeing live pictures there on the screen from Ankara, in front of the parliament, tens of thousands have gathered and are expecting President Recep Tayyip Erdogan to speak within minutes now, as the parliament was bombed exactly at 2:32 p.m. local time, a.m. local time. The fighter jets bombed the parliament that night 7 times. So Ankara is very important on this special day, on this momentous day, and as Turkey marks its first anniversary of the coup attempt. As we said, the first speech took place in Istanbul today on the Martyrs' Bridge, and it was very emotional, commemorating those who had lost their lives, as 249 people were killed that day and 2,000 were injured. And now, we were talking also about the Western relations there, and when we look after the coup attempt, the former US President Obama had promised the US would work together with Turkey to ensure the coup plotters and perpetrators will be brought to justice. Now, after a year then, under the Trump administration, has Turkey seen that stance, or even under Obama administration?
No, and the Turkish people started feeling very bad about Turkey's relationship with the United States. Whenever they mention the United States, Turkish politicians always says not ally and a friend. So the United States is actually our American people. I was raised literally in our. I am very sentimental today. I'm talking about stories a lot, but in our elementary school there was this nutrition hour. And we used to have American food and milk powder, and on that cans, I even remember the color and everything, and the font, the letters of this announcement, which said, donated by the people of the United States to the Turkish people.
It's called Marshall.
I don't know. It was political attitude, but we always thought that American people were our friends. This is very important. Now, again, yes, it is complicated procedure to extradite somebody to a foreign country. However, I know for a fact that if United States government, politicians want to extradite somebody, they can find a way very easily. I mean, very easily. It is one federal court. You will submit your documents to them, and then they will, or the court will say, okay, you can extradite this person, or you may not extradite this person, but the final say rests with the government, with the politician. So if they really want to solve this problem, to get to the bottom of this, they should not dare to lose Turkish people or Turkish people's friendship.
And that night in Turkey, 15th of July, is seen as a fight for democracy, a night of defiance. But when we look at 1 year later today, in relations to Western countries, I mean, they have been more strained, especially EU freezing the access process of Turkey due to not lifting state of emergency. So what can we say about the international relations there with Turkey?
Especially with the EU, actually, before the coup attempt, relationship has been tendered for a while, for 5 years maybe, the last 5 years. And after the coup attempt, with the cases against coup plotters, and after many people arrested, EU started to criticize more openly or with the direct involvement. But this is an issue of Turkish national security, so they have to understand this first, I think.
So there's still challenges ahead, you're saying, with the significance in relations to Western, to understand what actually happened on the 15th of July here.
When they look at the legal process in Turkey, they see that the Turkish government is doing something on wholesale, and the Turkish courts are under the direct control of the government or politicians. This is not the case. I mean, they have to understand this. The Turkish courts are as free from the government control as the German courts, as American courts. That is the case. They should come here and study this for themselves. Second thing is, however, yes, emergency laws are a little bit harsh, and sometimes they, as they do in France, they curtail your personal rights and privileges. Yes, that is why they call it emergency. And as the president suggested, it should be lifted as soon as possible. Here the word soon means possible, because we are still fighting. Only yesterday they had to expel almost 7,000 people from the public works. I mean, it's very important.
And how long do you think that process will take?
Actually, would you like to answer?
Oh, yeah, I mean, 3 more months. That's what I assume from the Prime Minister's speech yesterday.
And has it affected life here in Turkey, the state of emergency a year on, when you look at today, people's lives?
Actually, my concern is with the issue. Many people has fired from their work, especially from public works and public jobs, and also from academia. So these people, today President Erdogan mentioned that they are fired, they are not arrested, some of them. He said they can go to the private sector and work there. But most of these people, even if they apply for positions at private sector, the management of those places will check the reason why they fight from public works. So they are not able to find job, they can't pay their rent. This is another issue, I believe. More than affected the life, this problem, I think, will affect the future of Turkey, also near future of political environment.
Okay, as you're talking about, it affects people's lives directly who have been sacked from their jobs or who have been, yeah. So when we look at the numbers, as you said, I mean, 150,000 officials were sacked and 50,000 people were arrested from the military, police, judiciary, academia and other sectors. So looking at that process, I mean, and that it's still continuing, can the Turkish society trust the military or judiciary? Hakkı?
Military, but judiciary is not, because only yesterday they sacked some people from the judicial establishment. Still, we need at least 2 good years so that we can start trusting our judges or public prosecutors again. This is the case. I mean, we have to be frank. Almost all government institutions, all the establishments have been through a very traumatic events. I mean, can you imagine your own airplane bombing your own parliament? And next day, people go to business, their work, as nothing have happened during the night. Therefore, we have to accept the fact that there could be some injustices done.
Yeah,
that is honest thinking from my part. However, government established, if you agree with me, many procedures, especially this new asking for redress, if you believe that there is no justice in your firing, you can go to this commission.
Yeah, there are results.
Oh, yes.
There are results.
There are results.
And also with the military passed its exam at the coup attempt.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But with the judiciary, as you told.
So yes, even president himself said that this in Turkish there is saying if a horse passed here or a dog passed, we can understand from their traces. I mean, yes, sometimes traces are mixed. We don't understand exactly what happened. And there are rules and procedures to ask for redress if you believe that there's injustice done to you.
I understand, actually.
And
it's hard to call injustice.
let's cut in there to the live pictures, Sarah. As we are seeing pictures from Ankara, the head of the religious affairs, Mehmet Görmez, there on the podium, and prayers are being read out, and we could see the President Recep Tayyip Erdogan just a second ago there. He's expected to give a speech there to the crowd at the Parliament, as it was expected around this time. And you can see thousands have gathered there in front of the Parliament as Turkey marks first anniversary of coup attempt right after 12 months there. National unity marches are being staged. First it was in Istanbul on the 15th of July, Martyrs Bridge, and you can see President Recep Tayyip Erdogan and his wife right next to him, and the Parliament Speaker praying there. The prayers are taking place at the Parliament, in front of the Parliament, where thousands have gathered, and President Erdogan will be addressing the crowd there, where on the night of the coup, the Parliament was bombed 7 times at about 2:32 a.m. local time in Turkey. You can see the flags there and the Parliament in front of you, as many have gathered, waiting for President Erdogan to speak.
Ey Rabbimiz, tam 1 sene önce bu vakitte müstevlilerin emrinde olan hainlerin hünharca saldırısına uğrayan bu gazi meclisin...
There were moments last year when some believed the military takeover could have been successful. Then President Erdogan called on to Turkish people to resist. Among those who answered that call were the people of Kazan, a district near Ankara. It's near the Akıncı Air Base, the command center of the coup attempt. 9 people in Kazan lost their lives that night. Hassan Abdullah met with their families 1 year on.
Hitting anyone getting in their way. Those trying to execute a coup targeted protesting civilians, the parliament, presidency and the special forces.
On the outskirts of Kahraman Kazan is the Akıncı Air Base. During the coup attempt, this served as the command and control center, and fighter jets were taking off from here. The people of Kahraman Kazan thought they had to do something about it.
What exactly, they weren't quite sure.
Maybe it didn't help, but people thought that at night, by burning their crops and tires, they could prevent the planes from taking off.
They also tried to block the movement of coup soldiers, and many of them were shot dead. One was 20-year-old Ömer Takdemir.
My son went out that night, but didn't come back. He saved this country and nation, but he didn't return himself. He has been to a place that doesn't have a return. I call him every day saying, "My son, I can't stand it anymore, come back." But he is not coming back.
O modern ve çağdaş Batı dünyasına
The Turkish nation has showed the modern Western world, including the European Union countries, how to protect democracy, human rights and the rule of law by standing up against tanks, F-16s and bullets. The real defenders of democracy are the Turkish nation.
The government has said it will compensate the people of Kazan for their losses, including the crops they burned. But the people have refused the offer, saying they did it for the country. Kazan has now been renamed Kahraman Kazan, meaning Kazan the hero. People here say no one should dare to overthrow Turkey's elected leaders, and they'll always resist any attempt to do so. Hassan Abdullah, TRT World, Kahraman, Kazan.
12 months on, Turkey marks first anniversary of the coup attempt. These are live pictures coming into you right now from Ankara, there in front of the Parliament, where nationwide commemorations are taking place on this key date. National unity marches are being staged. First, it was in Istanbul on the 15th of July, Martyrs Bridge, where thousands gathered, and Erdogan spoke to the crowd there, addressed the crowd there, and now he arrived to Ankara. As you can see in the picture, President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, his wife right next to him, and the Prime Minister Binali Yildirim, and there being prayers right now. Prayers are taking place as the religious affairs head of religious affairs is giving the prayers there, Mehmet Görmez, and thousands have gathered in front of the Parliament, are waiting for President Recep Tayyip Erdogan to speak. There, their flags waving. As you can see, giant posters are designed by the presidency, have sprung up across billboards there. And after Istanbul, President Recep Tayyip Erdogan arrived to Ankara, and we're expecting him to speak any minute soon, as it's the hour where the Parliament was bombed that night a year ago on the 15th of July, and it was bombed 7 times by the fighter jets. So Ankara is very important for this historic day, momentous day, as Turkey marks its first anniversary of the coup attempt. So one more question before we go there to President Recep Tayyip Erdogan. He will go onto the podium to speak any minute now. I mean, what does democracy mean to President Erdogan, and where does he see it going for Turkey, Sarah?
Oh, okay. Actually, Erdogan's 2023 target is carrying Turkey to be a better democracy, to be a better economy. Now, actually, Turkey has been criticized by, again, Western media to arrest journalists, things like that. But when we look at, we see more than 300 people called journalists. It's proven that they use FETÖ terrorist organizations' communication app, Baylok. So how we can call them as journalists? Because democracy means you have to trust journalists. Yes, they shouldn't be a journalist of a political party, a journalist of ruling party or opposition party, of any ism journalists, like socialism, communism, any ism. But when we look at them, they do this.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Hakkı, what might Turkey look like in 2023, assuming President Erdogan and AK Party are still in power?
Oh, it will be better democracy, of course, a stronger democracy, and we will. I hope we will have a better shaped opposition parties listening to the people's will and deciphering or trying to understand what is happening right now. I mean, throughout the year, people tried to give a message to not only to the government but to opposition too. At the end, if we listen to the voices we are hearing from the people, we are hearing them, but are we listening to them? I mean, is opposition listening to them? I don't think so very much, but they eventually should, because there will be ballot boxes again, and people will go and vote, and the opposition parties, all of them, I mean, should be listening to the people better than they do right now. So by 2020, I think we will have very strong parliament, very good parliament, in the sense that during the election in 2019, we will elect our president, as the Americans do, with a separate ballot, and then we will elect a parliament. This time, parliament will be charged, solely parliament will be charged to the legislative work. No member of the government is going to submit any draft bill or anything. It should come from the parliament. This will force the government or the president's government to cooperate closely with the parliament. They have to seek coalitions, majorities for each and every issue that they are going to tackle.
And Sarah, what about the political parties, if we look at them? I mean, after the coup attempt last year, they all came together. It was a unity. We saw them all, the heads of the parties, together on the podium, which was an amazing picture, national unity, as we call it. So now, after a year on, today was speeches at the parliament. Do you see a division there?
Actually, it's based on the society too, not just with the political party. Political parties, of course, are trying to get advantage of this polarization, let's say. Yes, there were unity right after coup attempt, but after those arrests, after those firing, people has started to look for justice. And this, I mean, the opposition party had to take care of this request, and I think our party has taken care of this request. So this is maybe not that much polarization, but there is an issue on the judiciary still.
So you think the dismissals should be handled differently?
It's hard to answer this question. I really don't know. But they have to listen the request of people. There are still some people who don't believe the coup attempt was real. So the president and his cabinet and his people around him has to express and convince those people. Maybe they have to look for another expression to express themselves, because there are still people who have doubts on the issue. We have to listen to them too. We know it is not a controlled coup or something, but we are having hard time to express this.
We will carry on talking there as we're waiting for President Erdogan to speak, but we've seen many stories today. We've also been taking a look back on the effect the failed coup had on the lives of people here in Turkey. So one of them is Metin Doğan. On the night of the coup, he faced down soldiers at Istanbul's Atatürk airport, going as far as to stand in front of tanks to prevent them from moving. And this is his story.
My name is Metin Doğan. I'm a mathematics teacher. I learned about the coup attempt on the bus. After seeing the tanks on TV, I thought if I die under those tanks, everybody would take to the streets without hesitating. And when I arrived at the airport, I shouted at the soldiers, "I am a Turkish soldier. Whose soldiers are you?" That day, I embarked on the path. It has now been more than 300 days. I haven't had even one day off. I've since been to 37 universities, 58 cities. My favorite audiences are youngsters and children. I tell them how to be a hero, and that to become one, you first need to be conscientious. The reactions from the street make me cry. A few days ago, a 63-year-old man asked me if I'm Metin Doğan. As I said yes, he reached out his hand and tried to kiss mine. I wanted to stop him, but he insisted and said, "No, for God's sake, I'll kiss your hand." If any attempt would again take place, I would be willing to sacrifice my life, and even more if there is such a thing.
These are live pictures coming into you now from Ankara, the capital of Turkey, in front of the parliament. As you can see in the picture, the head of religious affairs, Mehmet Görmez'de. Prayers took place right now, and we could see the President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, who arrived to Ankara from Istanbul after address the crowd on the Martyrs Bridge, on the 15th of July Martyrs Bridge, where thousands have gathered there for national unity marches, and national unity marches have been staged in Istanbul and in Ankara. Prayers are still taking place as they are finished right now. We can see that President Recep Tayyip Erdogan with his wife right next to him, and the Prime Minister Binali Yildirim, and the Parliament of Speaker there. And he will be addressing the crowd there, as it's very important for him to speak there, because The parliament was bombed that night 7 times by fighter jets at 2:32 local time of Ankara. And they're showing now a video mapping there where thousands have gathered. They're watching. You can see the parliament, you can see the flags, the lights flashing. And President Recep Tayyip Erdogan will be addressing the crowd there. People gathered in Kızılay Square first of all at about noon and marched from Kızılay Square to the parliament. It's about a kilometer away. Let's watch now the video mapping there live in Ankara and at the parliament.
Vatanını, devletini ve demokrasisini savunmaya koştu. Tek yürek, tek bilek olduğu hainlerin karşısında durdu. İhanet çetesi devleti teslim almak, milletvekillerimizin kalbine korku salmak için vahşice saldırdı. Daha önce hiçbir hainin yapmadığı bir kalleşliği yaptı. 15 Temmuz gecesi Gazi Meclisimiz kararını verdi. Kurtuluş Savaşı'ndaki gibi
made the decision, as in the War of Independence, freedom or death.
İhanetin, alçaklığın, şiddetin karşısında
against betrayal and violence, the symbols of victory, the veteran assembly stood tall. Your torn down walls is a medal of honor, your courage. May it inspire freedom and democracy. July the 15th is an epic. That night, our heroic nation, with their bare hands and fearless hearts filled with faith, stood against planes, tanks, and rifles. And they brought to account the traitors who intended for our flag and our state. That night, betrayal was all around. The Gülenist traitors within the state took over the squares, the streets and bridges to shackle our nation, seizing the planes and tanks and rifles of the nation. They turned the barrels against the people and thought that they would frighten our heroic nation. Little did they know that this nation would push their chests against the barrels for their flag, or that they would stand before tanks for their homeland. They did not know that this nation, for the perpetuity of the state, would make their own bodies shields against the bullets. With the call of the commander-in-chief, millions took to the squares. I invite our nation to the squares, to the airports. Let us come together as a nation in the squares and at the airports, and let them come with their tanks and their rifles and do as they may. I have never seen a force stronger than that of the people.
İmandır o cevher ki ilahi ne büyüktür. İmansız olan paslı yürek sinede büyüktür. Çanakkale'deki, Dumlupınar'daki, Sakarya'daki ruh yeniden...
The spirit of the Dardanelles and Dumlupınar rises again. The Salah has rung in the skies and the takbirs have rung in the fields. The innocent and oppressed raise their hands to the sky. There is now none that can equal us. Our nation and our heroes marched to martyrdom. You will not be able to divide our nation. You will not be able to pull down our flag. You will not tear down our state. You will not be able to silence our azans. You will not be able to make this country kneel. You will not be able to make us turn back. Daesh, PYD, and FETÖ and YPG on one hand. All of you come at us. Despite the raining bullets and bombs, our nation did not allow the traitorous Gülenists to pass. They did not leave the squares to gangs and cravens. They've upset this plot and preserved our democracy and shown their courage to the whole world. In a single voice, they've said, one state, one flag, one homeland. They fell martyr and veterans in this cause, and their courage and heroism inspired the world. The epic of July the 15th. With respect and gratitude to our martyrs and veterans.
As you see the live pictures coming into you from Ankara, it was a simulation of that night of 15th of July, 12 months ago today, last year, of the coup attempt. What happened to the parliament that night at the parliament, as the parliament was bombed by fighter jets 7 times that night while the MPs were in there. And we saw a simulation of that night, of what happened, what took place. And we will be seeing President Recep Tayyip Erdogan in minutes speaking. Now you can see the Parliament Speaker approaching the podium there to speak. He will address the crowd first. As he's approaching the podium, Ismail Kahraman, the Parliament Speaker, he will be addressing the crowd first, and after him we'll be listening into President Recep Tayyip Erdogan. And let's go to our political correspondent Hassan Abdullah, who is there in Ankara right now. And Hassan, so what can you say about the atmosphere?
Aisha, it's a festive atmosphere in general, but of course, because of the documentary that has just been shown, the people who are there, who are watching this, let's not forget that this does include families, many families of those who lost their loved ones. So, of course, the mood was, there was this sort of depression that was witnessed, but at the same time there's also this resolve to continue and to fight. And of course this is the message that we've been hearing here at the Kızılay Square, and from the families. Of course, they are missing their loved ones. It's been a year since they lost their loved ones, but at the same time there is this resolve that if they were to be faced with a situation like this, the overwhelming majority of them are saying that they would actually fight back with greater resolve. So that's the general mood. And of course, we're expecting the president to, first of all, express gratitude for the people for taking this stance. And then, of course, the president is also going to be sending out a message of unity. And the president is going to be saying that the people need to stand together and confront the challenges, the domestic challenges, as well as the challenges that are coming from other quarters in the world. So these will be some of the points we're expecting the president to highlight.
And as you mentioned, I mean, it's very festive atmosphere today around Turkey, but also we have to remember it is very emotional for many people, as 249 people were killed and more than 2,000 injured. And we could see that also on the bridge. It was a very emotional moment there. The president had unveiled a martyrs memorial at the bridge, which has been renamed as the Bridge of the Martyrs of July 15th. And as you just mentioned, the documentary shown there in Ankara, it was showing exactly how the parliament was bombed that night, and it is probably very emotional within the crowd for many there, and we're expecting for Erdogan to speak. So the speech that took place early on, as I just mentioned, was more about emotional speech and national unity message there. What about now? Are we expecting more political theme there?
Well, we've been witnessing a general theme. There has been a certain pattern that we've been witnessing, particularly when we analyze the speeches of President Recep Tayyip Erdogan. There are a number of issues he's been highlighting. First of all, of course, there's the call for unity. And the president has been saying that there are some elements, some fifth columnists in the country that are trying to conspire, that are trying to derail democracy, and that are trying to divide the ranks. And at the same time, the president has also been critical of some Western countries. First of all, regarding their response to the coup attempt in Turkey. Of course, we know that Turkey is seeking the extradition of Fethullah Gulen, and also a number of Western countries have been sheltering suspects who Turkey wants to try in courts for their alleged involvement during the coup attempt, for, of course, murder and attempted murder. So there is this strain that we've witnessed between Turkey and its relations with some of the countries. That's been a message, a critical message from President Erdogan. And of course, President Erdogan has also been saying that there is a need for other countries, particularly the allies of Turkey, to understand the very particular, the very specific security concerns of Turkey, and not to sort of gauge everything from within their perspective and from within their paradigm. This is the message we've been consistently hearing from President Erdogan.
And Hassan, I mean, we saw the parliament there, as we mentioned, that it was bombed 7 times that night on the 15th of July, 12 months ago today. But what else happened in Ankara that night? Can you take us through?
Well, of course, it was a night of resistance. Now, initially, it started off with F-16s making low fly passes, and, you know, that did lead to a number of windows being shattered, particularly in some of the high-rise towers here in Ankara. And so initially, there was this atmosphere of terror. Some people were wondering whether this is some sort of a military drill. And then, of course, there was this realization that it was a coup attempt. People took to the streets, particularly after the president called on them to take to the streets and to defend their democracy. Now, around this area in Kızılay, people were facing tanks. People were trying to stop tanks. People were fired upon. There were also helicopters that were firing at anyone they thought were preventing or getting in the way of their coup attempt. Also, we saw fighter jets and helicopters fire at the headquarters of the special forces. Also, the outside area of the Turkish presidency and also parts of the presidency were also bombed that evening. That resulted in many casualties. These were the scenes, but as we moved into the early morning, so crossing from the 15th of July into the 16th of July, we witnessed last year the resolve of the people increasing, and they were resisting. And we saw in some cases, for example, a father and his sons, and in other cases, mothers and daughters out there resisting. So, of course, there was this night of resistance, and people were determined to prevent those who they saw as trying to snatch their mandate and trying to overthrow their democratically elected government.
And as you mentioned, that the attack took place in many places, actually in Ankara that night, not just at the parliament, but Kızılay Square was very important, wasn't it, as it ended there kind of the coup that night?
Well, absolutely. There is a lot of symbolism with Kızılay. Now, normally this is the area. This area is famous for its nightlife. This is the sort of place where you come to and socialize. So most of the people, particularly late in the evening, who are around here, they're here for a bit of fun. But this was the place that turned into the place of resistance, where people were confronted with tanks and they were trying to block the tanks. So remember, there were some people who were out here enjoying their evening, enjoying the start of their weekend, and then suddenly their entertainment turned into this resistance. They were preventing those who they saw as threatening their democracy from sort of overthrowing their democracy. So, of course, there is this huge symbolism, and many people who were here that evening are very proud of themselves and also proud of their loved ones.
And as you mentioned, many lost their lives there, and we saw a documentary at the parliament there. Was very emotional for many people who had lost their loved ones, and many 2,000 people were injured on that night. And we should also mention the Akıncılar Air Base, shouldn't we? Because that was also very important on the 15th of July.
Absolutely. The Akıncı Air Base was, of course, acting as the command and control center. The fighter jets that were bombing Ankara were taking off from there. And the people of Kazan, now which has been renamed Kahraman Kazan, or Kazan the Hero, they played quite an important role. Now, they weren't sure how to stop those fighter jets from taking off. Some of them tried to enter the Akıncı Air Base. Many people were shot dead. Then they set their crops alight, and they thought that perhaps by setting their farms ablaze, that may prevent the fighter jets from taking off that evening. Now, how effective that was, it's not entirely clear, but certainly there was this symbolism, and we find a number of people say that at least the rebel soldiers would have been demoralized by the fact that they were facing such resistance from the public. Because in the past, if you look at the history of the Republic, we find that in the past, some of the military coups have had certain level of support from the public. But this was not the case this time around, and this was one of the reasons why this coup attempt and the way that people resisted it was certainly very different. And of course there are a number of reasons. One of the reasons which political scientists point out is the work that this AK Party government has carried out in terms of economic development, in terms of granting rights to people in the country, including the Kurdish minority that has been deprived of some of the most fundamental rights in the past. So of course that allowed, and that led to people from across the political spectrum to come out and defend a government which they saw as the one granting them rights, transforming the country economically, taking Turkey from a position where it was an economic mess and turning it into a member of the G20. So, of course, these were some of the factors. There was resistance, and, of course, last year, the coup attempt was different. So we saw this resistance in Kahraman Kazan and in other parts of the country.
And Hassan, while we're speaking to you, we can see the podium there in front of the Parliament where the Parliament Speaker, Ismail Kahraman, is speaking. And after the Parliament Speaker, President Recep Tayyip Erdogan will be addressing the crowd there. And I believe we now see the families who actually lost their loved ones there as they're carrying their pictures in front of them. And as you mentioned, it was very emotional for them watching that documentary that night, people who lost their lives there at the Parliament. And looking at the program now, as we said, I mean, the events around the country, the national unity marches took place in Istanbul and now in Ankara. And but it won't be the last speech, will it, for today? It's going until dawn.
That's right, Aisha. The president is, of course, going to be addressing the people here at the Parliament. Then he's going to be moving to the presidency. Now, the president is quite enthusiastic when it comes to addressing the crowds. And what has happened is, in the past, he has often said that there are so many things he wants to address and there are so many points he wants to raise. But he's previously said in one of his speeches that he's concerned and he does not want to hold the people for too long. But speaking of the families there, of course, the families are very emotional about having lost their loved ones. But at the same time, many of the families we've spoken to, they're saying that, for example, one mother was saying that she is willing to lose her son, but she's not willing to lose her country. And another, for example, father who lost his son said that if he had more sons,
I have to cut you there, Hassan, as President Recep Tayyip Erdogan is approaching the podium, and you can see his supporters there waving and switching on their phone lights, and he's waving at the crowd there, at his supporters, and he's approaching the podium to speak. President Recep Tayyip Erdogan exactly at the Parliament at the hour where, on the 15th of July, the Parliament was bombed. As you can see now, the live pictures there in front of the Parliament, people are waving their flags. Thousands have gathered. Families of the loved ones who lost their loved ones on the 15th of July there. We saw the documentary. It was very emotional for them. They're carrying the pictures of their loved ones with them. And President Recep Tayyip Erdogan is on the podium now. He will be addressing the crowd there. We saw the Parliament Speaker Ismail Kahraman first address the crowd, and prayers took place. And it's exactly at the time where the Parliament was bombed that night by fighter jets, and as Turkey marks the first anniversary of the coup attempt. And President Recep Tayyip Erdogan first addressed the crowd on the Martyrs Bridge as he spoke to thousands there who gathered there for the commemorations for the 249 people who lost their lives that night and 2,000 people who were injured on the night of the coup attempt. As you can see, the flags waving, and it's a festive mood now, as it was very emotional a moment ago. And yes, as you can see, thousands have gathered in front of the Parliament, expecting President Recep Tayyip Erdogan to speak any second now as they're waving their flags. And you can see the pictures of the ones who lost their lives that night on the coup night, and the families are there in front of the Parliament watching President Recep Tayyip Erdogan. As he mentioned earlier on, 250 people had lost their lives, but the country had won its future. That's what Recep Tayyip Erdogan said on the bridge when he spoke earlier on. And it's important this time because it's 2:32 was the time on that night when the Parliament was bombed by fighter jets, which happened 7 times. And you can see the supporters of Recep Tayyip Erdogan there in the picture. And Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan is addressing the nation now. Let's listen in.
Sayın Meclis Başkanı,
Speaker of Parliament, esteemed Prime Minister, distinguished chairpersons of our political parties, my brothers, the entrustment of our martyrs, my venerable veteran brothers
anlamlı geceyi bizlerle
and
paylaşan değerli misafirlerimiz,
distinguished guests who are sharing tonight
15
with us.
Temmuz'un 1. yıl dönümünde
On the first anniversary of July the 15th,
kentimizin dört bir köşesinden şu anda meclisimizin
right now
bahçesine
you have come
teşrif eden
to
sevgili vatandaşlarım,
our Assembly's garden from all corners of our capital.
hepinizi
Dear people of Ankara, I salute you all
hasretle,
with the most
muhabbetle
heartfelt feelings,
selamlıyorum.
longing and conviviality.
Burada bu saatte
Here at this hour,
Türkiye'nin yakın tarihinde yaşadığı en büyük ihanet, işgal
the
ve
biggest
darbe girişimi olan
invasion and coup
15
attempt
Temmuz'un 1.
of
yıl
the
dönümü
near
vesilesiyle
history of
buluştuk.
Turkey. And we're here on the occasion of its first
15
anniversary.
Temmuz gecesi şehit olan
First of all,
tüm kardeşlerime Allah'tan rahmet,
may God bless
yakınlarına
all
ve
my brothers and
milletimize
sisters who fell
başsağlığı
martyrs
diliyorum.
on July the 15th, and my
O
condolences
gece yaralanarak
to their relatives and our nation.
gazilikte şereflenen
Those who
tüm
were injured that
kardeşlerimize
night and
sıhhat
had the honor of
ve
becoming a
afiyet
veteran, I wish
temenni
them
ediyorum.
good health.
Ankara ve İstanbul başta olmak üzere
Primarily in Ankara and in Istanbul,
darbecilerin
but all
karşısına
across
dikilerek
Turkey, those who stood up
bu
before
büyük ihanet
the coup
girişimine
plotters
geçit vermeyen
and those who did not allow
milletimin her bir
this
ferdine
attempt of betrayal,
şahsım
every individual of my
milletim
nation who
adına
did so,
teşekkür ediyorum.
thank you on behalf of myself and on behalf of my nation.
Türk milleti 15 Temmuz'da
On
herhangi
July the
bir topluluk
15th,
değil,
the Turkish nation showed that it is not just any society or community, it has shown that it is, in the full sense of the word, a nation, and what a nation, and they've shown it to the whole world.
yaşadığı ülke, mensubu olduğu millet,
The country that they live in, the nation that they're
gençler
part of,
konusunda ümitsizliğe düşmüş olanlar vardı.
and there were especially those who were despairing about the youth and this land that they lived on.
Hep beraber
On
gördük.
the night of July the 15th, we've all seen that
Kor bir ateş yanıyor.
beneath the ashes burns a bright flame.
Saati geldiğinde o kor ateş
When the time came,
istikbaline ve istikbaline
that
el uzatan
flame
herkesi yakıp kül eden bir aleve dönüşüyor.
turns into a bright flame that destroys anybody who threatens its future or
Bir
freedom.
asır önce 7 düelin
A century ago,
tüm gücüyle yüklendiği Çanakkale'de
the whole world
herkesi
came together
şaşırtan bir zafere imza atmıştık.
and attacked on the Dardanelles,
15
and we
Temmuz'da da 7
achieved a victory that
arkasına
surprised
alan
everybody.
bir ihanet çetesinin
And a gang of betrayal,
20 saate kalmadan bozarak
their
tarihimize
betrayal plan of 40 years was
yeni bir
thwarted in
zafer
less than 20 hours, and we've achieved another victory in our history.
ordular arasında olur.
Wars are fought
Türk
between
milleti 15
armies.
Temmuz'da
On July the
ordulaşmış bir
15th,
ihanet çetesine
the
karşı
Turkish nation,
yüreğindeki imanı ve
against a militarized betrayal group,
bir mücadele verdi.
put up a struggle with their bare hands and their faith in their hearts.
Silah mı vardı?
Did my nation have weapons in their hands?
Benim milletim o alçaklara karşı, o hainlere karşı silahla mı yürüdü?
Did my nation march with weapons against those cravens, those traitors? They marched with their flags in their hands and their faiths in their hearts.
Dünyada bunun başka bir örneği yok.
There is no such other example in the
Kurşunu
world.
göğsünde durduran bir başka millet de yok.
There is no other nation that stopped the bullets
İstiklal Marşımızda
on their chest, as our Independence March says.
yurdumu alçaklara uğrar.
My friend, leave not my homeland to the hands of villainous men.
Dursun bu hayasızca.
Make your chest as armor,
Doğacaktır
and stop
sana
this
vaat
disgraceful
ettiği
rush.
günler hakkın.
For soon shall come the joyous days of divine promise. Who knows, perhaps tomorrow, and perhaps even sooner.
Göğsünü
This nation cast their chest as armor.
Durduran bir başka millet
There is no other nation that stops a tank with their fists.
egzozunun içine fanilesini, tişörtünü sokmak suretiyle
And by stuffing their t-shirts into the exhaust of the tanks, there's no other intellect that would stop a tank in this way.
uçağı, helikopteri yakalamak için hamle yapan bir başka millet
There is no other nation that would make a maneuver to seize a plane or a helicopter. No other nation that would charge on to death with such courage.
Can pazarının ortasında dahi zalimle mazlumu ayırt etme konusunda
In the middle
dünyanın her köşesinde adaletin
of a matter of life,
kullanılan o
when it comes to separating the innocent from the guilty,
hassasiyet gösteren
no nation would show such sensitivity that would put that blindfolded Lady Justice to shame.
böyle bir milletin mensubu olduğum, böyle bir ülkenin evladı olduğum için her zaman
I am
Rabbime
always thankful to my God because I am a member of such a nation and son of such a land.
ne diyor şair?
The poet says,
Ey bütün cihana bedel Türkili, açtığın cenklerin
"Oh, the
yoktur
Turkish
evveli.
state worth
Tarih
the whole
bir
world.
nehir
There is
ki
no
coşkundur seli.
precedent to your wars, and his time is a river, and you are like the ocean it pours onto.
Böyle taştın, köpürdün. Bir
You
yandan
froth it and flows strongly on one hand,
ömür sürdün.
and on the other,
Ne
you've lived an agonizing life.
Sen de dün, şimdi yine tunçtan kalkan gibisin.
But now, as you were crushed yesterday, you are a shield
Ülke ve
today
millet olarak şimdi yine
of bronze.
tunçtan bir
As a
kalkan
country and
gibi
as a nation,
hedeflerimize doğru ilerliyoruz.
like a bronze shield,
Öyle mi?
we march on to our targets. Is that so?
Kardeşlerim,
My
15
brothers and
Temmuz'u
sisters,
herhangi bir darbe girişimi olmanın ötesinde
July the 15th,
lanet
beyond being
kalkışması şeklinde ifade
any coup
etmemizin
attempt,
bir sebebi var.
it's been expressed as an attempt of betrayal, and there's a reason for that. The Grand National Assembly of Turkey, before which we stand today
Ve
now,
demokrasimizin sembolüdür.
is the symbol of our independence and our democracy. This assembly
Savaşını bizzat idare etmiştir.
personally
Polatlı'ya
managed the
kadar
War of Independence.
yaklaşan düşmanla yapılan savaşta
In the war against the enemy that came all the way near Polatlı, even as the cannons were heard, our assembly continued their duties. Is there any problem over there right now?
yok.
No?
Bazen
Thankfully.
dronlar da düşüyor demek ki.
Sometimes drones fall too, I guess.
Cumhuriyet tarihimiz boyunca
Throughout the history of our
badire
republic,
yaşamamıza rağmen
we've undergone
hiç kimse
a
bu
lot of
kutlu
strife
çatıya
and misfortune,
el uzatmayı düşünmemiştir.
but nobody had thought
Sadece
of going against this sacred roof.
evet, sağlıkçılar şöyle süratle oraya bir intikal etsinler bakalım.
Could we have the medics over there, please?
Kardeşlerim, ben sizde kanaatimi
My brothers
paylaştım.
and sisters, I've shared my opinion with you.
Hukuk içinde parlamento burada.
Within the law, here's the parliament. It will come
Ben
to the
geçeceğine
parliament,
inanıyorum.
and I believe that it shall pass through the parliament.
Parlamentodan geçtiği zaman bana
Once it's approved by the parliament and it lands before me,
onaylarım.
I will approve it without hesitation.
Çünkü 250 şehidimizin ve milletimizin burada ahı var.
There's the blood
2193 gazimizin
of
ahı var.
250 martyrs and 2,193 veterans. And what would Hans say? What would George say? I personally would not look at that. I would look at what Ahmet, Mehmet, Hasan, Hüseyin, Ayşe, Fatma, Hatice would say.
Değerli kardeşlerim, 15
My venerable brothers and sisters,
bu ihaneti yapanlar
those who committed this betrayal on July the 15th cravenly dared to do so because they had intentions far beyond seizing the administration of the country. Their purpose was to fully make our homeland and nation captive and to uproot our state and our civilization. For this, the Grand National Assembly of Turkey was targeted, and it was the place that was bombed the most. The Pushets, just like they thought that our nation would cower and hide in their homes, thought that our members of parliament would abandon the assembly and flee. Our nation took to the streets and squares to protect their country, and our Speaker of Parliament and members of Parliament who were in Ankara as of 11:30 p.m. they started convening at the Grand National Assembly of Turkey. FETÖ in Pennsylvania could not manage its representatives in Turkey. And now I say,
Pensilvanya'daki bu FETÖ'nün bütün kirli çamaşırlarını ortaya çıkarmaktan çekinmesin.
nobody should have any worries about airing the dirty laundry of FETÖ in Pennsylvania. Speak what you know. Do not worry about speaking his name, because we as Muslims, if two of us are speaking, we must tell the third person who the traitors are. We should teach them so that everyone will know. My brothers and sisters, at 11:15 p.m. at the Istanbul Atatürk airport, there were thousands, tens of thousands, but there was a politician there at that time, and that politician, unfortunately,
VIP'nin önünden çekilip ondan sonra çıkmayı planladı.
plotted to wait for the tanks to withdraw from the VIP area and then leave.
Başındakilerle pazarlık yapıldı.
And they negotiated with those driving the tanks. The tanks withdrew.
Tankların önüne çıkarım diyen
And then this person who said that he would stand before the tanks went to the mayor at Bakırköy. My brothers and sisters, I saw today that he was speaking, and as he was speaking, he still referred to this incident as a controlled coup.
Kimseyi aldatmayalım.
Let us not deceive anyone.
Bu olaya kontrollü darbe demek.
Calling this incident a controlled coup
gerçekten bir nasipsizliktir.
is really a case of unfortunateness.
Bu olaya kontrollü darbe demek.
Calling this incident a controlled coup is beyond unfortunateness. It is in fact being insensitive. What do you think this nation is? How could you up and call this a controlled coup? Or do you still want this process to continue as such? The state of emergency will come before the National Security Council on Monday. We will discuss it and we will make a recommendation decision to our assembly. In different places of the world, a simple matter occurs in a state and they declare a state of emergency. In France, terrorists, 10 or 15 people or so die, and they take a decision for a year-long state of emergency. In our country, an operation is run against our state. 250 brothers and sisters are martyred. 2,193 citizens are veterans, and still they speak of a controlled coup. Shame on you. Shame on you. What else is there to say? And there isn't much to say, and I guess there's a need to say much. It's 1:30 a.m. 106 members of parliament who managed to reach the assembly started the plenary session. And the ministers and members of parliament and group deputy chairmen stated their poise against the coup. Those who called July the 15th a theater play, those who speak of the events that occurred here from the stories of other members of parliament, they can learn what happened, the events of that night, to the very minuscule details from the book published by the Assembly. The Grand National Assembly of Turkey was inaugurated on April 23rd, 1920, with prayers and with shouts of Allah Akbar and with salawats. After 96 years have passed, on July the 15th, 2016, the Grand National Assembly of Turkey was defended with prayers and chants of Allah Akbar by our members of parliament and our citizens. In the squares, in the streets, our nation courageously resisted the pushes, and at the same time our members of parliament gathered at the assembly. That night our MPs continued to hold the plenary session and challenged the pushes. The F-16s were raining down bombs and helicopters were raining down bullets. But our MPs, although the assembly was closed on that day, they came to the assembly and they started their working. From the rostrum, before the eyes of all of Turkey and all of the world, they shouted to the pushes that they would not succeed. The trustees of our nation's freedom, our assembly, they protected our assembly. All the members of the Grand National Assembly of Turkey, particularly those who had the chance, the 106 MPs who had the chance to be at the plenary that night, I congratulate each and every one of you. As the pushes bombed the assembly, however low they sunk, our MPs looked after our future and freedom, and that is how high they were raised, as low as those pushes went. Such a nation deserves such an assembly.
Gazilikle ikinci kez şereflenen meclisimizin kalbimizdeki, gözümüzdeki yeri de artık çok daha başkadır.
Being a veteran has now a totally different position in our eyes. No one else from this point on can place their hands on our country and our assembly, and for that very reason we will work even harder. And the poet says, who he is, a human, will not sell out his own homeland. You drink the water of that land. There's no other thing greater than your homeland. How can you sacrifice the homeland? A day shall come when you will be called to account. A day shall come when the questions will be asked. How can you sacrifice that nation, that homeland? How can you divide that nation? You, Feto, do you have a place to go? Is there any other action that you haven't committed not to divide this country? Any other door that you haven't knocked on? And in Pennsylvania, now you are designated with a large quarter, and you have your plans there. And those who planned the coup now hit their heads not to the walls but against to the will of our people. The night of July the 15th, those who addressed this homeland are now called to account at courts. The homeland where they feed, where they drink, sold out their nation for a single dollar, and they will get rotten in dungeons. And we have a promise we made to our nation, with its assembly, with its institutions, with its government, with all the private and the public institutions. We will be following our 2023 targets, which will bring our nation to a contemporary level. And until we keep our promises, we, as our nation, as our party, as our people, will have no rest. My brothers and sisters, the night of July the 15th was a unique one, and the words would not suffice to explain it to its full extent, and our breath will also not be enough. And only those who experienced that night would understand. And thankfully, not only in the provinces, but in all the districts and quarters of our country, in 81 provinces, now people are celebrating that night. And around the building of the General Staff, right across us, around the presidential complex, at the other squares and many other places, we have thousands of witnesses, and the stories of our martyrs were published or documented in forms of documentaries. When we meet our veterans, we yet come to know new dimensions that we have not even imagined. A girl who gained that high position of being a veteran, the girl at the age of 14, if you cannot even put her strength away from her, then you should think how you can stand against the whole nation. Another veteran,
vücudundaki 14 parça şarapneli
despite all
ahirette sahip olacağı en
the
büyük delil olarak görüyor. Babası kendisi ve oğluyla
canister
birlikte
shots, 14
üç
canister
nesil olarak
shots on his
ilk defa
body,
üzerine
sees it
çıktıkları
as
bir
a
tankı
testimony,
sanki yıllarca eğitimini almış
and
gibi doğru
they
yöntemlerle
climbed over
etkisiz
the
hale
tanks
getirmeye çalışan
and tried
ve bu
to use
esnada
the
vurulan
right
bir başka
methodology
gazimizin
to
en büyük üzüntüsü
make it
ise biliyor
inoperable.
musunuz?
And one sadness
Şehadetin nasip olmayışı.
of another veteran is that he could
O
not
gece
achieve
Ankara Emniyet
the
Müdürlüğü'nü
attestation
kahramanca
that
savunurken
night. On that
darbeciler
night,
tarafından ağır şekilde yaralanan bir emniyet müdürümüz. Eğer birileri köprü
was
olmasaydı
a
hiçbir
a
uçurum
police
geçilemezdi diyor.
commissioner was
15 Temmuz
wounded,
Şehitler
injured,
Köprüsü'nde vurulan
and
ve ayakları parçalanan bir başka
another
kardeşimizin
brother
ertesi
who was
gün
shot
hastanede gözlerini
on
açıp
the
da
bridge
darbenin bastırıldığını
opened up
öğrendiğindeki
his
ilk
eyes
sözü
the next morning at the
"Dosta
hospital,
güven,
and the first
düşmana
words he uttered
korku verdik" oluyor.
then was, "We provided
Bir
confidence
başka gazimiz
to our friends and
kaybettiği
fear
uzvunu aldırmaksızın
seeded into the hearts of people."
darbe başarılı
Another
olsaydı
brother
bunu çocuklarımıza,
said
torunlarımıza
that if
nasıl izah
the
ederdik
coup
diyerek duygusunu anlatıyor. Ve diyor ki bacağım
was
kopmuş.
achieved, how could we explain it to our children, to our grandchildren? And he says,
Yaşayabilirim.
"I don't care if I lose a limb, an arm, or a leg, but I cannot live without
Evet.
a homeland."
Ezan, bayrak,
The azan,
vatan aşkının
flag,
en uysal kişiyi
love
bile
for
mitolojik bir kahramana çevirdi.
homeland
İşte bu
would
bu heyecan,
turn even
bu
the
cesaret olduğu sürece
most submissive
Allah'ın izniyle
to a hero.
kimse
And as long as we have that homeland, no one can destroy this country. No one
şair
can
öyle diyor. Bugün genç,
put that nation in captivity. And the poet says,
kızan,
the young, the
uzanıp
old,
yatsak da
the
şarkı
women,
altında.
the men,
Boruyu çalınca yarın borazan,
we may come together
toplanırız bayrak altında.
and gather under
Bizi hiç tasmalı
the flag.
görmez bu yerler.
you
Yiğitler
will
ölürken bile
never
gülerler.
see the leash
Yeter ki
around
yaşayan
our
eroğlu
necks.
erler.
And as long as we have our soldiers, we will never allow anyone
80
to
milyon
step
yaşayan
over us.
eroğlu erimiz,
So our soldiers,
şehitlerimizin
the sons of our
hatıralarını
soldiers,
asla ayaklar altında
will never
kirletmeyecektir.
allow
Darbesi soysuzlar
the
da
memories of our
onları
martyrs
üzerimize
to
salanlar da
step
bundan sonra
upon,
rahat yüzü
and those
göremeyecek.
desperate, those who are in despair, those
Mücadeleye
corrupted,
alışkındır.
will never have a bright day. The Turkish nation is used to
Kazancımız olmamış.
the challenges, but we have never gained something that we didn't pay for. And those who think that we fell weak and attacked on us as hyenas then came to understand that they had to step back and they should be well prepared to pay for what they did. As our ancestors stated,
Gün olur, hesap
the
görür.
day will come for all to be called to account.
İnşallah o gün yakındır.
Hopefully,
Kardeşlerim, 15
that
Temmuz
day
darbe girişimi
is
bize pek
soon
çok şeyle
soon
birlikte
enough ahead of
dostumuzun,
ourselves.
düşmanımızın
July the
kimler
15th,
olduğunu
together
da
with many other
bir kez daha
things,
gösterdi.
showed us once again who our enemies were and who our friends were. From the very first hours of that military coup
Hemen
attempt,
Türkiye'nin ve şahsımın aleyhine
there were
konuşacak
those who
isim
could
bomba
speak
arayışına giren
against the
yabancı
whole
basın kuruluşları
country
var.
and to me
Milletimiz
some
darbeyi bastırdığında
foreign media outlets.
muhataplarımız kaybetti
When our
diyen,
nation cracked the
dostlarımız yenildi
coup,
diyen
There were those who said that the good were defeated, and we observed those analysts, those foreign correspondents. Yet there were also those people, those friends who took to the streets and stood against the coup in our at our embassies, at any other institution affiliated with other parts of the world. We saw our friends to stand there under the noise of bombs. There were those who expressed their sincerity to us, and also there were those who expressed their feelings, their hypocrite feelings. But the July the 15th military coup attempt showed us that once again, as a state and as the whole nation, we are to be strong. If we give them the way, there are those who are in ambush, and if we are to name the names, we will be facing a lot of international crises. We won't name the names, but we know who they are, all of them. In the aftermath of July the 15th, I delivered a message. Let me yet again repeat what I said. You will not achieve, you will not be able to divide our country. You will not bring our flag down. You will not be able to destroy our state. You will not be able to silence our azans and not be able to make our nation kneel and keep our people under your mandate, and not be able to make us turn away from our path. We know very much who our friends are and who our enemies are. Most importantly, we know who we are, from where we come and to where we are headed. For thousands of years, we are in this geography, and this is the table of wolves, and we not only managed to stand tall, but we know where to go. We will be one, we will be united, we will be strong, we will be brothers and sisters, we will be great, we will be powerful, and all together we will be Turkey. My brothers and sisters, as it is the case for any challenge, we had our losses. The number of the civilians, including the Balkan and all throughout the history, we're talking about 2 million. And in Dardanelles War, we had lost 250,000. And during the First World War, including all the fronts, we had a loss of 1.5 million. During the War of Independence, we had 10 million martyrs, and 10,000 martyrs, and 35,000 veterans. All of those figures refer to lives. We should not forget that and bear it in mind. With every loss, there are those parents, those spouses, those siblings who have fire to drop right at the core of their homes. So as the whole nation, we are all the relatives of the martyrs. We are all veterans. Each pain is deep, is of depth, but the pain of mothers is deeper than any other. And that's why I would like to call out to the mothers with the words of poem. Mothers, you shall silence the agony of your heart, yet to draw again the map of the homeland. We had the stage of fire and blood, a peace that would crack down the skies, and you shall not kneel down, you, the mothers. We will make the enemies kneel down before us. So you should be in relief. The blood of your sons was not shed in vain. We made them kneel. And if they attack yet again, we will make them kneel again. And the poem said, may God not make that nation rewrite the national anthem. And we say that may God not allow us go through a similar coup attempt again. I wish the quick recovery for all those injured, and may the blessings of God be upon those martyrs who lost their lives. I would like to thank to all the parties who contributed wholeheartedly. I would like to in particular thank to our NGOs and many other institutions. And now you need to stand up, Sakarya, and I would like to finalize my words.
Sayın Cumhurbaşkanımıza konuşmalarından dolayı teşekkür ediyoruz.
We would like to thank to Mr.
15 Temmuz anma programları kapsamında bu bayrak bize
We just listened into President Recep Tayyip Erdogan. He addressed the nation from the Turkish parliament there. The speech was quite emotional, and it was on national unity theme, as the first speech was on the Martyr Bridge. As you can see him on the podium still waving at his supporters. And we listened to the parliament speaker beforehand, and prayers were done. And also the speech, he mentioned, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, that the nation resists the pushes. The night of the parliament, our MPs, although the assembly was closed, they did still come in. They protected the assembly. They are the trustees, and he congratulated every single one of them. The MPs looked after our future, he said. Such a nation deserves such an assembly, and he mentioned the night the parliament was bombed that night. And as we saw the documentary earlier on, and the families of lost ones who are there carrying their pictures, and it was an emotional time for them. So let's go across now to TRT World's Turkey political correspondent Hasan Abdullah, who is in Ankara there. And Hasan, what do you make of that speech?
Much as you mentioned there, the president, of course, started off by commending the people for standing against those who were trying to overthrow their elected government, and also for he also commended the parliamentarians who basically stood on that evening. Now, the president also basically, while he was talking, there were calls for the reinstatement of the death penalty, and President Erdogan said that if the parliament approves the death penalty, then he would sign it. And of course, as he was talking, there were constant demands for the reinstatement of the death penalty. Now, he also mentioned a politician. He didn't name the person, but of course we know that he was talking about the leader of the main opposition party, CHP, Kemal Kılıçdaroğlu. He said that while people were at the Atatürk airport in Istanbul to defend their democracy, there was a politician who first sought assurances from the rebel soldiers. Then he came out of the airport, and then he went to the house of one of the mayors from where he was watching the coup attempt take place. And he said that such people then talk about controlled coups, and that is actually an insult to those who sacrificed their lives and lost their loved ones as well. Now, furthermore, he commended the 106 MPs, members of parliament, who were actually there at the parliament on the eve, and he said that despite the fact that the parliament was being bombed, they stood their ground and they sent out a strong message that Turkey would defend its democracy. They also talked about the 2023 targets, and the president also encouraged the members of the ruling ARC party. He said that they must ensure that they live up to their promises and that the targets are met. Now, he also criticized some foreign actors. He said that Turkey knows the foreign powers that have conspired against it, the foreign powers that were looking forward to the downfall of the government, but he said that he would not name them as that would lead to an international crisis. Now, of course, he also ended his speech by saying that if there was another attempt by anyone to harm democracy in the country, then the people would again stand up and defend their democracy and their elected representatives.
And Hassan, I mean, he read out many poems there, talked about the people who had lost their lives and about the veterans. So we can say it was very emotional, actually, looking at today, the speeches he has made. And overall, what do you make of today? And also, what's next now? Are we expecting another speech?
Well, overall, the message, of course, that has come from the president and also from other leaders is that of unity, national unity, and also there has been this expression of resolve to protect democracy in the country, to protect the rights of the people, and to ensure that the government is working towards the attainment of its goals. Of course, there was the mention of 2023 goals earlier, and so that's been the general message. Of course, there has been a lot of emotion as well, because there were those people who lost their loved ones across the country, and of course many of those people were actually present at the parliament while the president was addressing. The president did say that he understood the pain of the people who had lost their loved ones, and let's not forget that the president had himself participated in the funeral prayers of many of those who were killed. So there was, of course, this empathy, this expression of empathy from the president, and the message that we've been hearing is that of a resolve and unity.
Well, thank you for that. That was Hassan Abdullah there from Ankara as President Recep Tayyip Erdogan addressed the nation there, and yes, and many events took place, and we're still expecting more. In Istanbul, thousands gathered at the July 15th Martyrs Bridge. It was one of the locations civilians confronted tanks and troops during last year's coup attempt. It was the first site secured by those who tried to overthrow the government. But on Saturday, it was where thousands remembered the dead and celebrated democracy. Some of those who have taken to the streets of this July 15th explained to TRT World why it was so important for them to show their support.
I am here for my country, for my president, and for our future. I don't have the words to say more.
I cannot explain my feelings. I haven't been able to forget this for 1 year, and we never forget it. During the coup attempt, I heard gunshots and saw the shooting in Çengelköy. I cannot explain this feeling, and now, as the families of martyrs and the injured say, everything is for my country.
I was at Fatih Sultan Mehmet Bridge that night. We were the first group that intervened in the coup. We opened the bridge to traffic. That night I said that if I die, it should be like a man. And today I am here to say the same thing.
It's so sad. I don't want to remember that night. Of course, we also don't want to forget it. Several people were martyred. In the memory of those martyrs, we are here at this place.
And TRT World Sarah Firth has been following the march in Istanbul.
Well, huge crowds gathered throughout the day, culminating in a crowd on what is now known as Martyrs Bridge, and they listened to the president addressing those crowds. It was a sea of red flags as they listened. You'd also saw the president unveiling a martyrs memorial, and these were just some of the events to mark the 1-year anniversary of that failed coup. 249 people lost their lives in that failed coup 1 year ago. Some 2,000 people were injured. You heard their names read out. They were remembered. And earlier on in the day, a huge national unity march had taken place from various points across the city. Now, the events are going to go on throughout the night, marking some of those key symbolic moments that took place 1 year ago through the duration of that night. A little earlier on, you heard the city here in Istanbul suddenly come alive with sound from the mosques. They were reciting prayers, echoing what had taken place around that same time 1 year ago when the mosques had called for people to come to the streets, and indeed you had seen people turning out onto the streets to defend their democracy. And that was really what today has all been about, a day of unity and of remembering those who did lose their lives and who stood up to those who took part in the coup, eventually repelling that coup. And as we said, those events are going to be going on throughout the night into the early hours of the morning, marking that 1 year since that failed coup took place.
There were many moments on the night of the attempted coup in Turkey that stands out to those who lived through it. Here's a look back on some of those pivotal events, including the moment when the night turned against the coup plotters and people took back their country.
In Istanbul, the road going from the Asian to the European side has been shut. The bridge is now closed to traffic.
I'm now joined by Onur Erim, a political advisor and writer here in the studio. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
So we just listened there to the President Recep Tayyip Erdogan addressing the nation in front of the Turkish parliament, exactly after the time the parliament was bombed that night on the 15th of July, 12 months ago. What did you make of that speech?
Well, there were, I guess, a couple of main parts inside. He emphasized in the beginning part of the speech, which took a bit of a time to go over. He has mentioned and underlined the heroic acts of the Turkish people, of the Turkish nation as a whole. Very briefly, he touched upon the rather recent speeches and the explanations of the opposition leader, Mr. Kılıçdaroğlu, and he explained why he was opposed to those. And I think what has to be underlined in that part of the speech is that he wasn't acting in sense of opposition from one party to the other, but this was a national issue, and that what he does or what he has done, although he may not have meant it, is hurting the national movement in this direction. At the end, he has again underlined what he has been saying from his 2002 first election. He has redrawn our aim, the nation's aim for 2023, which is the 100th anniversary of the foundation of the Republic. All in all, it was a speech that summed up the last year, what has happened since July 15th, 2016, what has changed, and what has become of this very glorious, very sad, but at the same time, a very joyous day.
And looking at the two speeches today at the Martyrs' Bridge, we said that it was quite emotional there, and we were expecting it to be more political theme at the parliament. Was it like that?
Well, President Erdogan, to say the least, is somewhat of an emotional personality. I think when you add the fact that he was the #1 aim of the July 15th attempted coup, him, his family, personally even, besides him being the leader of the country, made it more sentimental for him. So we weren't. I personally wasn't expecting anything less than this. As a matter of fact, we have seen during his speech his voice cracking up, almost bringing him to tears a couple of times, which is very understandable. He has lived this at first hand. He was chased. He was almost attacked in Marmaris. He was chased throughout the airspace in the time that he spent in the air en route to Istanbul. He was chased as he landed. I was one of those people that was in Atatürk Airport that entire night, not by choice, but we were first stuck there. Then we spent the night all the way into the morning. He was actually, just give you a little anecdote, about 7 a.m. in the morning, when we thought, everybody in the airport thought everything was settled, I was having coffee outside in the terrace of the airport. And I saw, and it was like within almost a reachable distance, a military chopper with a gunned man that I could see very clearly flying over us. At that second, I was thinking, nice, you know, everything is settled. Everybody's now back to where they should be. These guys are touring to, you know, securing the premises. After it passed twice, I realized, wait a minute, what if these are one of the coup guys? 2 days later, in the newspaper, I saw the same chopper in the news article. That chopper came to attack President Erdogan. Went away without attacking him after they saw the missile launchers by Erdogan's place of staying at that point, which was the presidential terminal. So that thing started about 11 or 12 in Marmaris. It went all the way till into the next morning. So it was a very hard night for him. He had to stand for himself. He had to stand for his family. But above all, which he showed us, he stood for the entire nation.
And looking at today, as you said, he escaped death there. So how has it played out into his popularity?
I think it played out great, which is driving the opposition crazy, to say the least. And the reason that it's kind of played, I don't know if it's the right word, but it played out in his favor, is because he has proven time after time that he did not do any of this to gain popularity. He was just being himself. When President Erdogan, and he used to do this a lot more previously than he's been doing in the last few years, when he's himself, there's a great appreciation from this nation. When they see that he's acting, he's being himself, he's being the guy from Kasımpaşa, rather than being the politician, they just go crazy about him. And that's what he may also have gone back to as of July 15th, being himself, being the ordinary guy from Kasımpaşa who grew up in Istanbul, who fought his way through the political ladder all his life, against all odds and against everybody. And when people see this, they go after him. That's why they have been voting for him time after time in the last 15, 16 years almost.
Well, Honorarium, thank you very much for joining us on our special anniversary coverage here on TRT World.
Thank you.
The Turkish government has accused the Fethullah terrorist organization known as FETÖ of orchestrating the failed coup. Let's take a look now at the history of the group.
FETÖ is led by this man, Fethullah Gülen. He began his career as an imam in the Turkish cities of Edirne and Izmir in the 1960s. His talks and lectures led to a small base of supporters. In the 1970s, the gatherings took the form of an organization, loosely known as Hizmet. The group soon became active in the fields of education, relief work, and media. It's currently present in more than 160 countries. In 1999, Gülen left for the United States, reportedly to receive medical treatment for diabetes. Some say it was because he feared arrest in Turkey. Since then, he's been living in self-imposed exile. The Gülen organization had close ties with the AK Party, particularly after it came to power in the early 2000s. But their relationship turned sour after corruption allegations in 2013 that implicated some cabinet ministers. Government officials blamed suspected Gülenist prosecutors for the probe. The government accuses the group of being a parallel state and says its supporters have infiltrated public institutions, including the police and the judiciary.
Until you have things in your hands with which you can represent power, until you bring to your side all the power and strength of all constitutional institutions depending on the size of Turkey's state structure. This is what is happening here. What is happening here is settling accounts with the world in micro before expanding.
Ankara says it has gathered enough evidence that links Gulen to the failed coup. But Gulen denies involvement. Gulen is now on Turkey's most wanted terrorist list, and Turkey has demanded his extradition from the United States.
In August last year, Turkey formally requested the extradition of Fethullah Gulen to face charges over the failed coup. Ankara is frustrated that little progress has been made with Washington on its request because it considers the United States a close ally. But as Yolab David reports, it can be a long and complicated process.
Private political meetings between the Prime Minister and Turkey's two main opposition party leaders underline a political unity since Friday's coup attempt. So far, there aren't many specific details. How many thousands of police and army officers, civil servants, judges and prosecutors are to be dealt with. But the most significant development is the Turkish government's request to extradite the cleric Fethullah Gulen from his US base. The government believes he and his followers orchestrated Friday's failed coup attempt.
The President and I came together and we made a call to the United States. We've sent our files for the extradition of the traitor. The files were provided by the Minister of Justice. The Americans asked us to submit proof and reason to extradite him, and we have provided them with the reasons. We have provided more information than they need.
As more pictures from last Friday becomes available, it's clearer how some people were willing to face the full military might of those behind the coup. A major investigation is underway. Many thousands of suspects have been detained, with thousands more suspended from their work. But the main focus is trying to bring Gulen back to Turkey.
We have 4 different criminal cases against him. The coup attempt on July 15th was under orders and command of Fethullah Gulen. We are still investigating this case, and there are detained people linked to this issue. We are looking for clues. This is a major investigation and won't be finished in a few days. The extradition of Gulen won't be quick as some people think. We should work under the international laws and in accordance of these files.
The US administration will now decide if the evidence presented to them is strong enough. If he's handed over, Gulen could stand trial in Turkey.
Edis Tianshan is in Washington, D.C. and spoke to Paula von Schurach, who is the president of the Global Policy Institute. He believes the issue of Fethullah Gulen's extradition could pose a significant obstacle to Turkish-US relations.
Well, I think mostly America didn't understand what was going on. People didn't really understand the intricacies of Turkish politics. They knew very little about the Gulen movement and its grip on certain key strategic elements of the Turkish institutions and society. And I think that there was genuine confusion in Washington, in the Obama administration at that time, as to what was going on and how should America react. And the fact that also it ended so quickly put people off, in a sense. I think there's a combination of ignorance, which is, quite frankly, it's not justifiable when you're talking about the top echelons of the world power, the United States of America, and some genuine degree of confusion.
But 1 year on, there's still so much skepticism. I mean, it's not just a public opinion, but even among officials at the State Department, at the Capitol Hill. Is this acceptable, do you think? Why is there so much skepticism?
Well, I think one thing which I think at this point is not justifiable anymore, that American policymakers and opinion leaders have not fully appreciated the degree, the intensity, I would say, of the popular resistance on the night of the coup against this military insurrection, terrorist attack, whatever you want to call it. I've seen a lot of footage of what happened during that night, and I am personally satisfied and absolutely convinced that the people in Turkey, regardless of political conviction and political affiliation, whether they were with the government or with the opposition, were definitely against the idea of another coup that would put the military in charge, and they wanted to preserve the institutions. I am not sure how how this reality, which is a very important reality of citizens who want to protect democracy, has sunk in among the elites and the policymakers here in Washington even a year later.
And I think just like anybody else, you would also agree that this issue will probably not be enough to derail an old, strong alliance. It's a NATO alliance between the two countries. But moving on, what do you think can be a common ground, how Turkey and U.S. should or could act?
Well, look, I, as somebody who's been working on NATO affairs for many, many, many years, I, for one, and I think many others with a similar background, do recognize that Turkey plays an extremely important role as a key NATO ally. It's been the case for decades now. And of course, with what's going on in the region right now, and with the still unsettled Syrian conflict and the Kurdish issue, and Daesh both in Syria and Iraq, and the upheavals that are sort of convulsing the region, cooperation, strong cooperation between the United States and Turkey is absolutely vital. It is impossible to think how America can be a significant player in the region and in settling the conflicts that we're talking about without active cooperation on the part of Turkey.
And just very briefly, do you think extradition will be possible? And if not, do you think this will pose another big obstacle?
I understand that this is a significant problem that is affecting the bilateral relationship. Of course, as I'm sure you know, and many other people in Turkey by now know, that it's a complicated process. It is not, the President of the United States cannot demand or say to the courts, okay, you have to do this for me. We have independent powers. The judiciary is independent. The matter will be reviewed. I hope it will be reviewed sensibly, and that the evidence, and I know it's quite substantial, that has been produced by the Ministry of Justice and other authorities in Turkey has reached the competent authorities here in the United States, and that the process will be swift, and a decision will be made, and I hope justice will be done.
Thank you very much for your time and perspective. Paulo von Schirach there, that's the president of the Global Policy Institute, an independent think tank based here in Washington, D.C. I think he made it quite clear that the extradition process will be a long uphill battle, but the relations between the two countries is obviously indispensable. So the two sides, I think everybody agrees on, will be working harder to get the bilateral relations on track. But there's still so much they still don't see eye to eye regarding the FETÖ organization and its establishment in the United States.
There's been much speculation over the motivations of the FETÖ group. To discuss this, Üzeyir Ök joins me now in the studio. He's a professor of psychology of religion at İbn Haldun University in Istanbul. Thank you very much for joining us here.
Thank you very much for your having me here.
Thank you. So what is the motivation behind the FETÖ group?
Well, if we look at it from the psychological perspective, I assume several things. First, people come together to form a group because they feel insecure in the world psychologically. In inner side, they feel insecure. And then to cope with the uncertainties around the world and in the societies, especially in the societies maybe passing from the traditional one to the modern one, they are facing with different types of interpretations, and they are confused. And at that point, they feel in need of finding a person to submit themselves and to hear from that person. And the most important question, I think, at that point is that we ask in psychology of religion how such a smart persons, intelligent persons who are really very good in their area, expertise area, and they are going to somebody who is just an imam. Well, I'm not derogating him being an imam, but a person who is there giving all these speeches, and all these smart people going there and then submitting or doing what that kind of person say to them. And they took it as a kind of command without questioning it, without using the same reasoning that they are using in their expertise area. And this is an amazing thing. I think research on fundamentalism tries to answer to this question. One thing is, as I said, is the uncertainty and the feeling of anxiety inside to cope with this, and then they're going to a person, and then they feel solidarity within a group. This is one thing. Maybe another thing is, for these people, solidarity, I mean, the group solidarity is important because, well, one of the amazing things, I'm going to say something on this, is that these groups started, for instance, defending the universalizing values. They have been in a position of helping people around in Turkey. But this is very universal value, but we didn't know that this group was hiding something inside, because as we have seen in this last event last year, they did something that this is to do with the more egoistic thing, like what we call it self-enhancement. We understood that behind the scene they were working for themselves, for their own purposes, and this is one thing that they used religion for that purpose.
And actually, when we look at the past coups here in Turkey, we've never seen this kind of violence, have we? I mean, bombing after parliament or just killing random innocent people on the streets. That never happened, really, when it comes to the coup. So looking, as you said, at the religious background, the perspective of it, can we say that the world is more isolated as we see Daesh as well, foreign fighters joining it without questioning?
That's a very good question. Yes, in fact, several years ago, when I was in a meeting in Germany, one of the colleagues asked me, what do you think about this movement in Turkey? I said, they actually asked whether this group is using violence or are they aggressive. I said, I haven't seen such a kind of things. I haven't observed at that time. And later on, when I saw all this thing, all these merciful people turn out to be a violent group and shooting to their own citizens, I couldn't understand this. I tried to explain how this could happen because they did not show any symbol, any indication that they are doing this. And later on, I developed another concept. I used the left-wing authoritarianism I'm using here. In Turkey, religious matters are really controversial. At one side, there are some people who are in favor of keeping conservative values. On the other hand, there are some liberal people that they are very sensitive. They are more sensitive than any European person in their own country, because there are some fanatics that I call them left-wing or authoritarians. Whenever they see any symbol of religion, they became suddenly furious. And I don't know how these people were conditioned. They were taught about this, that they are so angry with regard to religion. So this kind of left-wing left-wing people, authoritarian people, collaborated with this group, and then they, I think, to my view, helped each other to bomb all these innocent people in Turkey, and this is unacceptable. I think there's a collaboration. I'm not trying to save this group, but somehow this kind of thing happened, and I'm not giving only the religious thing.
And looking at the numbers as well, who were involved or who are being dismissed here in Turkey and arrested, who are said to be in connection with FETÖ terrorist organization, and looking at also the international links, because it has schools worldwide. So how come that's possible? I mean, is there a way to stop it?
I think there are certain things to be done in this country. To my view, from a religious perspective, religious education in this country should be balanced or should be developed at a certain level to reach a consensus that different parts of the society should agree. And if there is a vacuum, if there is a shortcomings in religious education or religious institutions, this is filled by the religious groups. So these people are trained in a way that they perceive religious text in a very literal way, very strict and rigid way. This motivates them to understand religious text in an aggressive way. So they line a boundary. They think that this is ourselves and there are others. It's a very strict, what we call it, it's a totalitarian kind of totalistic line boundary. So there's no fusion. There's only ourselves and others. So in order to solve this problem, I think from the historical perspective, Turkey needs a kind of consensus, not only in religious education, but also in different value orientations as well. We have to develop our core values so that people with different orientations, liberal or conservative or religious, whatever, unless they use aggression, they can come together.
Thank you very much for joining us here in the studio and for that insight, Uzeyir Ökter, with us.
Thank you very much.
And that's the news for now. We'll be back at the top of the hour with more on the special coverage. President Erdogan is due to address the nation again after morning prayer in about half an hour's time. We'll bring you that live. We'll leave you now with these images from Ankara. Thousands of people watching a light show outside the parliament just a short while ago.
It was a night that changed Turkey forever. 1 year on, we relived the moment the Turks stood up in front of tanks. Hello and welcome to the show. I'm Ali Mustafa and this is Straight Talk. The night of July 15, 2016 started off like any other night. But hidden behind the calm, a conspiracy was underway. A faction within the military was about to take Turkey hostage. Their mission, to abort the constitution and forcibly remove an elected leadership. There was just one problem, a defiant people who refused to surrender. On that warm summer night, Turks united to answer a call for democracy. Ömer Kaplan has their story.
July 15 marks a year since 249 people were killed while they were standing against an attempt to derail Turkish democracy. It was a conspiracy, Turkey says, that was orchestrated thousands of kilometers away, but was defeated on this bridge. This is the Bosphorus Bridge, one of the first targets for the coup plotters. They set up barricades to cut Istanbul in half. It was to send a message that the city had fallen. Throughout the night, tanks rolled through it in a show of force. I met with Emrah Hiçdönmez, who was on the bridge that night, to understand what really happened.
Benim vurulma anım saat 2 sularında oldu. Bir yaralıyı almaya giderken vurdular beni de. Görüntü gerçekten insanlığa sığmayacak. İçler acısı bir durumdaydı. Herkes kan revan içerisinde, yaralanmış, elleri kopmuş, vücutları parçalanmış, hunharca vurulmuş ve katledilmişlerdi. Ölüm korkusu kesinlikle yoktu üzerimizde. Biz yani öleceğimi hiç düşünmedim. 6 yaşında bir oğlum var benim. Onu evimde bırakıp gittim ben.
Despite the resistance of hundreds of people like Emrah, the coup was spreading far and wide across Turkey. It would strike at the heart of Turkey's seat of power. I went to the capital Ankara, where the Turkish parliament, a symbol of democracy, was bombed. Ayşe Keşir was there that night to see it all. The AK Party MP was inside parliament when it was attacked.
Ne dünyada ne işte Türkiye'deki daha önceki darbelerde parlamento binaları bombalanmadı. Burası 80 milyonun temsil edildiği kalbi, ülkenin kalbi burası. Çünkü şu an bulunduğumuz yer, bombanın düştüğü yer. Sol tarafa düştü bomba ve bizim genel kurulda arkamızda kalan kapının hemen arkasında. Ve ben hala O anki barut kokusunu ciğerlerimde hissediyorum. Ben 3 kız annesiyim ve şunu dedim, Allah'ım ne olur bu ülke Bosna olmasın.
Just when it seemed the coup had succeeded and all seemed lost, this happened.
Milletimizi illerimizin meydanlarına davet ediyorum, havalimanlarına davet ediyorum ve milletçe meydanlarda, havalimanında toplanalım.
Erdogan's FaceTime message calling on Turks to resist the coup was shared millions of times online, while the old-school coup plotters were busy taking over the state television. Turks rallied around Erdogan's call to action, sending the coup plotters scrambling in defeat on the streets and on the bridge. And so by dawn, the will of the people proved stronger than the forces of conspiracy, a rare victory for democracy in a country with a history of successful coups. Ömer Kablan, Straight Talk.
And joining me now from Ankara is Turkey's Deputy Prime Minister, Mehmet Şimşek. Mr. Şimşek, good to have you on the show. Now, 1 year ago on July 15th, you and I met at the Nizip refugee camp in Gaziantep, where you spoke of Turkey's security challenges. Did you ever imagine a coup would be underway a few hours later?
No. In fact, in the early moments of the coup attempt, when I was told that a coup was underway, I was in disbelief. I thought that they were just joking. It was an ordinary day for me. I was in Gaziantep with the Secretary General of OECD, Angel Gurria. We launched Turkey Report, and then we visited a refugee camp, and then we came back. OECD Secretary General was ready, his team and luggages. They were about to go to the airport. I said, look, there's a coup underway, we can't fly tonight. And he also said, I must be joking, you know, that I must be joking. And I said, no, it's not actually. So he said, what do we do? I said, well, you know, you go to your room and watch international TV networks, and I will, you know, see what I can do. And then, of course, the night began. You know, it was like a nightmare, but by early hours of the morning, it was over.
Were you at any point concerned the coup might succeed?
Well, you know, the last coup, when the last coup happened back in 1980s, I was a little kid, and I was in the village, and at that time my village didn't have electricity, there was no TVs, there were no TVs or radio. At least we were not aware of it. So that was my first time ever, you know, so I didn't know what to think. And immediately we said, look, what do we do? Of course, you know, people need to resist. And that was the idea, is to get more people on the street, and so that we can safeguard Turkish democracy, rule of law, and our fundamental rights and freedoms, Turkey's future.
What about the criticism in the Western media about the post-coup purges, arrests and detention, specifically of university professors, journalists and judges who have been detained without charge, suspected of being FETÖ members?
Well, first of all, the failed coup attempt in Turkey is no ordinary, no classic coup. Therefore, Turkey's response has been complicated. Had this been just an ordinary coup, Turkey would go after rogue army officers, and that would be it. But the coup was planned, was designed, and executed by a religious criminal network, FETÖ. FETÖ, for the past 40, 50 years, has been recruiting smart kids from very early ages, brainwash them to their cells, and infiltrate into state sectors, state departments. So Turkey, despite all these traumas, maintains a course that is going to strengthen Turkish democracy, going to strengthen rule of law, and we're not going to give up. Turkey is not going to become an inward-looking country. We remain open, we remain integrated to global economy, and we're not going to give up. We're going to continue to enhance Turkey's standards of democracy, boost fundamental rights and freedoms. In fact, combating FETÖ terror network on its own strengthens Turkish democracy. Separating civil servants who have their loyalty to a religious, lunatic, as opposed to having loyalty to Turkish state or Turkish nation, on its own is good for Turkish democracy.
Turkey's Deputy Prime Minister Mehmet Şimşek, thank you for joining us from Ankara. Still to come on Straight Talk, who got it right and who got it wrong, we look back on the media coverage of last year's failed coup. And with all fingers pointing to Fethullah Gülen as the mastermind of the coup, we break down the evidence.
Global media coverage of the July 2016 coup attempt in Turkey failed to grasp the reality of events on the ground and did not provide an inclusive analysis. Almost immediately, the focus shifted from the coup to Turkey's President Erdogan, with many outlets reporting that he would use the coup to solidify his grip on power. Some reports falsely claimed that Erdogan staged the coup himself, while others reported that he fled to Germany but was denied asylum. In a time of turmoil, it's normal that people jump to conclusions, but often the language used went beyond reasonable grounds. Foreign Policy published a report calling Erdogan a mafia boss, and the BBC called him Turkey's ruthless president. The Independent's Robert Fisk said that Erdogan was behind the coup, with no evidence, and went as far as to predict that another coup was imminent. He omitted any reference to who might have actually been behind the coup. Average Turkish citizens who opposed the coup were vilified and belittled. In a very Orientalist way, the New York Times said they were Islamists dancing on the streets, while on their official Twitter channel, they quoted that Erdogan supporters are sheep who follow anything he says. After the failed coup, Fox News commentators said Turkey's last hope had died. As things settled, media focus shifted from an obsession with Erdogan to the state of emergency imposed after the coup, the arrests and detentions of suspected coup plotters, and the alleged disruption of democracy in Turkey. It's understandable that a large amount of people being detained and suspended seems extraordinary, but it's difficult for people living outside of Turkey to understand the Gülenists, because they have seldom, if ever, dealt with the group that has tried to infiltrate state institutions in such a way. Most press coverage referred to Gülen as a cleric living in self-imposed exile in the United States, whose followers engaged in interfaith dialogue, but rarely did anyone explain Turkey's position or who was behind the coup, and efforts to bring the perpetrators to justice, including Fethullah Gülen. And it wasn't just Western media. Much closer to home, Egyptian media immediately jumped the gun, reporting that the military had toppled Erdogan, even though the coup was averted in a matter of hours. This anti-Turkey rhetoric continues until today. The media's role is, of course, to inform and hold others accountable. But was global media coverage of Turkey's coup fair? You decide.
And to discuss this further, I'm joined from London by David Hurst, who is the editor-in-chief of the Middle East Eye. David, thank you for joining us. And we've seen a lot of commentators, especially in Egypt, in the UAE, calling for another coup in Turkey. Are these attempts still underway by groups in the UAE and Egypt to have another coup in Turkey?
I think there's several ways in which Erdogan has been attacked. In the aftermath of the coup, it was very, very clear a year ago that there was a predisposition on behalf of the Western media for the thing to succeed. And we saw this really in the early hours. Even before the facts had been known, there were articles being put out basically saying that Erdogan had polarized the nation, and this was the result, and he basically, and he was the author of his own doom. That was a very consistent line, even before the facts had come out. Then there was this whole period, if you remember, about 12 hours, 13 hours, when it was put out by exactly the same media that are attacking Qatar now. I'm talking about Al Arabiya, which is Saudi-owned, or Sky News Arabi, which is part owned by Murdoch, but also controlled by the Emirates, who basically said it's over, it's finished, Erdogan's fled, he's gone to Germany, or he's been captured. And then they quickly had to row back afterwards. So there was this predisposition. That's one side of the media reaction. The other side was a much more insidious one, which was basically saying Erdogan is authoritarian, he's Islamist, he used Gulen to rise to power, and Gulen, of course, was presented as a preacher of peace and non-violence.
1 year ago, 2 weeks after the coup, you wrote a column in the Middle East in which you revealed that the UAE had funneled money to the coup plotters, suspected coup plotters using exiled Fatah, Palestinian Fatah leader Mohammed Dahlan as a go-between. What more have you learned in the years since the coup and since that column?
Well, that this was a fairly extensively pre-planned operation, that Dahlan was used for the money side of it, and also for coordination. Dahlan represents and takes his money from the United Arab Emirates, and they were one of the parties that were interested in seeing a coup like this succeed, in exactly the same way that they are one of the parties behind the assault and the media campaign against Qatar as well. So 1 year on, with what's going on against Qatar and also what nearly happened against Turkey, it all appears to sort of fit into place.
Thank you so much. A pleasure. David Hurst joining us from London. So we've seen how the coup unfolded a year ago, but who was pulling the strings? Where did the orders come from? One critical piece of evidence was given by Turkey's army chief Hulusi Akar, who was briefly held captive by the coup plotters. For Turkey, the evidence points to a cult-like figure who heads a shadowy organization with global reach. Kieran Burke tells us who he is.
This is the man Turkey suspects of masterminding the failed coup on July 15th. To his followers, Fethullah Gulen is the Imam of the universe. But Turkey says he is a cult leader who heads a subversive movement called FETÖ.
Bir ve beraber olarak 40 yıllık hazırlığı, 40 yıllık birikimi, 40 yıllık sinsi hesabı 20 saate kalmadan yer ile eksan etti.
Since 1974, Gulen has built an extensive network of more than 1,000 schools and universities around the world. On the surface, the FETÖ group is devoted to interfaith dialogue and a tolerant vision of Islam. But this facade hides a more sinister purpose.
Dünyayı sırtınıza alıp taşıyabilecek güce ulaşacağınız ana kadar, o kuvveti temsil edeceğiniz şeyler elinizde olacağı ana kadar, Türkiye'deki devlet yapısı ölçüsüne göre bütün anayasal müesseselerdeki güç ve kuvveti cephenize çekeceğiniz ana kadar her adım erken sayılır.
Over decades, Gulen has gained access to many followers, financial resources, and political influence. It gave him control over parts of the Turkish state. Gulen's disciples infiltrated government institutions, including the armed forces, police, the judiciary, and even political parties. Despite his alleged crimes, Gulen has remained free and protected in the US state of Pennsylvania. From there, he has exerted influence on Turkey. But Ankara says this grip has loosened as a result of the post-coup purge. Gulen denies he is behind the coup and says it could have been staged by the government. Turkey has asked the US to extradite Gulen to stand trial for his alleged crimes. But US prosecutors say Turkey has yet to provide conclusive evidence of Gulen's suspected role in the failed coup. Turkey says that until Gulen is extradited, there will be no justice for the victims of July 15th. Kieran Burke, Straight Talk.
And joining me in the studio is Robert Amsterdam, a consul to the Turkish government and also from Amsterdam and Partners LLP. Now, you have been specifically focusing on charter schools, Gulen-run charter schools, not only in the US, but also globally. Tell us about your findings and your research as far as this network is concerned.
Well, we're about to publish a 700-page book that detail the findings, but quite frankly, never in almost 40 years of doing investigations have I run across an organization like the Gulen organization. To say that this is an empire of deceit or deception is an understatement. Probably the largest H-1B visa scam in history, probably the largest charter school scam in history, frightening what they're doing to American children, frightening the level of attempts by the Gulen organization to actually not only inculcate certain children, but actually bring them into the cult. The level of scams going on around these schools is really hard to describe, which is why essentially it took us 2 years and 20 people going through the public record in 29 states to put it together. And when we did, we really found that the Gulen organization isn't interested in educating American children. They're interested in taking money from the poorest of American children and diverting it into the cult.
When did you get involved in investigating and compiling all this evidence? Because on the other side, contrarians say that the Gulen network is still providing good education. It's essential. It's one of the largest networks or charter school networks in the United States. So what raised the red flags for you, and how did you get involved in this?
Well, firstly, let's be clear. On the objective evidence of ratings in the United States, very few people would say that. For instance, almost all the Gulen schools in Ohio are D and F. Many of them in Florida and Texas and other states, the same thing. The involvement came as a result of the Turkish government retaining us many months before the coup to look into the Gulen organization. And quite frankly, at that point, I was shocked that this man existed, that he had this level of involvement in the schools, because the schools make it a practice of never disclosing their Gulen schools. The schools, the teachers, everyone involved makes it very clear that they don't want to admit they're affiliated. So on the face of it, until this book comes out, there are very few documents that piece together their activities. We've identified not only the schools, but the real estate fronts, the middlemen, how they extract so many millions from the system.
Tell us about that specifically, like a case study in a state. Expand on that for us.
Let's take Ohio, where we filed a complaint with the Ohio state authorities, where what they do is they take a school, let's say for $10, we'll make it simple. They sell it to a Gulen-related entity for $11 or $12. Then that Gulen-related entity will take market rent and jack it up by 2 or 3 or 4 times. And we've documented it in our complaint to the Ohio authorities. Then what they'll do is they'll float a bond. And on the basis of that bond, they might sell that school to some further Gulen middlemen for much more money than they paid. Then they renegotiate the lease, and they make it a triple net lease. And they make sure the public entity never has a right to the property, no matter how many millions of dollars are paid.
It looks like exhaustive work. Thank you for joining us, Robert Amsterdam.
Thank you.
...1956'da Erzurum'a gelin geldim. 60'da ihtilal oldu işte. O zaman 5 senenin, 6 senenin geliniydim. İkinci yoksulluk, çok kötü yoksulluğuna geldik. Yoksulluğuna mesela hiç ekmek yok. Her şey karneyle. Menderes gelince yani yaşlılarımızın şeyiyle o kadar mutlu oldu. Yaşlılarımız seviniyor ki böyle. Yoksulluk hemen hemen kalkmaya başladı. Yani ele 10 sene bir safa sürdük. 10 sene. 10 sene tabii bu iktidar olunca Bütün yaşlılarımız ağlamaya başladı. Asmaya götürdüler oğlum. Dünya yıkıldı, yani bitti dedik, bütün bitti Türkiye. Mert'e geldik 73'te. Onu 80 işte ondan sonra şey oldu. İyiydi biraz. Yine biraz toparlandık. Yine bir de şey oldu işte askere el koydu zaten. O zaman da solcu sağcı. Benim İstanbul'da 4 tane kız büyüttüm. Hepsi zeki, hele de zeki çocukların. Bir tanesini üniversiteyi okutamadım. 10 sene rafa içinde yaşadık gerçekten. Özal geldi ya, huzura kavuştuk. Onlara işte o da öyle gitti. İşte Allah bu hükümeti getirdi başımıza, Erdoğan'ı. Bahçeden geldim, öyle yorulmuşum ki yattım. Biraz uyudum ama Allah Allah dedim. Hele bir kalkın bakın ki neyin nesi. Bir baktım siren sesleri, seleler veriliyor. Saate baktım saat 3. Vay! Kız, hacı ne oluyor? Dedi ki ne olur derbe var dedi. Menderes'in başına geleceği kesinlikle Erdoğan'ın. Hiç öyle bir şey düşünmedim, hala da şey yapmadım yani. Öyle ama dua ettik. Bir bancaradan başımı çıkarttım ki ne çıkarttım? Kıyamet kopuyor. Uçaklar avcıların tepesinden aşağı gidiyor. İnan böyle resmen avcılardan buradan. Ben 78 yaşındayım. O çok kötü günler geçirdik. O geçen günlerimizi de saymıyoruz. Şimdi bundan sonra yaşadığımı sayıyorum.
Next time on Straight Talk. With Qatar's diplomatic crisis now entering its 7th week, we break down what role Turkey has played in trying to find a solution. If you were in Turkey on July 15, 2016, you know exactly where you were and what you were doing. I was on the Syrian border covering a story on the refugees, and we first started hearing reports of a coup while driving back to Gaziantep later that evening. There were reports of soldiers blocking bridges like the one behind me and attacking civilians. The coup forces had taken over our own network, TRT World, and took us off air. So there was no way for us to tell the story of what happened next. But thanks to the internet, the people shared their own stories and spread the call to action. Social media was flooded with images of resistance, men, women, young and old, raising flags and signs of victory against guns and tanks. In Turkey, coups have often succeeded, but on the night of July 15th, the people came out on top. And that's all for this edition of Straight Talk with me, Ali Mustafa. Until next time, hoşça kalın and goodbye.
At this commemoration, the only outcome of Friday's failed coup attempt is the loss of life. Hundreds of people are here to pay their respects to the soldiers, the police and the civilians who lost their lives. Now, it's clear that this failed coup is going to leave a scar on the victims' families to last a lifetime. Sally Ayhan, TRT World, Istanbul.
Thousands gather in Ankara to mark 1 year since unarmed men and women took to the streets to stop an attempted coup.
As the pushers bombed the assembly, however low they sunk, our MPs looked after our future and freedom.
And crowds gather on Istanbul's July 15 Martyrs Bridge in a powerful show of defiance against the events of that night. I'm Ayça Aydoğdu and welcome to TRT World's special anniversary coverage of last year's coup attempt. The day is being marked with marches and events across Turkey, and we'll be bringing you all the latest news and analysis from Turkey and around the world as the country remembers a momentous day in its history. President Erdogan addressed tens of thousands of people at Istanbul's July 15th Martyrs Bridge. He paid tribute to those who died while fighting against a coup. Hours later in Ankara, he spoke at a rally outside Parliament, which was bombed during the failed coup.
As the pushers bombed the assembly, however low they sunk, our MPs looked after our future and freedom, and that is how high they were raised, as low as those pushers went. Such a nation deserves such an assembly.
Gazilikle ikinci kez şereflenen meclisimizin kalbimizdeki, gözümüzdeki yeri de çok daha başkadır.
Being a veteran has now a totally different position in our eyes. No one else from this point on can place their hands on our country and our assembly, and for that very reason we will work even harder. And the poet says, who he is, a human, will not sell out his own homeland. You drink the water of that land. There is no other thing greater than your homeland. How can you sacrifice the homeland? A day shall come when you will be called to account. A day shall come when the questions will be asked. How can you sacrifice that nation, that homeland? How can you divide that nation? You, FETÖ, do you have a place to go? Is there any other action that you haven't committed not to divide this country? Any other door that you haven't knocked on? And in Pennsylvania, now you are designated with a large quarter, and you have your plans there. And those who planned the coup now hit their heads not to the walls but against to the will of our people. The night of July the 15th, those who addressed this homeland are now called to account at courts. The homeland where they feed, where they drink, is sold out their nation for a single dollar, and they will get rotten in dungeons. And we have a promise we made to our nation, with its assembly, with its institutions, with its government, with all the private and the public institutions. We will be following our 2023 targets, which will bring our nation to a contemporary level. And until we keep our promises, we, as our nation, as our party, as our people, will have no rest. My brothers and sisters, the night of July the 15th was a unique one, and the words would not suffice to explain it to its full extent, and our breath will also not be enough. And only those who experienced that night would understand. And thankfully, not only in the provinces, but in all the districts and quarters of our country, in 81 provinces, now people are celebrating that night. And around the building of the General Staff, right across us, around the presidential complex, at the other squares and many other places, we have thousands of witnesses.
These are live pictures coming into you right now from Ankara, where we're expecting Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan to address the nation at the presidential complex one last time. And the president will end proceedings by unveiling a monument to the coup's victims at his palace in the capital at dawn. As you can see, these are live pictures there from Ankara. First, he addressed the nation at the parliament just about half an hour ago. And now we will listen to him after the morning prayers, where he will address the nation at the presidential complex. And Turkey marks first anniversary of the coup attempt, and the national unity marches were staged in Istanbul and Ankara to commemorate the bloody coup attempt that took place in the country last year. And we can remember that 249 people were killed and more than 2,000 people were injured 12 months ago today. And now I'm joined by Onur Erim, a political advisor and writer here in the studio. Thank you again for coming in. Onur, so what did you make of that speech we just listened to?
Again, I think it was a speech that brought the entire year, summed it up. It emphasized how dangerous this group is. It emphasized how much it endangered the well-being of the nation for years to come. And it also emphasized on why the government, why the president is going after this issue at a very detailed level. And I was actually discussing with a couple of colleagues just a few days ago, and I was asked a question, is it finished? Do we see the bottom of the abyss? We don't even know that yet. Just last week, there was an active employee of the prime ministry that was detained right from the prime minister itself. So we don't know how deep this is going to go. Are we ever going to get to the bottom of this? We probably are not. There's going to be few scattered around here and there in different institutions that we will overlook. They will hide themselves pretty well. But I think we have started to, we're not beyond scratching the surface. But I think there's going to be more detentions and more, court cases against people that we may not even realize it. So he summed up the year. He summed up what we did as a nation in the past 1 year. And he is emphasizing day after day, speech after speech, how important this is and how much this means to the well-being of this country, of this nation.
And as Turkey dismissed more than 7,000 police, civil servants and academics just on Friday, the eve of the anniversary of the attempted coup, even after a year, we're talking about thousands of dismissal. How long do you think this process will take?
For as long as it takes. We don't know. You have to realize, this is an issue that no other nation in the history of time has ever faced. So this is not something that anybody else had ever practiced before. This is not anybody else that any other nation had to battle before. This is something brand new. Imagine United Kingdom, imagine US, imagine any other democratic country that there is a power that has infiltrated so much into its bones, so to speak. How are you going to get this cancerous cells out without killing the body? Right now, that's what we're doing. That's what we're trying to aim at. It is going to happen. I think they're all, this entire group, including the leader of the FETÖ terrorist organization, Fethullah Gülen, has now realized that it's not going to go anywhere with Turkey. They're trying to save their group. They're trying to keep them together. But I believe, and things are only showing that the time is working against them. I don't know how long it's going to take, but we're nearer to the end than we were before a year ago. That's for sure.
In total, though, numbers, 150,000 officials were sacked and 50,000 people were arrested there from the military, the police, the judiciary, the academia and other sectors. So looking at that perception and that it's still continuing, now, can the Turkish society trust the military or the judiciary?
Of course. I think that started, let me first answer the military side. I think that started actually the morning of July 15th or the morning of July 16th. The bond between the Turkish nation and its military there's no other example in the world. Turkish citizens, Turkish people see the military as part of themselves. There's a very famous saying, every Turk is born as a GI. So let's put that aside because there was a small thing that happened. Everybody has made their peace with that. Nobody has a problem with the military. The military doesn't have a problem with the nation itself because it's actually all one. Going back to the judiciary, Turkish judiciary system, again, going back to 2010, because of the manipulations that the FETÖ did, had a time of lapse where they changed how the judges were appointed. And then it was switched back immediately, if you remember, back in 2011, I believe. So that did cause some kind of insecurity among the Turkish citizens, among Turks, towards this judiciary system. But we know that all the judges, all the prosecutors are going to come out from this nation. If there's going to be a judiciary system in Turkey that is fair, that is just to everybody, it's again going to come up with and from the nation itself. So we have to be a little patient. It was a very big target of FETÖ, and they destroyed years of educated judges and prosecutors. It's going to take some time. Is there going to be problems? I'm sure there's going to be problems, but we have to be patient. We have to trust the new judges. They're mostly very young right now and very ill-experienced. We have to take this step by step. If this nation is going to get back on its feet in many aspects, including the judiciary, it's going to do from the Turkish citizen. We're not going to start importing judges or prosecutors from other nations. We have to be patient and we have to trust them.
But the dismissals, has it made the Turkish security stronger or weaker when we look at today?
Let's go by the results. Since July 15th of last year, how many major attacks, terrorist attacks did we have in Turkey, as opposed to years before? And how much advance we had against PKK? How many Daesh members did we catch? How many suicide bombers or terrorist attackers did we catch before they actually went into a terrorist attack? A lot. Now, this is not happening by chance. In the last year, as we are cleaning out this terrorist organization from the police, from the military, the success is following up, and we're seeing that in results.
And looking at Turkey's frustration with the West for not understanding the sensitivity of the coup issue, as we can also hear in the speeches of President Recep Tayyip Erdogan today, why is that?
I mean, it takes two to dance. It takes two to tango. Do we have faults on our side, on the Turkish side? Did we make mistakes? Yes, we have. But what especially Europe and to some degree also US does not realize is that they're losing the trust of the Turkish people itself. They're doing things, they have been doing things against Turkey for the last maybe couple of years to several years that are totally against the core values of the EU, that are totally against the core values of the United States, respectively. When you don't let a Turkish minister exercise the most basic human right of freedom of speech, you cannot convince the Turkish citizens that EU is a good union, that we should be a part of it, that the core values of this union is very humanitarian and very international. As I said, did we make mistakes in the past? Are we still making mistakes? I'm sure we are, and I'm sure we did. But right now, and for the past couple of years, the EU especially has been making more mistakes on a humanitarian level, on an international level, on the level of core values than we have been making. And this is basically the president's reaction to EU, because don't forget, It was the president himself that led Turkey's road to accession to EU back in 2002. So right now, if they're seeing changes in the way Mr. Erdogan feels against EU, it's not probably at all Turkey's fault. It's rather EU's fault and their treatment of Turkey, which is unjust, which is unfair, and is totally against the core values of the EU.
And why is the West frustrated for Turkey not lifting the state of emergency?
I don't know. I honestly don't know, because if the West is frustrated about that, the West should be more frustrated to France, that has had a longer state of emergency because of a single bombing in Paris. So they should be the ones to answer that question, not us.
Okay, well, we'll keep you here for now. Let's look at other things that happened today. As we wait for President Erdogan to address the nation one last time, let's take a look at how the day was marked around Turkey and the world. In Istanbul, thousands gathered at the July 15 Martyrs Bridge. It was one of the locations civilians confronted tanks and troops during last year's coup attempt. It was the first site secured by those who tried to overthrow the government. But on Saturday, it was where thousands remembered the dead and celebrated democracy. Some of those who have taken to the streets this July 15th explained to TRT World why it was important for them to show their support.
I am here for my country, for my president, and for our future. I don't have the words to say more.
I cannot explain my feelings. I haven't been able to forget this for 1 year, and we never forget it. During the coup attempt, I heard gunshots and saw the shooting in Çengelköy. I cannot explain this feeling, and now, as the families of martyrs and the injured say, everything is for my country.
I was at Fatih Sultan Mehmet Bridge that night. We were the first group that intervened in the coup. We opened the bridge to traffic. That night I said that if I die, it should be like a man. And today I am here to say the same thing.
It's so sad. I don't want to remember that night. Of course, we also don't want to forget it. Several people were martyred. In the memory of those martyrs, we are here at this place.
TRT World's Sarah Firth has been following the march in Istanbul.
Well, huge crowds gathered throughout the day, culminating in a crowd on what is now known as Martyrs Bridge, and they listened to the president addressing those crowds. It was a sea of red flags as they listened. You'd also saw the president unveiling a martyrs memorial, and these were just some of the events to mark the 1-year anniversary of that failed coup. 249 people lost their lives in that failed coup 1 year ago. Some 2,000 people were injured. You heard their names read out. They were remembered. And earlier on in the day, a huge national unity march had taken place from various points across the city. Now the events are going to go on throughout the night, marking some of those key symbolic moments that took place 1 year ago through the duration of that night. A little earlier on, you heard the city here in Istanbul suddenly come alive with sound from the mosques. They were reciting prayers, echoing what had taken place around that same time 1 year ago when the mosques had called for people to come to the streets, and indeed you had seen people turning out onto the streets to defend their democracy. And that was really what today has all been about, a day of unity and of remembering those who did lose their lives and who stood up to those who took part in the coup, eventually repelling that coup. And as we said, those events are going to be going on throughout the night into the early hours of the morning, marking that 1 year since that failed coup took place.
It's not the first time thousands march across that bridge over the Bosphorus to show their solidarity and support. In the days after the coup attempt, thousands of Turks also gathered, and TRT World's Lan Santos joined them. Let's take a look back at that moment.
Well, we are on the Bosphorus Bridge, about 20 minutes away from the end of the march. Remember, this is the exact place where a few days ago only, tanks, pro-coup tanks occupied, not letting civilians through. These were the guys that came through. They stood up against the tanks. And now it is a scene of utter jubilation. You can see the flares, you can see the people singing, and you can see how happy and how important this is to the people of Istanbul, and it really does feel like the whole of Istanbul has turned out to watch us to march on this tonight.
Turkish expats have also marked the anniversary of the failed coup across the globe. Most of the commemorations took place at the Turkish consulates and embassies, stretching from Cologne in Germany to Pretoria in South Africa. Experts paid their respects to the people who lost their lives while resisting rogue soldiers. The Turkish government has accused the Fethullah terrorist organization known as FETÖ of orchestrating the failed coup. Let's take a look now at the history of the group.
FETÖ is led by this man, Fethullah Gulen. He began his career as an imam in the Turkish cities of Edirne and Izmir in the 1960s. His talks and lectures led to a small base of supporters. In the 1970s, the gatherings took the form of an organization, loosely known as Hizmet. The group soon became active in the fields of education, relief work, and media. It's currently present in more than 160 countries. In 1999, Gulen left for the United States, reportedly to receive medical treatment for diabetes. Some say it was because he feared arrest in Turkey. Since then, he's been living in self-imposed exile. The Gulen organization had close ties with the AK Party, particularly after it came to power in the early 2000s. But their relationship turned sour after corruption allegations in 2013 that implicated some cabinet ministers. Government officials blamed suspected Gulenist prosecutors for the probe. The government accuses the group of being a parallel state and says its supporters have infiltrated public institutions, including the police and the judiciary.
Until you have things in your hands with which you can represent power, until you bring to your side all the power and strength of all constitutional institutions depending on the size of Turkey's state structure. This is what is happening here. What is happening here is settling accounts with the world in micro before expanding.
Ankara says it has gathered enough evidence that links Gulen to the failed coup. But Gulen denies involvement. Gulen is now on Turkey's most wanted terrorist list, and Turkey has demanded his extradition from the United States.
One of the biggest impacts of the coup attempt has been the firing of thousands of government employees with suspected links to FETÖ. Turkey says it's necessary to protect national security. Critics say hundreds of innocent people are being caught up in the investigation. Nicole Johnston reports from Istanbul.
1 year on from the failed coup attempt, and the Turkish government is still deeply involved in a program of mass arrests, sackings and suspensions as it investigates government employees accused of being members and sympathisers of the Fethullah terrorist organisation. More than 50,000 suspected members of the group are in prison. Arrest warrants are out for another 8,000. Human rights groups and some European countries say the arrests include government critics and is aimed at crushing opposition. The Justice Minister denies it.
If you believe in democracy, rule of law and human rights, if you believe in these values, please do not care about the rights of these pushists, but care about the rights of those who lost their lives. And still, they are making an application in order to visit these people in prisons. They are also making their applications to observe our hearings.
Since the attempted coup, more than 103,000 state employees have been fired, including teachers, judges and police officers. More than 33,000 have been suspended, but around 34,000 people who lost their jobs and were investigated are now back working again after proving their innocence. But some Turks, including the main opposition party, the CHP, say the investigation has gone too far. For the last few weeks, tens of thousands of people have walked from Ankara to Istanbul to protest against the state of emergency the country is now under. They called the event the Justice March. And justice is what CHP Member of Parliament, Sinan Sarahan, is worried about, especially since half the country's judges and prosecutors have been sacked.
Of course, we need to judge these veto members, but it needs to be under the rule of law. If someone is a criminal, the entire family shouldn't be fined. There are over 100,000 people sacked, and this caused problems like shortages in courts, and there are judges who are inexperienced, fill in the gap.
A commission has now been set up to hear appeals from people who think they've been unfairly treated. It starts work next week. All its members are selected by the government.
This new commission will have 7 judges and 200 experts. It's created with the law, and it will investigate all the files one by one. If the request is fair, the person will get his or her job back in 15 days.
Once sacked, people lose their income and social security benefits. They're also usually shunned by the community. These days, few people in Turkey will risk being associated with anyone accused of having links to FETÖ. Nicole Johnston, TRT World.
In August last year, Turkey formally requested the extradition of Fethullah Gulen to face charges over the failed coup. Ankara is frustrated that little progress has been made with Washington on its request because it considers the United States a close ally. But as Yolap David reports, it can be a long and complicated process.
Private political meetings between the Prime Minister and Turkey's 2 main opposition party leaders underline a political unity since Friday's coup attempt. So far, there aren't many specific details. How many thousands of police and army officers, civil servants, judges and prosecutors are to be dealt with. But the most significant development is the Turkish government's request to extradite the cleric Fethullah Gulen from his US base. The government believes he and his followers orchestrated Friday's failed coup attempt.
The President and I came together and we made a call to the United States. We've sent our files for the extradition of the traitor. The files were provided by the Minister of Justice. The Americans asked us to submit proof and reason to extradite him, and we have provided them with the reasons. We have provided more information than they need.
As more pictures from last Friday becomes available, it's clearer how some people were willing to face the full military might of those behind the coup. A major investigation is underway. Many thousands of suspects have been detained, with thousands more suspended from their work. But the main focus is trying to bring Gulen back to Turkey.
We have 4 different criminal cases against him. The coup attempt on July 15th was under orders and command of Fethullah Gulen. We are still investigating this case, and there are detained people linked to this issue. We are looking for clues. This is a major investigation and won't be finished in a few days. The extradition of Gulen won't be quick as some people think. We should work under the international laws and in accordance of these files.
The US administration will now decide if the evidence presented to them is strong enough. If he's handed over, Gulen could stand trial in Turkey.
Edis Tianshan is in Washington, D.C. and spoke to Paolo von Schirach, who is the president of the Global Policy Institute. He believes the issue of Fethullah Gulen's extradition could pose a significant obstacle to Turkish-US relations.
Well, I think mostly America didn't understand what was going on. People didn't really understand the intricacies of Turkish politics. They knew very little about the Gulen movement and its grip on certain key strategic elements of the Turkish institutions and society. And I think that there was genuine confusion in Washington, in the Obama administration at that time, as to what was going on and how should America react. react. And the fact that also it ended so quickly put people off, in a sense. I think there's a combination of ignorance, which is, quite frankly, it's not justifiable when you're talking about the top echelons of the world power, the United States of America, and some genuine degree of confusion.
But 1 year on, there's still so much skepticism. I mean, it's not just a public opinion, but even among officials at the State Department, at the Capitol Hill. Is this acceptable, do you think? Why is there so much skepticism?
Well, I think one thing which I think at this point is not justifiable anymore, that American policymakers and opinion leaders have not fully appreciated the degree, the intensity, I would say, of the popular resistance on the night of the coup against this military insurrection, terrorist attack, whatever you want to call it. I've seen a lot of footage of what happened during that night, and I am personally satisfied and absolutely convinced that the people in Turkey, regardless of political conviction and political affiliation, whether they were with the government or with the opposition, were definitely against the idea of another coup that would put the military in charge, and they wanted to preserve the institutions. I am not sure how this reality, which is a very important reality of citizens who want to protect democracy, has sunk in among the elites and the policymakers here in Washington even a year later.
And I think, just like anybody else, you would also agree that this issue will probably not be enough to derail an old, strong alliance. It's a NATO alliance between the two countries. But moving on, what do you think can be a common ground, how Turkey and U.S. should or could act?
Well, look, as somebody who's been working on NATO affairs for many, many, many years, I, for one, and I think many others with a similar background, do recognize that Turkey plays an extremely important role as a key NATO ally. It's been the case for decades now. And of course, with what's going on in the region right now, and with the still unsettled Syrian conflict and the Kurdish issue, and Daesh both in Syria and Iraq, and the upheavals that are sort of convulsing the region, cooperation, strong cooperation between the United States and Turkey is absolutely vital. It is impossible to think how America can be a significant player in the region and in settling the conflicts that we're talking about without active cooperation on the part of Turkey.
And just very briefly, do you think extradition will be possible? And if not, do you think this will pose another big obstacle?
I understand that this is a significant problem that is affecting the bilateral relationship. Of course, as I'm sure you know, and many other people in Turkey by now know, that it's a complicated process. It is not, the President of the United States cannot demand or say to the courts, okay, you have to do this for me. We have independent powers. The judiciary is independent. The matter will be reviewed. I hope it will be reviewed sensibly, and that the evidence, and I know it's quite substantial, that has been produced by the Ministry of Justice and other authorities in Turkey has reached the competent authorities here in the United States, and that the process will be swift and a decision will be made, and I hope justice will be done.
Thank you very much for your time and perspective. Paulo von Schirach there, that's the president of the Global Policy Institute, an independent think tank based here in Washington, D.C. I think he made it quite clear that the extradition process will be a long uphill battle, but the relations between the two countries is obviously indispensable. So the two sides, I think everybody agrees on, will be working harder to get the bilateral relations on track. But there's still so much they still don't see eye to eye regarding the FETÖ organization and its establishment in the United States.
You can see these are live pictures coming in to you from Ankara right now, from the presidential complex there. Turkey's President Recep Tayyip Erdogan is going to address the nation there as well. He returned from Istanbul to Ankara after midnight and to address the nation there at the parliament. And at this exact time last year, it was attacked by the coup plotters. And now he is going to be addressing the nation from the presidential complex there one last time. The president will end proceedings by unveiling a monument to the coup's victims at his palace in the capital, Dawn. This is the monument you can see on the pictures right now, live from Ankara, the capital there. Turkey's relations with a number of countries have been strained over the last 12 months. Turkey considers many Western countries to have not recognized the gravity of the threat facing the country's democracy. Relations with Germany have been particularly difficult, but it's home to more than 3 million Turks. And within the Turkish communities in Germany, there's still a real bond with the politics of the mother country. Europe correspondent Francis Collins reports.
There may be smiles in public outside the Reichstag in Berlin, but inside the political corridors, the diplomatic relationship between Germany and Turkey is far from harmonious. And it's been getting worse over the last year. Two countries led by strong and yet very different characters, bound by mutual interest and a sizable Turkish community in Germany. But there are serious issues of disagreement.
With Turkey and Germany, it has always been some kind of like an odd marriage. So like partners who sort of like love each other, but eventually we get into a fight. But there is no possibility for divorce because you have children, in this case the Turkish-German minority of around 3 million people.
Events of the last year have increased the tension, notably the referendum in Turkey in April to redefine the presidential powers.
Hundreds of thousands of Turkish people here in Germany took part in that referendum and they had strong opinions. But the fact remains is that many of them feel more bound politically to Ankara than they do to German politics.
Which is why Turkey's politicians wanted a campaign in Germany, something denied to them by the German authorities. At the same time, Germany's allowed rallies in support of the PKK, not only regarded in Turkey as a terrorist organization, but also by the European Union and the United States.
We have been disappointed by the attitude adopted by Germany in the process ahead of the referendum. So if they have any feelings of disillusionment, ours is even greater than theirs.
Difficulties have been heightened by the German decision to grant asylum to more than 400 Turkish people accused of taking part in a coup attempt a year ago. But political divisions can be reflected at street level within the Turkish communities here. Kazim Erdogan came to Berlin from Turkey more than 40 years ago. He works as a psychologist and specializes in improving relations between the two communities.
It doesn't help to say the fault is the Turks or the Germans. Both sides need to admit their guilt, and this is how you begin to solve problems. We need to develop a new we feeling, we who live in Germany, instead of you Turks and we Germans.
Like many a troubled friendship, this one will take work to heal the diplomatic wounds. But the bonds between Turkey and Germany are too strong for the events of the last year to threaten what is always likely to be a difficult relationship. Francis Collins, TRT World in Berlin.
Relations also soured between Turkey and its EU neighbours after the failed coup. Jack Parrick is in Brussels and says tempers are still high on both sides.
The European Union released a statement one day after the failed coup attempt to say that democracy and the democratic institutions in Turkey must be respected. But the EU was criticised in Turkey for firstly being slightly delayed, as it was seen, in their response, and also for not explicitly supporting the government and President Erdogan himself, rather supporting the democratic institutions. Ever since then, there has been a worsening of relationships between the European Union and Turkey, and especially with European Union countries like the Netherlands and Germany, which were very keen to prevent any sort of campaigning for the constitutional referendum this year, which just happened. So the Germans and the Dutch were not very happy with that campaigning, and it led to a series of statements from senior political figures, including President Erdogan himself, who accused those countries of indeed acting like Nazis or using Nazi tactics, which clearly didn't go down very well here in Europe. And also we've seen in the wake of the constitutional referendum, European parliamentarians in the European Parliament vote in a non-binding vote to end Turkey's accession process.
Turkey's President Recep Tayyip Erdogan is addressing the nation at the presidential complex. He's approached the podium And you can see tens of thousands have gathered in front of the presidential complex there. And he will also end proceedings by unveiling a monument to the coup's victims at his palace. People are waving their flags at dawn, and this is the last speech he'll be making on the first anniversary of the coup attempt. As national unity marches were staged in Istanbul and Ankara, and let's listen in.
Distinguished relatives of our martyrs, valuable veterans, my dear brothers and sisters, I extend my salutations to each and every one of you. One of the biggest betrayals that Turkey experienced, the July the 15th. On the anniversary, I wish the blessings on the souls of our martyrs and the best for our veterans. The programs which took start as of Tuesday and is still ongoing helps us remember our martyrs and extend our gratitude to our veterans. We had a promise not to forget July the 15th and not allow it be forgotten. We will neither forget it ourselves nor allow it be forgotten by the next generations. We today do not forget the Dardanelles and independence wars and remember it in each and every chance and take the lessons. And this goes the same for July the 15th. And the epics only have one hero, yet on the other hand, July the 15th has millions of heroes. What we did on that night was to be together with our nation, have one heart, one head, and be arm in arm, and to challenge the terrorist organization and the powers standing by them. And for that very reason, we are here. Those who could not exhibit that courage now have intentions to smear and to slander the effort that they couldn't themselves display when the tanks were there, when the bargaining was over. That gentleman was received as a guest at the municipality complex of Bakırköy district. The controlled coup, state of emergency. What were you expecting? Were you expecting to have a free hand? We have a national security meeting tomorrow, and we will talk and negotiate and make a proposition that the state of emergency should be prolonged. In different parts of the world,
Dünyanın değişik yerlerinde,
in different parts of the world, in states, you see in any incident, maybe a simple one, a resolution for a state of emergency can be made immediately. In France, as you reckon, terrorists killed about 10 to 15 people, and then state of emergency was declared for 1 year. And here, some attempted to
2193 gazimiz var. Biz bu kararı verirken George'a mı
devastate, to overthrow us and
Evet. Şu anda
to demolish.
parlamenter hukuk
And
sistemi
are we
içerisinde
now not going to question that? And in the parliamentarian system, we now have, of course, have our parliament.
bana
If
geldiği zaman
it
ben de bunu onaylarım.
it passes through the parliament
Bu kadar
and
açık
comes
söylüyorum.
before me, I will rectify
250 şehidimizin ruhaniyetinin
such a
hesabını veremeyiz.
resolution. Otherwise, we cannot
2193 gazimizin
be brought
o acılarını
to the
çekemeyiz.
accountability that
İşte
we
geçenlerde Gata'yı ziyarete gittim. Ayağı
were to be called to.
kopulanlar, kolu
The other day,
olmayanlar,
I visited
başının
Gata
yarısı kopmuş
Hospital.
olanlar,
I saw those who
bütün bunlar
lost
ortada
their
öyle
arms,
bir vaka.
their legs,
Biz hala
those
acaba George ne der, Hans ne der bunu
whose
düşünüyoruz.
heads were ripped off their bodies.
Birliğinde durum ne
And
olur bunu
now
düşünüyoruz.
we think, what would George or Hans say, or what would happen in the EU? No matter what you do, their attitude is clear to see. It has been 54 years. 54.
Hala bizimle bunlar dalga geçiyor.
And they are still
Verdikleri sözleri tutmazlar.
mocking us.
Vize uygulaması dersin tutmazlar.
They don't keep their promises. They make promises about visa liberalization and they don't keep their promises. They say we will grant that much of budget for the refugees and they won't allocate it. We will have to deal with our own issues and there is no any other way. And on that night, those millions of people who took to the streets at the expense of their lives
Onların hakları için adeta kendilerini parçalıyorlar. İşte en son
are not
Hamburg G20'de
acknowledged by those who strive still for FETÖ members. At Hamburg G20, they are still asking about those people. They are not asking about 250 martyrs, 2,193 veterans, and they don't ask why millions of people came together, convened, assembled on the Anatolian side and over the bridge. And do you know why they don't ask? Because it doesn't work for them. And some others are marching for justice, for the would-be
Türkmen kardeşlerimize
march.
gönderdiğimiz yardımların ne yazık ki
The reason
FETÖ'cüler
is
tarafından
the aid that we send
önünün kesilerek
to our brothers and sisters
MİT FETÖ'cü savcıların talimatıyla
are
önleri
blocked away,
ve ondan sonra
and through the orders of the prosecutors from FETÖ, the trucks carrying, delivering aid to them are investigated, and they don't allow them pass through
şimdi içeride.
with certain
Ve bu hesabı
claims.
verecekler. Bu işin amacım yok.
And now they are in prison and they will be
Ve şu anda
held accountable for that. And there is no any other way.
keyif yerinde.
In jurisdiction,
Orada
you take a look and you see
mazlum
that some do enjoy
şehitlerimizin
their position
ailelerine karşı adeta
and,
şaka satıyorlar.
so to speak,
Ben bunu
they are putting
söyledim.
on airs
Sayın Başbakan
towards the relatives of our martyrs and to our veterans. I said it today, and let me reiterate. Our Minister of Justice is here, and now we, as it is the case in Guantanamo, make them wear uniforms and attend to court hearings in such uniforms. There's no possibility for them to suit up and come to the court, because we need to stand by the rights of our oppressed brothers and sisters. Many things have happened, and we need to shoulder our responsibility, as it is the case for us not to forget July the 15th. We should not also forget what kind of an attitude was shown by some. This issue is not of politics, but one of our homeland. And from the very beginning, we also know and recognize and acknowledge those who were involved in that challenge. Starting from the chairperson of MHP and all the other politicians who stood against it, I would like to extend my gratitudes once again. And there are also those who followed the things over their TV sets while drinking cups of tea or coffee when things were unfolded. We were in the parliament. Today was a special session, and even during that, some had the efforts to confuse things. And now you need to spend much more time to come to clarify your position. And I understand them to a certain degree, but some also claimed that they would stand by the tanks, yet we also know that they ran away from them. When Turkey was giving the fight for existence, there were some people who were communicating and cooperating with some terrorist organizations. Had some excuses, cited some excuses that they were sick or whatsoever. But this ill person, he was released, and how come is he able to walk? We need to be sensitive. We may not go through the same things yet again. These people are not taken ill. It's all about their lives. With the enemies, with Pennsylvania, there are those who say the same language, and we will never forgive those who stood by and with them. Our nation will be calling those to account who made themselves soldiers and guards to FETÖ. We will have our prayers and also commemoration with our nation. Maybe the bodies of our martyrs are under the ground in graves, yet their spirits shall live forever. While the members of FETÖ get rotten in dungeons, they will each and every day die over and over again. And the delusions they had will never come true. those supporters of FETÖ later or sooner have their names written on the black pages of history, and they will vanish. Our people should be in relief. The blood of no martyr or veteran shall remain on the ground stranded. And let me clearly articulate, if we are not able to take the vengeance, we should very well know that Allah, the most merciful, will do. And Umut boy at the age of 17 did rise to the level of attestation, and their blood will not remain on floor unattended. And this boy replied to his father when his father was being attentive to him before he took the streets, and he said to him, isn't this country entrusted to me as well, father? And let there be no doubt that the betrayers, the traitors who pointed guns, weapons at us, at our future, will never see a bright day ahead of themselves. And the poet says, the days for resurgence is of ours, and our hands should reach out to the sky. The sun that would set and that would rise is ours. Betrayal is theirs, and homeland is ours. My brothers and sisters, those who experienced July the 15th and those who brought it to victory are to be acknowledged, and this is of great importance. But more important than that, there are certain lessons we need to learn for our future. Those events conducted within the framework of that commemoration, and those monuments we open will help us to reflect, on our past and our future. One state, one flag, one homeland, and we see also one nation, and in line with those, we see that single nation put in form, and I see across me the single state, the star of presidency. And then we see the map of Anatolia, our homeland, and there we see our flags. And with that meaningful monument, hopefully each and every year on this day of national unity, we will convene for Turkey not to face such an attempt of coup. Once again, all institutions, from the public to the private and all the way to the NGOs, need to do what they are supposed to. We should leave no gap, even the slightest and the smallest gap. We should know who FETÖ is, not refrain from articulating its name, and everyone should know who that person is, that assassin. And we will be conducting work that will fit to our country and become our country. Nobody is going to offer us success easily. We will get it with our mind and our works. And July the 15th has shown us that we need to tackle all the internal and external powers who target us. And the Turkish nation has never run away from challenge. And the coward, you should not forget that, never can erect a monument as such. And we are decisive to build our monument of victory. The traitors, the herds of murderers, and of FETÖ, and the herds of murderers of Daesh, and those would-be allies of ours will not prevent us, will not block us away from what we target to achieve. Maybe we will work harder, maybe we will pay bigger prices, but with God's willing, we will be building a strong Turkey, a Turkey of welfare. The formula for success is known. One state, right across me, 18 million, with the Kurdish, with the Turkish, with the Abaza, with the Caesarean, with the Laz, and we know that we are a single, one nation, as 18 million. A single, one flag, and the others have the piece of cloth and a rag, but we have our holy flag, and it takes its color from the color of the blood of our martyrs, and a single homeland. Nobody will be allowed to have operations here on those lands. You might have heard in Tendrek, in Kabar, all those locations, our police forces, our law enforcement bodies, our gendarmerie, our military are doing what they are to those terrorist organizations. We always stated that we would go down into their dens, and we said not only to the dens of those people, those terrorist organizations known, but also to the dens of FETÖ. Now they are fleeing to the USA, to Europe, and they will continue to do so, but they will, and we will chase after them. My distinguished brothers and sisters, the fourth one is one state. Other than the Republic of Turkey, we have no other state, and we will render our single state stronger. And as a strong state, with God's willing, we will even further strengthen our position in the world and hold on tightly to those principles. As long as we do so, there is no difficulty that we can tackle. The coup attempts or diplomatic games or traps, economic traps, won't be stopping us. And on July the 15th, we thought, those who thought that they could take a hold of Turkey, a lesson, and with the same feelings of determination, we will continue with our fight. May God be with us and by us. I once again would like to extend my salutations to the heroes of July the 15th. May you have our salutations conveyed upon you, those heroes who stood on solid grounds against the tanks and shame on those who went joyful for the military coup, those who have no blood running through their veins. Salutations to Nene Hatun, like in the Şerife, and salutations to those who made the Dardanelles spirit last, and shame on those who ran away when the homeland was in danger. Salutations to those who challenged death, and shame on those who plotted coup with coup, and salutations to those who said that my shroud is on my shoulders, and shame on those who pointed guns at its own nation. July the 15th Monument of Martyrs, opened as of today, will be making it possible, ensure that we have those feelings last and live forever. I once again wish a quick recovery to our veterans, and may the blessings of God be on the souls of our martyrs. I would like to convey my gratitude to each and every member of this country, of this nation. May all the best be with you.
Sayın Cumhurbaşkanımıza konuşmalarından dolayı teşekkür ediyoruz. Birazdan Cumhurbaşkanımız Recep Tayyip Erdoğan.
On the first anniversary of the coup attempt, Turkey's President Recep Tayyip Erdoğan addressed the nation for the third time, this time from the presidential complex in Ankara. As you can see, the live pictures on your screen, we just listened in, and he ended the proceedings by unveiling a monument. He will be unveiling it now, the monument to the coup's victims at his palace. And Recep Tayyip Erdoğan said one of the biggest betrayals Turkey experienced is the 15th of July today, 12 months ago. We will not allow it to be forgotten. And he's walking towards the monument. As we said, this was the last speech of the anniversary of the coup attempt. Recep Tayyip Erdoğan addressed the nation on the Martyrs Bridge in Istanbul, and afterwards he made a speech at the parliament about 3:30, about the time the parliament was bombed. And let's cross now to TRT World's Turkey political correspondent Hasan Abdullah, who joins me now from Ankara. So Hasan, what stood out there in that speech?
Well, there are a number of points that stand out during the speech. The president, of course, started off by expressing gratitude to those who laid down their lives, and of course the families who stood firm despite losing their loved ones. After that, he criticized the European Union. He said that there has been a series of broken promises, and he said that, for example, the accession talks has been going on for a long time, and every time some conditions had been imposed on Turkey. When Turkey fulfilled those conditions, more conditions were brought in. He also said that while he was at the G20 summit in Hamburg, a number of European countries and their leaders asked him about the coup soldiers and those who were allegedly involved in the killing of some 250 people in Turkey. And he said that they were not asking about the victims and those who were affected by it. And according to the president, it's because the agenda does not suit them. Excuse me. He also criticized the leader of the main opposition party, the CHP, and he said that all this talk about controlled coup is an insult to those who have suffered during this coup attempt. And the president, of course, talked about economic development.
Yes, and Hassan, let's take a minute there. You can breathe for a while, and I'll be speaking to Onur Erim, who's a political advisor in our studio. Onur, so why is this monument so important? What does it symbolize?
Well, this particular monument itself has four sides, as you could see, what the president has been emphasizing for quite a few years now. One nation, one country, one government, and one flag. On top is the crescent and the star, carried over the shoulders of 7 men and women, symbolizing the 7 regions of Turkey. And then each side, as I said, symbolizes one of the mottos. And underneath, which we don't see right now, there's a tomb-like stone, which has the names of the 250 martyrs etched in stone. And it's based on an 8-sided star of the Selçuk government. It is directly across from the main gate of the Külliye, the presidential complex.
Why is it important that it's at the presidential complex, the monument?
It's directly across from the main gate. I think it gives you, and I think it really goes back to the days of the Ottoman. As he steps out every day, he sees that. He remembers the 250 martyrs. He remembers the veterans. He remembers the heroic acts of the Turkish people. And everybody that comes after him, he's mortal at the end of the day. Every president that comes after him will see this, will remember this, will never forget about this date, about July 15th. He's been using a line for the last couple of days, which I love. We will either be or we will die.
We can see now from the pictures there's the Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan with his wife next to him, Emine Erdogan, and he is going towards the monument as it's across the presidential complex to unveil the monument to the coup's victims, the 250 people who were killed on 15th of July last year, 12 months ago, and more than 2,000 people were injured. And he made his last speech there at the presidential complex, where 30 people were also killed there a year ago on the failed coup night. As you can see the monument now closely, and you described it.
On this side, there's men and women, 81 of them, symbolizing each province of Turkey. On the other side is symbolizing with the Turkish, with the map of Turkey, symbolizing one country. One nation on this side. On one side is one government with the symbolization of the presidential force.
And on the top of it, we could also see...
on top, as you see the crescent and the star,
yes,
it's laying on the shoulders of 7 men and women, symbolizing the 7 regions of the Republic of Turkey. And on top, of course, crescent and the star that will never die.
As we can see it now.
Exactly.
From the pictures.
And what you don't see is the tombstone-like monument in the middle, which is kind of under the curtains right now. And again, it's on top of the Selçuk star, which also gives you the sense of, gives you the symbolization of where Turkey, the Ottoman Turkey came from. And again, I think it's all in all, it being directly across from the main gate of the presidential complex is saying, you know, we will never forget for years and years to come.
Mm-hmm. And we can still see in the pictures the Parliament Speaker, the wife of Recep Tayyip Erdogan, Emine Erdogan, as they're unveiling the monument there.
Yeah, we're seeing members of the Parliament. We're saying also...
Prime Minister Binali Yildirim is in the picture as well. And he just made his final speech there. And as we said, the presidential complex is one last time where more than 30 people were killed. And he's making a speech there, but in front of him, we could also see the families who lost their loved ones as they had their pictures in their hands, were walking behind the President Recep Tayyip Erdogan. They were sitting right at the front listening to him, those who lost their loved ones there, as the monument symbolizes that. It's the coup's victims at his palace. And this will be the final speech of the anniversary of the coup attempt. And Onur, so looking throughout the day, How did this day go, and how do you see it?
I mean, it's both a very sad day with the loss of martyrs and with the veterans, and it's also a very joyful day. I think that this is by far probably the most important day after the independence war of Turkey, or in other sense, maybe you could call this the second independence war of Turkey, because this was where the entire nation came together, whether they were rightist, they were leftists, they were from the north, the south, whether they belonged to this ethnic group or that, whether they were Kurds, they were Turks. This was the day that everybody came together and everybody fought against a very big power. I think everybody will agree that this is not just a lone act of a lunatic, terrorist, self-exiled in Pennsylvania. There's some other bigger powers behind this. The victory that was won by the Turkish nation without a gun. Don't forget, none of these guys that lost their lives, none of these guys that protested, none of these guys that stood in front of tanks, didn't have any, most of them didn't even have a pistol, maybe one or two very small, unspecific cases, but nobody had something. They had their heart set on saving this nation, and they were able to connect with the soldiers, with the military, the part of the military, which was, thank God, a major part of the military, to join together to bring the people that are following this lunatic terrorist in the U.S. And they were all, came hand in hand and saved the nation altogether, basically.
Well, thank you very much for being with us in the studio today, Honorary and Political Advisor and Writer.
Thank you very much.
And as you see, these are the live pictures from Ankara as the president ends proceedings by unveiling a monument to the coup's victims at his palace, the presidential complex in Ankara, the capital. There were many moments on the night of the attempted coup in Turkey that stands out to those who lived through it. Here's a look back on some of those pivotal events, including the moment when government regained control and hailed that the attempted coup had been a failure.
Kalkışma bastırılmıştır. Ancak şehitlerimiz var.
We've been taking a look back on the effects the failed coup has had on the lives of people in Turkey. One of them is Batuhan Ergin. The 20-year-old had just completed his military service and was looking forward to spending time with his family. But it only lasted 2 months. On the night of July 15, he was shot and killed on the bridge in Istanbul. Batuhan's mother shares his story for us.
My name is Deniz Ergin. I'm a chief financial officer. That night, he had asked his friend, "Why am I going home? If this country falls, how am I going to look at my mom and dad in the face? How am I going to tell this to my future wife and children? We'll be martyrs at most." We got the news at 4 a.m. I was assuming Batuhan was at his friend's house. Then I called my husband and asked him how Batuhan was. He said Batuhan was dead. I couldn't believe it at the time. Batuhan couldn't die. Why would he die? I mean, why would a 20-year-old child die? Then I went to the hospital. When I saw him, he was bundled in a winding sheet and lying in a refrigerator. He was so beautiful and smiling. It's harder now than the first day, because he's not coming, not calling anymore. I went to my son's grave on New Year's Eve. Everyone got angry with me, asking why I went to the cemetery at night. Yes, I go there at night. I will go. My child is lying there. He was a loving person and a popular child. His biggest dream was to watch Titanic with his wife. When you're missing one arm, the other arm doesn't make you genuinely happy. It's that kind of feeling. I'm always together with Batuhan. Every day I kiss him, his photos. I lie in bed, I hug his jacket and talk to him. I get angry with him. I ask him, why did you go? I'm telling him you shouldn't have gone.
There were moments last year when some believed the military takeover could have been successful. Then President Erdogan called on the Turkish people to resist. Among those who answered that call were the people of Kazan, a district near Ankara. It's near the Akıncı Air Base, the command center of the coup attempt. 9 people in Kazan lost their lives that night. Hassan Abdullah met with their families 1 year on.
Hitting anyone getting in their way. Those trying to execute a coup targeted protesting civilians, the parliament, presidency and the special forces.
On the outskirts of Kahraman Kazan is the Akıncı Air Base. During the coup attempt, this served as the command and control center, and fighter jets were taking off from here. The people of Kahraman Kazan thought they had to do something about it.
What exactly, they weren't quite sure.
Maybe it didn't help, but people thought that at night, by burning their crops and tires, they could prevent the planes from taking off.
They also tried to block the movement of coup soldiers, and many of them were shot dead. One was 20-year-old Ömer Takdemir.
My son went out that night, but didn't come back. He saved this country and nation, but he didn't return himself. He has been to a place that doesn't have a return. I call him every day saying, "My son, I can't stand it anymore, come back." But he is not coming back.
O modern ve çağdaş Batı dünyasına
The Turkish nation has showed the modern Western world, including the European Union countries, how to protect democracy, human rights and the rule of law by standing up against tanks, F-16s and bullets. The real defenders of democracy are the Turkish nation.
The government has said it will compensate the people of Kazan for their losses, including the crops they burned. But the people have refused the offer, saying they did it for the country. Kazan has now been renamed Kahraman Kazan, meaning Kazan the hero. People here say no one should dare to overthrow Turkey's elected leaders, and they'll always resist any attempt to do so. Hassan Abdullah, TRT World, Kahraman Kazan.
The commemorations one year on have focused heavily on those who died, 249 people in all. Pushers bombed government buildings and opened fire on civilians and security officers. In the aftermath of the failed coup, TRT World's Nicole Johnston attended the funeral services of some of the victims in the capital, Ankara.
Draped in the Turkish flag and flanked by members of the military and police, coffins are lifted through the crowds.
There are funerals being held like this across Turkey for the more than 260 people killed during the attempted military coup. And this funeral in Ankara is one of the largest. There are hundreds of people here from the military, from the police forces and civilians. And the overwhelming feeling is one of great national sadness.
People in Ankara haven't seen a funeral quite like this before. It's for the deaths of 5 policemen, 2 soldiers and a civilian killed on the night of the attempted coup. The Prime Minister Binali Yildirim attended, and politicians from the opposition. They are united against the coup even if they disagree on almost everything else. It was a dignified, sombre procession, but there was plenty of grief and anger. These men blame a US-based cleric, Fethullah Gulen, for inspiring and directing the coup. So does the government. Others came to show respect for soldiers, police and ordinary people who took to the streets to take on those involved in the coup attempt. This man brought his little sister.
We came to do our last duty for our martyrs, and we have done our last duty.
There may be many more funerals to come in Ankara and across Turkey. Few will be as big as this one, but every one will be felt just as deeply by the families who lost loved ones on the night the tanks rolled into the capital. Nicole Johnston, TRT World, Ankara.
That's the news for now. We'll be back at the top of the hour with more special coverage. We'll leave you now with a snapshot of today's events.
Welcome to TRT World's continuing special coverage of the July 15th failed coup attempt.
Anadolu'nun yiğit evladı geliyor.
It's quite an incredible scene, a sea of red flags, people stretching as far as the eye can see at this stage.
There are thousands of people here in memory of the people who lost their lives.
They defended their freedom, their calls to prayer, their flags, their nation, their homeland, their state, their future.
The message here really has been throughout all of today about unity, and this is what we're continuing to hear.
We saw people who overcame their fear and they decided to protect their democracy.
There's a Turkish saying, they say that every Turk is born a soldier. And honestly, I didn't believe it until that night. I received a phone call from a friend of mine, and he asked me if I knew what was going on the bridge. He said that soldiers had occupied it. We found out that there was an attempt to overtake the government. The president of Turkey came out and issued his statement urging people to the streets.
Milletimizi illerimizin meydanlarına davet ediyorum.
I could feel the adrenaline pumping through my veins. The smell was like a mixture of blood and gunpowder. The sounds, you hear chants on one side, you hear gunfire on the other. I was actually, that tank, when it fired, we were right in front of it. We took cover behind an armored police vehicle that actually, I could say, saved my life, as well as many others. I had a duty to carry out as a journalist, and then as a citizen of this country, considering that Turkey is actually so polarized. Everybody was able to come together.
Excited to see the next technological breakthrough.
We landed on stage. Everyone should have the right to an education. Less talking, more action.
A cure for cancer
is an issue that is very close.
Plus de respect pour everyone, men and women.
My head is all I need. To end the war on terror. Extinguishing family.
A better understanding of mental health.
To end the war on terror. A revolution.
5'ten büyüktür.
For the world, the night of July 15th, 2016 is already a distant memory. But for Turkey, the wounds of treachery haven't fully healed. One year ago, these quiet streets were a battlefield, where the people of Turkey fought bravely for their future. What happened that night has been told many times, but rarely from those who were there, from those who lost brothers, husbands, and sons. For the people of Turkey, it was the longest night. The night started like any other. But hidden behind that calm was a secret plan to take the country back to a dark past. At 9:15 p.m., Major Çelebioglu creates a WhatsApp group and adds several high-ranking military officials. His first message reads, "I'll be making public announcements from here." The coup was underway. Half an hour later, Major Agyar informs the group that the first bridge over the Bosphorus had been taken. Built to unite a city, that night it was seized to divide a nation. As secret military orders brought more heavy armor into Istanbul and Ankara, President Recep Tayyip Erdogan was on holiday in Marmaris on the Mediterranean coast. In a bid to freeze the airwaves, heavily armed troops seized Turkey's public broadcaster TRT and demanded it announce the coup.
Türk Silahlı Kuvvetleri daha güçlü bir ilişki ve işbirliğini tesis etmek maksadıyla yönetime el koymuştur.
The forces of secrecy thought they had forever silenced President Erdogan, but they failed to anticipate the power of social media and privately run TV stations and their ability to reach millions.
Milletimizi illerimizin meydanlarına davet ediyorum, havalimanlarına davet ediyorum.
As soon as President Erdogan's call was sent out, a wave of patriotism swept the nation. For the first time in their history, the people of Turkey took to the streets to take back their country from the grip of unelected power. 27-year-old Oğuz and his brother Oner were among the crowd that went out in Istanbul to stop the coup.
Kardeşim 27 yaşındaydı. 15 Temmuz'da olay gerçekleştiğinde vinç operatörüydü. Nişanlıydı. Eylül, Ekim gibi evlenmeyi düşünüyordu.
Keser mi acaba? Keser. Çıkmıyor bile kızım bu. Oradan
İlk etapta biz askerleri orada görünce, haberleri takip edince biz terör olayı diye nitelendirdik. Hani darbe marbe beklemiyoruz. Ondan sonra anladık ki biz bir ihtilal olma yolunda gidiyor yani askeriye. Ve kendi aramızda dedik ki eğer bu darbe gerçekleşirse bu ülke en az 50-100 yıl bir daha geriye gider dedik. Arkadaşlarımı da aldım, köprüye gitmeye karar verdik. Onur'u aradım. Birkaç defa aradım açmadı telefonunu. Sonra birinden öğrendim ki bizden önce köprüye gitmiş bana haber vermeden. Oraya gittim, Onur'u buldum. Üstü başı kan içindeydi. İyi misin oğlum, bir şeyin var mı dedim. Benim bir şeyim yok dedi. Burada dedi bir sürü insanlar öldü dedi. Yaralılar vardı, onları taşıdık dedi. Bu onların kanı dedi. Orada o sırada bir ateş oldu. Hemen beni kenara çekti. O kalabalığa katıldık. Gişelere doğru yürümeye başladık. O esnada ben telefonumla videoya çekiyordum. Yanımızda bir kız vardı, bacımız. Feryat etmeye başladı. Baba, baba gitme baba diye. Babası tek başına tanklara doğru yürüyordu. Kardeşim de sürekli kızı çekiyordu. Bacım gitme, öldürürler seni diye sürekli kenara çekiyordu. Kız gitmeye çalışıyordu çünkü.
bırak dur gitme sakın dur alacağım. Sakın alacağım
Kendimi yine kenara atmaya çalışırken ayağımın olmadığını hissettim. Kafamı yere eğdiğimde buradan kasığımdan doğru müthiş bir şekilde kan boşaldığını gördüm. Tabi o esnada Onur'la birbirimizi kaybettik.
The orders to kill were sent loud and clear. Just past 9:30 p.m., Major Agyar informs the group that he needs a helicopter for the first and second bridge, and that they have shot 20 to 30 people. Lieutenant General Düzenli responds, passing on an order that says, crowds that have gathered will be fired on. Crowds that are coming under fire are dispersing. They try to terrorize the people into submission from the air. But the citizens of Turkey remained defiant and were willing to risk death.
Aradan yaklaşık bir 10 saniye sonra da önüme Onur'u bıraktılar. Gözleri hafif açık, dişleri de hafif dışarıda ama yarası çok ağırdı. Tam şah damarından, boynundan vurulmuştu şuradan. Hastanede yattığım, yanlış hatırlamıyorsam birinci geceydi. Ya birinci gece ya ikinci gece. Onur'un ben şu anki yatağını rüyamda gördüm. Yani Türk bayrağı sarılı. Üzerinde bir tane daha Türk bayrağı var.
The coup plotters had another priority that night, to silence the voice of the people. Istanbul, 9:53 p.m. Colonel Kaya sends a message to the group, TRT radio on the road. At 10:44 p.m., a second message reads, TRT radio is under control. But it wasn't. The coup plotters had miscalculated where the people's loyalty stood. Murat joined the crowd that went out to protect the TRT radio building. He took his wife and children to a safe place before going out.
O akşam çok güzel bir akşamdı. Dışarıda yemeğimizi yedik, evimize geldik. Televizyon izlerken İşte 15 Temmuz olayını eşimin ablasından dinledik. Ve sonrasında beni babama bıraktı ve TRT Radyosu'nun oraya gitti. Kalbi hala atıyordu. Beyin ölümü gerçekleşmiş. Sen dedim ölemezsin. Kalbin hala atıyor ve çok güzel atıyor. Bakıyorum kalp. O ritim makinesine bakıyorum. Yaşayacaksın dedim. Senin 2 tane çocuğun var. Doktor diyor ki kızım bak lütfen. Bitti artık hani yaşaması çok zor. Lütfen dedim. Bütün doktor arkadaşlarını çağır. O geri zekalı o pis kurşunu çıkart o beyninden. Çünkü kafasında hala kurşun devam duruyordu. Beyin parçalanmış dedi. Artık yapabilecek hiçbir şey yok. ...8 yaşında bir çocuğun söyleyebilecek bir şey değil belki de. Anne dedi ben düşünüyorum, araştırıyorum, internete bakıyorum. PKK bizim düşmanımız. Benim babamı teröristler vurmadı. Benim babamı askerler vurdu. Yani benim babamın suçu neydi dedi.
On that night, Ankara was in the crosshairs as jets flew over the city, marking their targets. Communications between the pilots and those leading the coup were recorded. Their target was the police special forces headquarters in Ankara. After a barrage of heavy bombs, the only thing that remains is this rock. Mustafa was the imam of the mosque inside the police complex.
Özel harekatı bombalamışlar. Biz gidiyoruz dedi. Gördüm. Merdivenlerden iniyor hızlıca. Baktığı yer gökyüzü.
Aslan 40 kilo Aslan 4. Aslan 4 kilo devam edin. Anlaşıldı. Emniyet binasından yola doğru ateş açılıyor. Emniyet binası bölgesine biz ateş yapıyoruz. Emniyet binasına tarih serbest. Çekerken de belli.
İlk olarak Gölbaşı Hastanesi'ne gittik. O kadar dehşet verici bir ortam ki. Şehitler tabutlarla geliyor, tabutlarla gidiyor. Çok fazla şehit var.
Mustafa, the imam of this mosque, was killed by the second bomb that hit the police special forces headquarters. His body was later retrieved from the building's rubble.
Mezarını kazdılar. Oğlum dedim babam buraya girecek. Çok güzel bir yere gidecek. Bize güzel yerler hazırlayacak. Mehmet Ali daha babasını bilmeyecekti, hatırlayamayacak da. Sami Yusuf o kadar bağlıydı ki ben sadece o 2 çocuğu hani hakkını nasıl verecekler? O hani sadece kendi çocuklarının geleceğini değil, belki torunlarının geleceği uğruna şehit oldu.
There is no way to measure the loss of a family member, especially one who came into the world at the same moment. Almost every day, Volkan visits his twin brother's tomb at this cemetery in Ankara. Erkan is buried in the Martyrs' Alley, having died defending the presidential complex on that fateful night. Volkan will never forget that night in July.
Kaçaksaray koordinatörü Şahin 2 iletin. Onlar da yakıt bitene kadar Makuşlu geçiş üzerinden.
He called his twin brother, saying the plotters were attacking the presidential palace and that they had to go there. Erkan organized a group of friends and left to join Volkan.
O gece ilahiler, ezgiler, kendi aramızda böyle muhabbetler, tabii üzerimizden helikopterler uçuyor, bomba atıyor. Uçaklar, F-16'lar üzerimizden alçak uçuşlar yapıyorlar. Sabah 6:30 civarında F-16'ların attığı füzeyle ilk önce jandarmanın önüne atıyor füze, bombayı.
Yeniden geliyor.
Ondan sonra tekrar dönüş yapıyor, üzerimize atıyor. İşte ikizim görüyor, hani birinci bombayı attıktan sonra F-16'nın ikinci uçağın geldiğini diyor. Volkan diyor, uçak geliyor diyor, koş diyor. Ben Erkan'ın peşinden koşuyorum.
Aslan 4, 2 numara. Birinci bomba ayrıldı, ikinci bomba için tekrar açılıyor. Aslan kollardan Kaçaksaray'a alan varsa verebilir mi?
Millet Camii yok mu? Millet Camii. Orayı vurdu. Dönüyor vuruyor.
Sağ omuzum şarapnel parçası aldım. Yani o şarapnelle ben hani o an orada yığılıyorum, bayılıyorum. Hani ikizimden haberim olmuyor. 35 yaşındayız. 35 yıldır hiç ayrılmamıştık. Hainlerin attığı bombayla o şehit oluyor, ben gazi oluyorum. Biz ikizimle beraber eğer darbe olmasaydı, yani darbe Temmuz ayında oldu. Bizde Kasım, Aralık gibi Ankara'nın Polatlı ilçesi vardı. Böyle bir çiftlik yapıp hayvancılık üzerine bir işletme kuracaktık. Bunu çok istiyorduk. İkimiz orada, hani ikimiz beraber olacaktık böyle. Yani ömrümüzün sonuna kadar da orada kalmak istiyorduk yani. Aldık arazi, şimdi boş duruyor.
Hayır, benim sırf evladım dedim. Hayır, benim hayatımdı. Benim hayatımın anlamıydı.
At 10:44 p.m., Colonel Call sends a message to the chat group, saying he's at the entrance of Atatürk Airport. Not long after, with hundreds of people already in place, a new message arrives, saying that soldiers are shooting into the air above the crowd at Gate B at Atatürk Airport. The next message comes from Major Celebi Olu, the one who created the chat group. It reads, "If the crowd moves towards you, we will first shoot warning shots into the air and ground, and then on them." By this time, President Erdogan's plane was already making its descent towards Atatürk Airport. And the people of Turkey were there waiting, ready to give their lives to protect their chosen leader. Mahir was just 16 years old, the youngest hero who defended his nation against the forces of terror. After several failed attempts to reach him, he finally answered his father's call.
Bir daha baba ulaşıyor. Babaya diyor ki, baba diyor, üzerimize kurşun yağıyor. Baba diyor ki, oğlum bir yere saklan diyor. Bir şeylerin arkasına geç. Tamam baba diyor. Yanındaki arkadaşıyla hemen görüştüm. Vuruldu ha. Abla dedi, telefonu elini kulağından aldı dedi, babasıyla konuşuyordu. Şöyle dedi, cebine bıraktım derken yere düştü.
Hava bastın, bastır bey bastır. Neresi ya? Kalbinden. Kardeşim ne oldu ya?
Kaldırmaya çalıştım, baktım göğsünden kan akıyor. Zaten şehadet şerbeti o an içmiş. Hainler arkadan vurmuşlar, kalbini parçalamış, kurşun. Sonra işte söylediler. Morgdadır. O sırada bir poşetin içinde elbise geldi. Belki benim oğlumun elbisesiymiş. Bir hain kurşuna şehit olduğunu söylüyorsun. Hamdolsun. Evet. Ülkem için, bayrağım için, şerefim, namusum için binlerce mahiri feda eder. Kendim de feda olurum.
By the break of dawn, the fighting had ceased. The people of Turkey had emerged victorious, leaving the defeated scrambling for an escape. The first to recognize that it was all over was the major that created the chat group. His words summed it up: surrender or flee. Major Agyar pleads to know if the operation was lost, ordering the operation to be aborted. A colonel asks if they should escape, but the order reads, "Stay alive, Commander. The choice is yours. We have not decided yet, but we have left our position. I'm closing the group. Delete the messages if you want." One by one, the dominoes of betrayal fall. The nation had been taken hostage that night by a faction that tried to hide behind a legacy they had no hand in creating, a legacy they were falsely claiming to protect. Today, Oğuz is going to face his brother's killers, a chance to finally bring closure. On his way, he crosses the same bridge where his brother was killed that night on July 15th. This is the Silivri complex. Behind these walls stand those suspected of organizing the July 15th coup attempt. But the wounds they inflicted that night won't be healed by a court decision. After 3 hours, Oğuz leaves the court, together with others seeking justice for a lost loved one.
Zaman kazanmak. Abi zaten önlerine avukatları yazıyorlar, veriyorlar. Bunları oku diyorlar. Önlerinde kaç sayfa görmüyor musun?
Ama net bir şekilde anlaşılan bu adamlar bu darbeyi sadece Fethullah Gülen örgütüyle beraber yapmadıkları alenen ortada.
Elinde Türk bayrağıyla gelen, hiçbir şekilde elinde ne bir taş, ne bir sopa, ne bir silah, hiçbir şey olmayan vatandaşına bunlar adi şekilde hainlik yaparak katlettiler. Biz affetsek eminim ki Allah affetmez. Yani şimdi duruşmalarda zaten hepsi 3 maymunu oynuyor. Biz yapmadık, işte FETÖ'nün Allah belasını versin.
Madem o Fethullah Gülen terörist başı değil, öyle diyorlar çünkü. Davalarda öyle diyorlar. Onun hiçbir suçu günahı yok diyorlar. Onun hiçbir suçu günahı yoksa benim ne suçum günahım vardı? Hiç insan umar mıydı ya? Senin kendi askerin, kendi silahınla, kendi uçağınla, kendi merminle sana mermi sıkacaklar, seni vuracaklar, şehit edecekler. Böyle bir dava mı olur?
Hainlere şu anda saatlerce savunma hakkı veriliyor. Biz acı çekiyoruz gerçekten.
O acının onların çekmesini çok istiyorum. Hapishanede karınların tok, tek hücreli bir oda bile olsa yaşamalarını istemiyorum. Nefes alamaz onlar.
The Gulen terror group is named after its leader, Fethullah Gulen, who currently lives in self-imposed exile in the U.S. state of Pennsylvania. On the run from justice, Gulen is operated differently from other terror groups. Using an extensive network of loyalists secretly placed throughout Turkish society, Gulen was able to wield power and sow deceit. Hundreds of charter schools and more than 50,000 businesses across the world owed their allegiance to the cult figure. His reach became especially dangerous after infecting parts of Turkey's military. But on that July night, The people of Turkey rejected his political underworld of terror and deception. They bravely rose up and exposed the brutality of Gülen's secretive network to the world. For the world, it was one night in July. But for Turkey, it was the start of a new era. Less than a month later, on August 7, 2016, a pro-democracy rally was held in Istanbul. For the first time in years, opposition leaders joined the same platform with the Prime Minister of Turkey and President Erdogan. The message was clear: one nation, one heart.
Onu çok sevdiğimi söylerdim. Her zaman onunla gurur duyduğumu söylerdim.
Öyle bir imkan olsaydı beni de yanında götürmesini isterdim.
Öperdim, sarılırdım. Bir şey diyemezdim. Çünkü o kadar çok özledim ki.
İçimde çok şey kaldı, hakkını helal et demek kaldı.
Bir dakika bile onu sarılmaya ben hayatımı verirdim. Çok özlediğim zaman onun üstündeki gece çıkardığı kıyafetleri var. Halen onun kokusu var. Çıkarıyorum, kokluyorum, tekrar geri koyuyorum.
The global economic climate. One company goes into administration and the knock-on effects can be felt around the planet. Join us on TRT World as we look at the latest financial forecasts and the key business stories from around the globe. Wherever there is money, there is a story. Money Talks on TRT World.
We are currently driving towards the incident.
We're reporting to you from the very heart of the story. The cause of the explosion is unclear. Smoke and debris. We do now have unconfirmed reports.
The number of casualties is rising as we speak. Here on the ground there's a lot of commotion. Some of the eyewitnesses.
There's been a social
People are taking to social media outlets to discuss.
Reports of the explosion are now spreading like wildfire. People are clearly shaken by what has been a horrific incident.
Hello, my name is Ali Mustafa and I'm here to present a brand new show on TRT World from the studio overlooking the Bosphorus. The Straits divide Asia and Europe, and that's why we've called it Straight Talk. We'll speak to insiders and policymakers to bring you a different perspective on global events every Friday on TRT World.
I remember my brother-in-law saying, "Oh, no way, it's fake news, it's not real." I called my colleagues and no one answered and everyone's phones were off. And that's when I knew that something was wrong. I went outside, I was walking through my neighborhood of AU, crowds were forming, and I just remember wanting to document every single second.
Are people getting on that bus to go to the airport? Are they going to the airport in that bus?
No, they're going to the airport, yeah.
Okay, so as you can see, there's a bus full of people.
No matter what their political leaning was, standing up for their country and not take a military coup lying down. That says a lot about the resilience and the bravery of the Turkish people. It was the first time I had ever seen people power.
Get the latest news from around the globe at trtworld.com.
The 249 victims of Turkey's failed coup are remembered with the unveiling of a memorial in Ankara. There, the president had strong words for those he holds accountable for last year's events.
The Fethullahist traitors will rot behind the thick walls of the prisons, and every day, over and over again, they will die.
Hello and welcome to TRT World, live from Istanbul. I'm Kilmany Dukart. Also ahead on the program, hundreds of thousands attended events honoring those who paid the ultimate price. Welcome to TRT World's anniversary coverage of last year's coup attempt. There have been marches and events held across Turkey, and we'll be bringing you all the news from Turkey and around the world as the country remembers this momentous day in history. Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan has unveiled a memorial for the victims of the attempted coup opposite the presidential palace in Ankara. Thousands of people attended the ceremony. President Erdogan also addressed the crowd during the unveiling ceremony, and he spoke about the sacrifices of those who died resisting the coup. Erdogan also slammed the EU, saying the bloc has been more concerned about the coup plotters than their victims.
No matter what you do, their attitude is clear to see. It has been 54 years. 54. And they are still mocking us. They don't keep their promises. They make promises about visa liberalization, and they don't keep their promises. They say we will grant that much of budget for the refugees, and they won't allocate it. We will have to deal with our own issues, and there is no any other way. And on that night, those millions of people who took to the streets at the expense of their lives are not acknowledged by those who strive still for FETÖ members. At Hamburg G20, they are still asking about those people. They are not asking about 250 martyrs, 2,193 veterans, and they don't ask why millions of people came together, convened, assembled on the Anatolian side and over the bridge. And do you know why they don't ask? Because it doesn't work for them.
And earlier during a special session of the country's parliament, President Erdogan had a warning for those he regards as enemies.
The July 15 coup showed us that as a state, as a nation, we have to be stronger. There are so many enemies waiting to ambush. And if we are not strong, they won't allow us to live another day. And if I name each of them, we would have to face so many international crises. We don't say their names, but we are aware who they are. I would like to reiterate for them here one more time the message of last year in the aftermath of July 15. You will not be successful. You will not be able to divide our nation. You will not be able to lower our flag. You will not be able to split our country. You will not be able to tackle our state. You will not be able to silence our prayers. You will not be able to bring our country to its knees. You will not be able to enslave our people. You will not be able to remove us from our path.
Hassan Abdullah is in Ankara with more on Erdogan's address at the presidential palace.
The first anniversary of the coup attempt has been observed in Ankara. Rallies have been taken out across the city. The people of Ankara converged onto the city centre, Kızılay Square, and from the Kızılay Square they marched towards the Turkish parliament. Now, President Erdogan addressed the nation and he raised a number of points. First of all, he commended the nation for the sacrifices, and also he praised the parliamentarians who stayed at the parliament even when the F-16 fighter jets were bombing the parliament. He criticized the leader of the main opposition party, CHP, Kemal Kılıçdaroğlu, and he said that the comment about this alleged controlled coup was an insult to those who lost their loved ones. Furthermore, the president said that it was clear that the leader of the main opposition party was sitting comfortably at the houses of one of the mayors in Istanbul, while the nation were struggling to protect their democracy. The president also criticized the European Union for broken promises, and he said that some members of the European Union during the G20 summit in Hamburg were eager to talk about the rights of those who had killed some 250 people, but they were not concerned about the victims. Now, during the address of the president, there were demands for the restoration of the death punishment, of the capital punishment, and the president said, responding to those chants from the public, that if the parliament approved the restoration of the death penalty, then he would approve that. Furthermore, the message from the president was that of unity, and he said that the country would continue to work towards its targets, and he urged the parliamentarians, particularly members of the ruling ARC party, to ensure that they live up to their promises.
There were many moments on the night of the attempted coup that stand out to those who lived through it. Here's a look back on some of those pivotal events, including the moment in the early hours of July 16th when the government regained control and said that the attempted coup had been a failure.
Kalkışma bastırılmıştır. Ancak şehitlerimiz var.
But the fallout continues, with the Turkish government still rooting out those it believes have links to the coup plotters. Earlier, my colleague Ayça spoke to Onur Erim, a political advisor and writer, here in the studio, and asked him how long that process could take.
This is an issue that no other nation in the history of time has ever faced. So this is not something that anybody else had ever practiced before. This is not anybody else that any other nation had to battle before. This is something brand new. Imagine United Kingdom, imagine US, imagine any other democratic country that there is a power that has infiltrated so much into its bones, so to speak. How are you gonna get this cancerous cells out without killing the body? Right now, that's what we're doing. That's what we're trying to aim at. It is gonna happen. I think they're all, this entire group, including the leader of the FETÖ terrorist organization, Fethullah Gülen, has now realized that it's not going to go anywhere with Turkey. They're trying to save their group. They're trying to keep them together. But I believe, and things are only showing that the time is working against them. I don't know how long it's going to take, but we're nearer to the end than we were before a year ago. That's for sure.
In Istanbul, hundreds of thousands gathered on the iconic July 15th Martyrs Bridge to mark the one-year anniversary. TRT World's Sarah Firth shows us the emotional scenes as people remembered those 249 people who lost their lives.
There were emotional moments in Istanbul as people marked the first anniversary of the failed coup on July 15th. Crowds gathered, stretching for kilometres. It was here on this bridge a year ago that civilians faced down soldiers to repel the coup. President Recep Tayyip Erdogan addressed the crowds and unveiled a memorial to those killed. Earlier on the march to the Martyrs' Bridge, some told TRT World why the events of 12 months ago are still raw memories.
I cannot explain my feelings. I haven't been able to forget this for 1 year, and we never forget it. During the coup attempt, I heard gunshots and saw the shooting in Çengelköy. I cannot explain this feeling.
Fatih Sultan Mehmet Köprüsü'ndeydik.
I was at Fatih Sultan Mehmet Bridge that night. We were the first group that intervened in the coup. We opened the bridge to traffic. That night I said that if I die, it should be like a man. And today I am here to say the same thing.
It's so sad. I don't want to remember that night. Of course, we also don't want to forget it. Several people were martyred. We will not let people forget this.
July 15th was declared an annual holiday for democracy and unity. But the past year has seen political divisions grow again. More than 100,000 people have been sacked from government jobs, 134,000 have been detained, and more than 50,000 people arrested for their alleged roles in the coup, moves that have been criticised by human rights groups. 1 year on from the failed coup, and many Turkish people have found themselves back where they started, gathered in a show of defiance. But there's uncertainty about what will be Turkey's next chapter. But this March, the whole day and night of events have been about unity and remembering those who just a year ago lost their lives defending democracy. Sarah Firth, TRT World, Istanbul.
And throughout other parts of the country, people took to the streets to mark the anniversary. From Gaziantep in the southeast of the country, Nick Davies-Jones sent this report.
Here we are in the 15th of July, Democracy Square in Gaziantep, and thousands of people are already here. Thousands more are going to be coming to the square, and when they get here, they are reminded with pictures of what took place in Istanbul and Ankara. Security is tight, a number of checkpoints you have to come through, and they've also put big lorries in the middle of roads to stop any potential terror attacker driving into crowds. And I suppose really that is the epitome of what is happening here tonight in Gaziantep, because if the coup had been successful this time last year, the whole security of the southern region would have been really thrown into question. And this time last year, Daesh were really at the height of their terror powers in southern Turkey. There had been a number of attacks, rocket attacks, suicide bombers in towns across the southern area. And had the coup been successful, they would have probably really capitalised on the instability, because a number of people that I've spoken to in the past 12 months have all said a very similar thing. They would have taken up arms against the government, or the military government as it would have been then, and it really would have been a very troubling time for the security of Turkey, and it could have even altered the outcome of what is taking place in Syria. So people are here today and they are celebrating the continuation of the Turkish Republic and the government which they came out of in support of last year.